Welcome to Fantasy Whispers. Today we're featuring Shadows of Silence, a samurai's path in peacetime. This captivating tale follows Masahiro Takeda, a renowned samurai commander who must forge a new identity in Japan's peaceful Edo period. After decades of warfare, Masahiro reluctantly becomes a teacher at the School of Five Virtues, where he discovers an ancient manuscript written by his ancestors about the warrior's role during peace. As Masahiro mentors young samurai struggling with their purpose in a changing world, he uncovers a dangerous conspiracy threatening Japan's stability. Using strategy instead of swords, he transforms potential enemies into allies and develops the new code, a revolutionary framework integrating samurai values into peaceful governance. Through seasons of cherry blossoms, Masahiro ultimately finds that a warrior's true purpose, protection, and service remains unchanged, even as methods evolve with the times. Chapter 1: The Last Battle. The arrow whistled past Masahiro Takeda's ear, close enough that he could swear it had given him an impromptu haircut. Not that anyone would notice. His topknot hadn't seen a proper styling in 3 months of campaign. "My lord, you might consider ducking next time," his Lieutenant Nobuo remarked dryly, notching another arrow to his own bow. "Deprive some poor archer of the satisfaction of almost killing me," Masahiro replied, the corner of his mouth twitching upward despite the chaos surrounding them. The battlefield stretched across the valley below, a churning mass of armor, banners, and blood. Besides, I've heard arrow-trimmed hair is becoming fashionable in Kyoto. At 42, Masahiro Takeda was not young for warrior, but his movements betrayed none of his age as he surveyed the battlefield from their elevated position. 28 years of warfare had honed his instincts to a razor's edge. He could read a battlefield the way a scholar reads a familiar text, understanding not just what was happening, but what would happen next. What would happen next, he knew with grim certainty, was that his clan was fighting its last battle. "Yashi's right flank is collapsing," he observed, pointing to the eastern side where the sun glinted off armor in disorganized retreat. "Signal the Hawk unit to reinforce them, and tell them no heroics. Just hold the line long enough for the civilians to evacuate the village." Nobuo nodded and dispatched a runner with the message, his young face set in determined lines that made him look almost comically serious. The boy was barely 20, but had already survived 3 major battles. If he survived this one, he'd have stories to bore his grandchildren with someday. If any of us survived this one, Masahiro thought, but didn't say. The Takeda clan had pledged their loyalty to Lord Ishida Mitsunari against Tokugawa Ieyasu's forces. It had seemed the honorable choice at the time. Ishida had been appointed by the late Toyotomi Hideyoshi to govern Japan, after all. But honor, Masahiro was learning, did not always align with victory. The messenger arrived, breathless and mud-splattered. He bowed hastily. "Commander Takeda, Lord Shimazu requests your presence at the Central Command immediately." Masahiro nodded. "Nobuo, you have command here. If that ridge falls before I return, retreat to position 3. "Yes, my lord." Nobuo bowed, looking simultaneously terrified and thrilled at the responsibility. The command tent was a flurry of activity when Masahiro arrived. Maps were spread across a low table, weighed down with weapons instead of proper paperweights. Lord Shimazu, an imposing figure despite his 60 years, looked up with eyes like stone. "Takeda, good. We need your Nightingale squad for a final mission." "Final, my lord." Shimazu's expression was unreadable. "Report Reports confirm that Kobikawa has betrayed us. He's turned his forces against our flank. News hit Masahiro like a physical blow. With Kobikawa's betrayal, the battle was lost. The main force will create a diversion, Shimazu continued. Your nightingales will escort Lord Ishida from the battlefield. If he falls, all is lost. If he escapes, we may yet rally. Masahiro bowed deeply. The nightingales were his elite unit, scouts and assassins trained in stealth rather than direct combat. It shall be done, my lord. As he straightened, a young samurai burst into the tent. My lords, Tokugawa's forces have broken through the western defense. They'll be upon us within the hour. Shimazu's face remained impassive, but his hand tightened on his sword hilt. Then, we have no time to waste. Take to go. Masahiro gathered his nightingales, 30 men and women, who moved like shadows and fought like demons. They had served him faithfully for years, following him through campaigns that had taken them across half of Japan. Now, they would undertake their most important mission. We escort Lord Ishida through the northern pass, he informed them. Speed and silence are essential. No engagement unless absolutely necessary. Chiyo, his best scout, raised an eyebrow. Are we winning or losing, Commander? Masahiro appreciated her directness. We are creating an opportunity for future victory, he replied, which was a commander's way of saying they were absolutely losing. They moved through forests and ravines, avoiding the main battle lines. Twice they encountered Tokugawa scouts, and twice they left no survivors. Lord Ishida, once a proud and boisterous man, was silent throughout the journey, his face tight with the knowledge of impending defeat. As night fell, they reached the mountain temple that would serve as their temporary sanctuary. Ishida's remaining loyal retainers would meet them there to plan their next move. You have done well, Commander Takeda, Ishida said as they stood at the temple entrance. Your name will be remembered when we reclaim what is ours. Masahiro bowed, but privately wondered if any of their names would be remembered at all, except as footnotes in Tokugawa's victory chronicles. As the weak autumn sun rose the next morning, a messenger arrived with news that made the temple as silent as a tomb. The battle was over. Tokugawa Ieyasu had claimed complete victory. Many clan leaders had surrendered. Others had committed seppuku rather than face dishonor. Messenger knelt before Lord Ishida. There is more, my lord. Tokugawa has proclaimed general amnesty for all samurai who lay down their arms and swear fealty to him. He declares that Japan has seen enough bloodshed and now enters an era of peace under the Tokugawa shogunate, with Edo as its capital. Peace, Masahiro repeated the unfamiliar word, testing it like a foreign food he wasn't sure he would like. In his 42 years, he had never known true peace. There had always been another battle, another campaign, another warlord to defeat. What place would there be for men like him in this new, peaceful Japan? As the implications sank in, he noticed Chiyo watching him with a hint of amusement in her dark eyes. What will you do in peacetime, Commander? She asked. Take up flower arranging, perhaps. Despite everything, Masahiro found himself chuckling at the absurd image. I'm more likely to arrange arrows than flowers, he replied. But I suppose we'll all have to learn new skills. He looked out at the distant mountains, their peaks hazy in the morning light. Somewhere beyond them lay Edo, soon to be the center of this new, peaceful world. Somewhere beyond them lay his future, a future without battles to fight or armies to command. Peace, he said again, the word still strange on his tongue. It had been his last battle, though he hadn't known it at the time. In the years to come, he would revisit it in dreams and memories, analyzing every decision, every maneuver. But for now, standing in the cool mountain air, watching the sun rise on the first day of peace, all he felt was an overwhelming uncertainty. The age of warriors was ending. The age of peace was beginning. And somehow, he would have to find his place in it. Chapter 2, Return to a Changed World. Road to Edo stretched before Masahiro like an unwelcome guest who had arrived too early and would stay too late. 3 months of travel had left him dusty, tired, and increasingly bewildered by the Japan he was rediscovering. Building another one, Nabuo remarked, pointing to yet another construction site where laborers swarmed like ants, erecting what would become a merchant's house. The young lieutenant had insisted on accompanying his commander back to Edo, claiming he had family business there. Masahiro suspected the boy simply feared what awaited him at home, the same uncertainty that gnawed at them all. At this rate, they'll need to expand the city walls by next spring, Masahiro replied, steering his horse around a cart laden with timber. Though I hardly recognize what's inside the current ones, the Edo he had left years ago had been a modest military town, strategically important but unremarkable. The Edo that greeted him now was a booming capital in making, crawling with construction, commerce, and crowds. Look there, my lord, Nabuo pointed again, this time at a procession making its way down the main street. Merchants in silk robes, their attendants carrying ledgers and sample wares, paraded with the confidence once reserved for samurai. In my father's time, those men would have stepped aside and bowed until their foreheads touched the dirt as we passed, Masahiro observed. Should I remind them of proper etiquette? Nabuo asked, his hand instinctively moving toward his sword. Masahiro shook his head. Different times, different customs. Besides, he added with a wry smile, I'd rather not begin my peaceful life by cutting down merchants in the street. The paperwork would be tedious. Made their way through increasingly crowded streets toward the Takeda residence in the eastern quarter of the city. The familiar family crest, a falcon clutching a plum branch, should have been prominently displayed at the gate. Instead, Masahiro found the entrance modest, the paint faded, and the single drowsy guard clearly surprised to see them. Commander Takeda, the guard stammered, scrambling to his feet and bowing deeply. We had no word of your return. Evidently, Masahiro replied dryly. Is Lord Takeda Hiramasa in residence? The guard's face fell. My lord, your uncle passed to the next world last winter. Lord Takeda Kenzo now heads the family. Masahiro absorbed this news with a face of stone, though internally the ground seemed to shift beneath him. His uncle Hiramasa had been stern but fair, a respected voice in the clan council, and more importantly, one of Masahiro's few allies in family politics. I see. Then I will pay my respects to Lord Kenzo. Inside, the Takeda residence told the story of diminished circumstances more eloquently than any chronicle. Where once 50 servants had maintained the household, now perhaps 15 moved about their duties. The garden, once meticulously groomed, showed signs of neglect. The samurai guards, once numbering 30 elite warriors, had dwindled to a handful of younger sons from branch families. Masahiro found his cousin Kenzo in what had been the war room, though now it served as a space for accounting ledgers rather than battle plans. At 45, Kenzo was 3 years Masahiro's senior, with a shrewd face that had grown softer around the jowls in the years since they'd last met. Cousin, Kenzo exclaimed, rising with apparent delight. The kami have blessed us with your return. We had feared the worst after Sekigahara. 2 men exchanged formal bows, each taking the other's measure. I was fortunate, Masahiro said simply, omitting the perilous journey escorting Lord Ishida. Some details were better left unspoken in this new era. I see much has changed in my absence. Kenzo's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. Indeed, please sit. We have much to discuss. A servant brought tea, and Kenzo waited until they were alone before speaking again. I'll be direct, cousin. The Takeda clan's position is precarious. Our support for Ishida against Tokugawa was a miscalculation. A miscalculation, Masahiro repeated, the euphemism tasting bitter. Is that what we call loyalty now? Kenzo sighed. Your loyalty to Lord Ishida was admirable, but it has cost the clan dearly. Our lands have been reduced by 2/3, our stipend cut accordingly. Many of our retainers have been dismissed or have sought service elsewhere. What of the Nightingale Squad? My men who served faithfully through 20 years of campaigns. The silence that followed was answer enough. I see, Masahiro said, setting down his teacup with deliberate care to prevent himself from throwing it. And what position does the mighty Tokugawa shogunate deem appropriate for me in this new world order? Kenzo shifted uncomfortably. That's complicated. Your military record is exemplary, but your close association with Ishida makes you problematic. Problematic, Masahiro echoed. Another delightful euphemism. There are no military positions available, Kenzo continued. The shogunate is restructuring the army, placing trusted Tokugawa allies in command. However, he brightened slightly. Your knowledge of Western territories could be valuable. There might be a possibility of a minor administrative post in the taxation office. Taxation. The word felt like sand in Masahiro's mouth. You wish me to count rice and collect tribute from farmers. It's respectable work for samurai in these times, Kenzo insisted. Many warriors are transitioning to administrative roles. The stipend is modest, but secure. Masahiro stood abruptly. I must reflect on this opportunity. Is my family home still standing, at least? Kenzo had the grace to look embarrassed. Your family's residence was repurposed. In your absence, it seemed prudent to sell it, Masahiro finished flatly. Consolidate assets, Kenzo corrected. However, there are quarters available in the East Wing. Your mother's old rooms. They're small but private. Masahiro bowed stiffly. How fortunate I am to have such a thoughtful clan leader. An hour later, Masahiro sat on the worn tatami of what would now be his home. 2 small rooms that still carried the faint scent of his mother's plum blossom incense, though she had been dead for over a decade. His armor stood in the corner, looking as out of place as he felt. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. Enter, he called, expecting a servant with dinner. Instead, Chiyo slipped into the room, still dressed in travel clothes, her face weary, but her eyes alert as ever. So this is what peace looks like for the mighty Nightingales, she said, surveying the cramped quarters. I expected something more expansive. Despite everything, Masahiro found himself chuckling. Not what you signed up for when you joined my command, is it? Chiyo shrugged and settled cross-legged on the floor across from him. I signed up to follow Commander Takeda. The accommodation was never specified. There is no Commander Takeda anymore, he said quietly. Just a problematic former warrior being offered the chance to count rice bags for the Tokugawa. And will you take this generous offer? Masahiro gazed at his sword rack, where his katana and wakizashi rested, symbols of a samurai's soul and status. What choice do I have? A samurai without a lord to serve is like a temple without a god. A ronin, Chiyo supplied. I am not masterless, Masahiro corrected sharply. I am merely repurposed, like my family home. Chiyo's laugh was brief and without humor. Well, I came to inform you that the remaining nightingales are gathering tonight at the Jade Frog Tavern near the river. Proper warriors drowning their sorrows in improper amounts of sake. You might find it comforting. Masahiro considered declining, but the thought of another hour alone with his bitter thoughts was unbearable. Lead the way. Jade Frog proved to be exactly the kind of establishment that would have been beneath his dignity in the old days. A noisy, crowded tavern catering to merchants, craftsmen. And now, it seemed, displaced warriors. In a back room, he found 24 of his former squad, men and women who had followed him through fire and blood, now attempting to navigate the treacherous waters of peace. Commander, they called as he entered, rising to bow despite their various states of inebriation. That title no longer applies, he reminded them, but accepted the cup of sake thrust into his hand. Once our commander, always our commander, insisted grizzled old Toshiro, who had lost an eye in the northern campaigns, but gained a reputation for uncanny accuracy with his remaining one. The Tokugawa can take our positions, our stipends, even our lands, but they cannot take what we built together. Masahiro raised his cup. To the nightingales, then, may we find our songs in this new world. As the night wore on, and the sake flowed freely, Masahiro listened to his former soldiers' stories. Some had found minor positions in households or government offices. Others planned to return to family lands and try farming. A few of the younger ones spoke of traveling to the port cities where foreigners were permitted to trade, hopping to find opportunity in the exotic. Near Ito, Masahiro asked a quiet man who had once been his best strategist, "What will you do in this era of peace?" Ito smiled enigmatically. "I have accepted a position teaching mathematics and strategy at a small school for samurai children." A school? Masahiro hadn't considered such a possibility. Many are being established, Ito explained. The Tokugawa believe educated samurai make better administrators than warriors. Less prone to rebellion, I imagine. The conversation continued around him, but Masahiro found himself contemplating this new information. Teaching. Not tallying rice or collecting taxes, but shaping young minds. Perhaps there was a path for him that didn't require abandoning everything he valued. As dawn approached and the gathering finally dispersed, Masahiro walked back through an Edo he barely recognized. A city transforming before his eyes from a military outpost to the center of a new Japan. Merchants were already setting up stalls for the day's business. Construction workers headed to their sites. A group of monks passed, chanting their morning prayers. No one moved aside for him. No one bowed deeply as he passed. In their eyes, he was just another samurai, and there were many in Edo these days, all looking for their place in the new order. At a crossroads, he paused, watching the city awaken. He had survived 28 years of warfare, led men through impossible battles, and adapted to ever-changing military strategies. Surely he could adapt to this as well. Peace, he reflected, might be his most formidable opponent yet. But he had never backed down from a challenge. With renewed purpose, if not exactly clarity, Masahiro Takeda continued home through the streets of a city that, like him, was caught between what it had been and what it might become. Chapter 3, Honor Without a Sword. For the 5th morning in a row, Masahiro rose before dawn, a habit ingrained through decades of military campaigns, where sleeping late could mean not waking at all. And for the 5th morning in a row, he faced the disorienting realization that no troops awaited his orders. No scouts required dispatching, and no battle plans needed reviewing. The silence was deafening. He performed his morning exercises in the small courtyard outside his quarters, moving through sword forms with meticulous precision. His body remembered what his mind struggled to accept, that these motions, once necessary for survival, were now merely exercise. Your form is still impeccable, came a voice from the edge of the courtyard. Though I notice you've developed a slight favoring of your left side. Old wound. Masahiro completed his sequence before acknowledging his cousin Kenzo, who stood watching with a cup of morning tea steaming in his hands. Arrowhead near my kidney during the Osaka campaign, Masahiro replied, sheathing his practice sword. The surgeon claimed he removed all of it. Surgeons always claim that, Kenzo observed dryly. Yet mysterious pains persist years later, most convenient for their continued employment. The two men regarded each other in the pale morning light. Despite their differences, they shared the unmistakable Takeda features, sharp jawlines and eyes that seemed to evaluate everything as either a potential threat or opportunity. I've received word from the magistrate's office, Kenzo said, cutting to his purpose. They're prepared to offer you a position in tax administration, as I mentioned. 4th rank, with a stipend appropriate to your status. You would begin next week. Masahiro wiped sweat from his brow with a cloth. And my duties would entail record-keeping primarily, ensuring the proper collection and documentation of rice taxes from our remaining territories. Kenzo took a sip of his tea. It's respectable work, cousin. Respectable, Masahiro echoed. The word kept emerging in their conversations, a pale substitute for honorable. Many samurai are taking such positions, Kenzo pressed, sensing his reluctance. The Tokugawa are restructuring society. Administration is to be our domain now, not warfare. And what of Bushido? Masahiro asked, gesturing with his practiced sword. What becomes of the way of the warrior when warriors are no longer permitted to be warriors? Kenzo sighed. These philosophical questions won't fill your rice bowl, cousin. The clan's resources are stretched thin. I cannot support every displaced warrior indefinitely. The implication was clear. Accept the position or face increasing hardship. I will consider it, Masahiro said stiffly. Don't consider too long, Kenzo advised, turning to leave. Positions are being filled quickly. Many samurai are less contemplative about their circumstances. After breaking his fast with a simple meal, Masahiro found himself wandering the unfamiliar streets of Edo. He had spent so little time in the city over the years that he was, in many ways, a stranger in what should have been his home. Past a construction site where a grand mansion was taking shape, no doubt for some favored Tokugawa retainer. Nearby, a group of former samurai supervised the work, looking uncomfortable in their new administrative roles. Commander Takeda, Masahiro turned to see a man hurrying toward him. For a moment, he didn't recognize the approaching figure in simple dark robes, so different from the battle armor he was accustomed to seeing him in. Yamamoto-san, he ventured. The man bowed deeply. I am honored you remember me, Commander. It has been many years. Yamamoto Kenshin had once been one of Masahiro's instructors, a master of sword techniques who had trained a generation of Takeda samurai. He had seemed ancient even then, but now, with his beard fully white and his face deeply lined, he had the weathered dignity of a mountain. How could I forget the man who left so many bruises on my young body in the name of education? Masahiro replied with genuine warmth. Though I confess, I would not have recognized you without your infamous demon mask. Yamamoto chuckled. fearsome mask he had worn while training young warriors had been legendary for striking terror into his students. "The demon rests these days," he said. "I find my bare face frightens the children quite sufficiently." "You still teach, then?" "Indeed, at the Tsurugi Academy, a school for the sons of samurai families." Yamamoto gestured toward the east. "Though my lessons have evolved with the times." Two men fell into step together, continuing down the street. How does one teach the art of the sword in an era where drawing it is increasingly forbidden? Masahiro asked. "With great care," Yamamoto answered with a wry smile, "and with a broader understanding of what the sword represents." When Masahiro looked puzzled, the old teacher elaborated. "Tell me, what are the virtues of Bushido?" "Rectitude, courage, benevolence, respect, honesty, honor, loyalty, and self-control." Masahiro recited, as he had countless times since boyhood. "And which of these requires war to be practiced?" Yamamoto asked. Masahiro opened his mouth to respond, then closed it again, considering. "Perhaps courage," he finally suggested. "Does it take courage to speak truth to power? To defend the helpless against the corrupt, even when your sword must remain sheathed? To begin again when everything familiar has been taken from you?" Yamamoto countered. They stopped at a small tea house, where Yamamoto was evidently a regular, judging by the warm greeting he received. Once they were seated and served, the old teacher continued. "I have lived through 3 major transitions of power," he said, his gnarled hands cradling his teacup. "I have served lords who rose and fell. Throughout it all, Bushido remained my compass. Not because I consistently drew my sword, but because I understood that the sword is merely a tool. The hand that wields it, and the mind that guides that hand, those are where true Bushido resides." "A noble sentiment," Masahiro acknowledged. "But how does one maintain honor when reduced to counting rice taxes for the very regime that destroyed one's lord?" Yamamoto's eyes twinkled. "Ah, so they've offered you an administrative position. How terribly conventional of them. You find that amusing. I find it predictable. The new shogunate lacks imagination. They see a skilled commander and think, here is a man who can tally columns neatly." Despite himself, Masahiro chuckled. "What would you suggest instead, sensei?" The honorific slipped out naturally, though it had been decades since he was Yamamoto's student. "Come," Yamamoto said, finishing his tea and standing. "I would show you something that might interest you more than ledgers and tax receipts." They walked for nearly an hour, moving from the administrative district to an area where several large residences had been converted to new purposes. Outside one such building, boys ranging from about 8 to 15 years old practiced martial forms in a courtyard under the watchful eye of an instructor. "Tsurugi Academy," Yamamoto announced. Established 2 years ago to educate the sons of samurai for service in the new era. "They still learn the sword," Masahiro observed, watching the boys move through familiar kata. "And the bow and horsemanship," Yamamoto confirmed. "But also mathematics, writing, history, and Confucian philosophy. We prepare them for this world, not the last one." As they watched, the instructor, a man about Masahiro's age, with a distinctive scar across his forehead, corrected a young student's stance with surprising gentleness. "Nakamura-san was once one of the fiercest warriors in the north," Yamamoto commented. "Now he teaches children how to balance on one foot without falling. He claims it's more challenging than facing enemy armies." Inside the academy, Masahiro found more surprises. In one room, students practiced calligraphy with intense concentration. In another, an elderly scholar lectured on historical texts, while young boys took notes on small writing tablets. This is what becomes of warriors in peacetime, Masahiro asked as they observed a mathematics lesson. This is what creates warriors who understand more than war, Yamamoto corrected. The Tokugawa intend this peace to last generations. These boys may never draw their swords in battle, but they will still be samurai. They will need different weapons, knowledge, wisdom, judgment. And who teaches them these things? Former battlefield commanders who barely understand them themselves. Yamamoto stopped and turned to face his former student directly. Who better? Would you entrust the education of the next generation of samurai to those who have never tested their principles under fire, who have never had to make life or death decisions, who have never led men into battle or brought them home again? Before Masahiro could respond, their conversation was interrupted by a commotion in the courtyard. A group of boys had abandoned their practice to cluster around something or someone. "Excuse me," Yamamoto said, moving quickly for a man of his years. Masahiro followed him outside, where they found the boys excitedly questioning a young samurai who had evidently just arrived. The warrior, barely out of his teens, was dressed in traveling clothes and carried a magnificent sword that drew envious stares from the students. "Hayato-kun," Yamamoto said firmly, "you are interrupting the lessons." The young samurai bowed hastily. "Forgive me, grandfather. I've just returned from Kyoto and couldn't wait to share my news." "Your news can wait until the evening meal," Yamamoto replied, though his stern expression was softened by obvious affection. These young men need to complete their training for the day. As the disappointed boys were herded back to their practice, Yamamoto introduced his grandson. "This is Hayato, my daughter's son. He serves as a messenger in the Tokugawa administration when he's not disrupting our school with his dramatic entrances. The sword is impressive," Masahiro noted, eyeing the finely crafted weapon. Hayato beamed. "A gift from a grateful merchant whose shipment I escorted safely to Kyoto. Though I explained I couldn't accept payment for my duty, he insisted this was merely a token of friendship." "Convenient distinction," Masahiro observed dryly. "Hayato has yet to learn that appearances matter as much as intentions," Yamamoto sighed. "A lesson about proper behavior that apparently requires continuous reinforcement." "But grandfather, the merchant was genuinely grateful," Hayato protested. "And the sword is a work of art. Masimoto himself crafted it. All the more reason it should have been declined," Yamamoto replied firmly. "A samurai's integrity must be beyond question, especially in these uncertain times." Masahiro watched this exchange with interest. Here was Bushido being taught not on a battlefield, but in a simple courtyard, over a matter of a gifted sword, rather than a matter of life and death. Yet the principle remained the same. Yamamoto-sensei called the scar-faced instructor from across the yard. "We have that matter to discuss before the afternoon sessions." "Ah, yes, duty calls," Yamamoto said. "Hayato, perhaps you can show Commander Takeda to my office. I will join you shortly." As the old teacher hurried away, Hayato turned to Masahiro with undisguised curiosity. "Commander Takeda, the Commander Takeda who led the Nightingale Squad. My grandfather speaks of you often." "Is he?" Masahiro was surprised. "I would have thought he had more impressive former students to discuss. He says you were the only student who ever questioned why you were learning what he taught," Hayato explained as he led Masahiro into the building. "He says most warriors learn how to fight, but few learn how to think." Yamamoto's office was small but well appointed, with shelves of scrolls and books lining the walls. Unlike the austere military quarters Masahiro was accustomed to, this room had the feeling of a scholar's retreat. "So, Commander," Hayato said, unable to contain his enthusiasm, "is it true you once defeated 15 bandits single-handedly when your patrol was ambushed in the mountain pass?" Masahiro raised an eyebrow. "Your grandfather's storytelling has grown more generous with age. There were 8 bandits, not 15, and I had a very capable archer with me who accounted for at least 3. Still," Hayato insisted, 5 against 1 are impressive odds. In battle, the goal is to avoid such odds altogether," Masahiro replied. "Victory is sweetest when achieved with minimal bloodshed. A lesson I wish I had learned earlier in my career." They were interrupted by Yamamoto's return. "Hayato, don't you have duties to attend to? I'm sure the Shogun's administration hasn't granted you leave simply to pester my guests with questions." With a reluctant bow, Hayato excused himself, though not before one last admiring glance at Masahiro. Once they were alone, Yamamoto settled behind his desk with a slight grimace. "Old bones protest more loudly each year," he explained. "Though I find teaching less physically demanding than warfare, it requires a different kind of stamina." "Your school is impressive," Masahiro acknowledged. "Though I wonder if you're preparing these boys for the world as it is, or the world as you wish it to be." "Both, I hope," Yamamoto replied. "A samurai must live in the world as it is, but always strive to create the world as it should be. That is the essence of Bushido, the constant effort to align reality with ideal. And what of those of us who are trained only for war, who know battle formations better than poetry, and military strategy better than Confucian texts?" Yamamoto studied him thoughtfully. "You speak as though you are ancient and unchangeable, Takeda. You are, what, 42? Hardly too old to learn new skills. I've been offered an administrative position," Masahiro admitted, "supervising tax collection, and this offends your sense of honor." "It feels beneath me," Masahiro confessed, immediately regretting how arrogant the words sounded. Yamamoto didn't seem offended. "Do you know what I felt was beneath me when I first began teaching? Everything. Correcting a child's grip on a practice sword. Explaining basic footwork I had mastered at age 6. Repeating the same instructions day after day to boys who seemed determined not to learn." He leaned forward. "But then I realized something. In battle, we might save 100 lives through our actions. As teachers, we shape thousands through our influence on young minds. What seemed beneath me was actually a greater responsibility than any I had held as a warrior." Masahiro considered this perspective. "You believe teaching is a worthy path for a samurai. I believe it is one of many worthy paths," Yamamoto corrected. "The question isn't whether tax collection or teaching or any other peaceful occupation is worthy of a samurai. The question is whether you can bring samurai values to whatever occupation you choose." A student appeared at the door, bowing apologetically. "Forgive the interruption, Sensei, but the calligraphy master requests your presence. There has been an incident with the ink." Yamamoto sighed. "Another battlefield awaits me, it seems." He rose and bowed to Masahiro. "Consider what I've said, Commander, and know that should you wish to explore options beyond tax collection, the Tsurugi Academy is always seeking men who understand true Bushido." After Yamamoto departed, Masahiro remained in the office, his eyes drawn to a scroll hanging on the wall. He recognized the calligraphy as Yamamoto's own bold, decisive strokes, forming a familiar passage from an ancient text on warfare. The superior warrior cultivates both sword and spirit. For the sword without spirit is mere metal, and spirit without form cannot affect the world. As he read the words, Masahiro felt something shift within him, a subtle realignment of perspective. Perhaps honor without warfare was not a contradiction. Perhaps Bushido in peacetime was not the diminishment of the warrior code, but its ultimate expression. He had mastered the sword through decades of practice. Now, it seemed, he faced a new challenge, mastering himself in a world where the sword must remain sheathed. As he left the academy and stepped into the bustling street, Masahiro noticed things he had overlooked before: the craftsmanship of the buildings rising around him, the orderly flow of commerce, the children studying in small groups, the elderly enjoying their tea without fear of raiding parties or marauding armies. Peace, he realized, was not the absence of purpose for a warrior. It was what warriors had ostensibly fought for all along. The irony was that now it had arrived. Few of them knew how to live in it. Honor without a sword, he murmured to himself. Perhaps it was not impossible, after all. With new resolve, Masahiro turned not toward the magistrate's office, where the tax position awaited, but back toward the Takeda residence. He had decisions to make, decisions that would define not just his future, but his understanding of what it meant to be samurai in this new era of peace. Chapter 4. Student at the age of teacher. Absolutely not, Kenzo declared, his teacup landing on the table with enough force to slosh its contents. It's undignified. Masahiro remained impassive in the face of his cousin's displeasure. More undignified than counting rice sacks for the regime that defeated our clan. Tax administration is a respected position, Kenzo insisted. Many samurai families are competing for such appointments. Meanwhile, you wish to become what? An apprentice teacher. At your age, I wish to study, Masahiro clarified. To acquire knowledge that may be of use in this new era. He sat in Kenzo's private study, where the clan head conducted business. The room, like the entire Takeda compound, showed signs of diminished circumstances. The silk wall hangings were faded, the lacquered furniture subtly worn at the edges. And how will you support yourself during this enlightenment? Kenzo asked, not bothering to hide his skepticism. The clan's resources are not unlimited. I have saved my commander's stipend through many campaigns, Masahiro replied. I lived simply in the field. It will sustain me for a time. Kenzo's expression softened slightly. Cousin, I understand this transition is difficult, but we must be practical. You are a samurai of the Takeda clan, not some masterless ronin who can pursue whimsical scholarly interests. There is nothing whimsical about ensuring one's usefulness in a changing world, Masahiro countered. The era of warfare that defined our youth is ending. The Tokugawa intend their peace to last generations. We must adapt or become relics by sitting alongside children learning their first kanji. If necessary, Masahiro said, his jaw set. Master Yamamoto believes I have potential as an instructor, but I must first acquire the knowledge I lack. Kenzo studied him, searching for signs of wavering resolve and finding none. Finally, he sighed. You always were stubborn. Even as a boy, you would rather break than bend. I prefer to think of it as principled, Masahiro replied with a slight smile. A trait our grandfather valued, as I recall. Grandfather lived in different times. Kenzo rubbed his temples. Very well, pursue this educational path if you must. But understand that I cannot hold the tax position open indefinitely. When your savings run dry or your pride tires of this experiment, it may no longer be available. I understand, Masahiro said, bowing formally. Thank you for your understanding, clan leader. As he left his cousin's study, Masahiro wondered if he was making a colossal mistake. At 42, he would be by far the oldest student at the Tsurugi Academy. thought of sitting among boys and youths, learning basic scholarly disciplines, made his stomach tighten with apprehension. Yet the alternative, spending his remaining years counting taxes for the Tokugawa, seemed a slow death to his warrior spirit. Next morning found him standing at the gates of the academy, dressed in the simple dark kimono and hakama of a scholar, rather than the more ornate attire of a samurai commander. He had left his swords at home, a strange feeling after decades of never being without them. Yamamoto met him in the courtyard, where early arriving students practiced their morning exercises under a junior instructor's supervision. "Ah, Commander Takeda," the old teacher greeted him. "Or should I say, Student Takeda? I'm not sure what I am anymore," Masahiro admitted. "But I am here to learn, if you'll have me." "The willingness to learn is the only requirement," Yamamoto assured him. "Though I should warn you, our younger students may find your presence distracting at first." This proved to be an understatement. As Masahiro was introduced to his first class, a group of 15 samurai sons, ranging from 14 to 18 years old, the reactions ranged from confused stares to poorly concealed snickering. "This is Takeda Masahiro," Yamamoto announced to the calligraphy class. "He will be joining your studies. Many of you have fathers who served in campaigns under his command." A boy in the front row raised his hand. "Sensei, is Commander Takeda here to teach us military strategy?" "No, Ishikawa-kun," Yamamoto replied. "He is here as a student, like yourselves." Another wave of whispers swept the room. Masahiro stood straighter, his face impassive as the young samurai assessed him with undisguised curiosity. "Takeda-san, please take a seat," directed the calligraphy master, an elderly man with ink-stained fingers and a perpetual squint. "We are practicing the formal style today." Masahiro found himself seated on a cushion between two boys who couldn't have been more than 16. The material before him, brushes, inkstone, paper, was familiar enough. Military commanders needed to write clear orders. But as the lesson progressed, it became evident that his utilitarian calligraphy fell far short of the artistic standards expected in this class. "No, no," the master sighed, stopping beside Masahiro's work. "You are attacking the paper as if it were an enemy to be subdued. Calligraphy is a dance, not a battle. See how Tanaka-kun allows the brush to flow." The boy next to Masahiro beamed at the praise, his elegant characters seeming to mock Masahiro's blocky, aggressive strokes. Again, the master instructed. This time, breathe with each movement. By the end of the 2-hour session, Masahiro's back ached from maintaining the formal sitting position. His fingers were cramped from the unaccustomed, delicate movements, and his pride was more bruised than it had been after losing actual battles. "Takeda-san," the master said as the class concluded, "please practice the basic strokes for 2 hours each evening. Your characters have potential, but they lack refinement." The literary class that followed was equally humbling. The instructor, a scholarly samurai in his 30s named Mori, was discussing a poetry collection that Masahiro had never encountered. "Takeda-san," Mori called on him almost immediately. "What emotion does the poet evoke in the 3rd verse?" Masahiro stared at the text, which might as well have been written in Dutch for all he comprehended its nuances. "The poet appears melancholy," he ventured, selecting the emotion that seemed safest. Mori's expression was one of exaggerated patience. "Indeed. And why is the melancholy particularly effective in this passage?" Masahiro glanced around at the young students, most of whom seemed to be suppressing smirks at his discomfort. "Because," he began, then admitted defeat. "I do not know, Sensei. The melancholy is set against the imagery of spring blossoms," Mori explained. mercifully moving on. The contrast between nature's renewal and human sorrow creates the emotional resonance that defines this style. As the lesson continued, Masahiro made careful notes, feeling increasingly out of his depth. Military reports and battlefield communications had been his literature for decades. Poetry and its analysis were as foreign to him as court etiquette was to a peasant. By midday meal, when students gathered in small groups in the courtyard to eat their bento boxes, Masahiro found himself alone, acutely aware of his outsider status. He sat beneath a gnarled pine tree, contemplating the wisdom of his decision, when a shadow fell across him. "May I join you, Takeda-san?" Masahiro looked up to find the calligraphy instructor standing there, his own meal in hand. "Of course, sensei," Masahiro replied, nodding to the space beside him. The old man lowered himself carefully to the ground. "I am Hideo," he introduced himself. "I understand you were once a feared commander." "Not feared, I hope," Masahiro corrected. "Respected, perhaps. Yet now you subject yourself to the criticism of old men who have never seen battle," Hideo observed, unwrapping his rice balls. "It must be challenging for your pride." Masahiro considered denying it, then opted for honesty. "More challenging than I anticipated," he admitted. "I thought learning to fight was difficult. Learning to appreciate poetry may be beyond me entirely." Hideo chuckled. "When I was young, I trained as a samurai like yourself. My father expected me to serve our lord in battle, but my hands were better suited to the brush than the sword." He held up his gnarled, ink-stained fingers. "I found my battles on paper instead." "Were you ostracized for choosing the brush over the blade?" Masahiro asked. Initially, Hideo nodded. "But as I gained skill, even the most hardened warriors sought my services for important documents and beautiful scrolls to display in their homes." He smiled at the memory. "One grizzled old general commissioned me to transcribe love poetry for his wife. His hands were too calloused from swordplay to create the delicate character she deserved," he said. Masahiro found himself smiling at the image. "I fear my characters may never progress beyond aggressive." "Nonsense," Hideo dismissed the concern. "Your characters have strength and clarity. They lack only subtlety and flow. Those can be learned." He studied Masahiro thoughtfully. "Just as I imagine swordsmanship requires both power and grace, most effective strike is often the most economical," Masahiro agreed. "Wasted energy leads to defeat." "Precisely," Hideo exclaimed. "The same principle applies to the brush. Perhaps think of each stroke not as an attack, but as a perfectly executed cut. No wasted movement, no unnecessary force." Afternoon brought Masahiro to a Confucian philosophy class taught by Yamamoto himself. Here, at least, the material was not entirely unfamiliar. Basic Confucian principles were part of every samurai's education, though Masahiro had never studied the texts in depth. Today, we discuss the concept of lie proper conduct and ritual, Yamamoto announced. "Can anyone explain why ritual is essential to social harmony?" Serious-faced youth in the front answered promptly. "Ritual provides structure and defines relationships, ensuring each person knows their proper role and responsibilities." "Well said, Ishikawa-kun," Yamamoto nodded. "And how might this apply to governance?" Here, unexpectedly, Masahiro found himself raising his hand. Yamamoto acknowledged him with a slight smile. "Military campaigns," Masahiro began. "I observed that regions where local customs and rituals were respected by governing authorities experienced fewer rebellions. Where occupying forces disrupted traditional observances, resistance inevitably followed." People might accept new rulers, but not the destruction of their cultural identity. The class fell silent, students turning to stare at him with newfound interest. Excellent observation, Yamamoto said. Take-to-san offers us a practical application of theoretical principles, the mark of true wisdom. This is why the Tokugawa shogunate, while establishing new administrative structures, has been careful to incorporate existing ritual observances into their governance model. For the first time that day, Masahiro felt he had contributed something of value, rather than merely revealing his ignorance. The feeling was short-lived, however, as the class moved on to analyzing specific textual passages that left him once again struggling to keep pace. As afternoon faded to evening and the final classes concluded, Masahiro found himself mentally exhausted in a way that even the most demanding battle planning had never achieved. Different cognitive muscles had been exercised, and they ached with the unfamiliar strain. He was gathering his materials to leave when Yamamoto approached him. "Walk with me, Take-to-san," the old teacher invited. "I would hear your impressions of your first day." He strolled through the academy grounds as lanterns were being lit, casting warm pools of light along the paths. Students hurried past, bowing respectfully before continuing on their way home. "I feel as though I've spent the day fumbling in the dark," Masahiro confessed. "Military strategy, tactics, logistics, these I understand. But poetry, the subtle brushstrokes of calligraphy, I'm a novice among experts, despite being twice their age. Yet in your military career, you must have encountered new terrains, unfamiliar tactics, unexpected challenges," Yamamoto observed. "How did you approach those situations?" Masahiro considered the question. Methodically, "I would identify what I knew, what I didn't know, and what resources were available to bridge the gap." "And did you expect mastery immediately?" "Of course not," Masahiro replied. "New skills require time and practice too." He stopped, recognizing the parallel Yamamoto was drawing. "I see your point." "You?" Yamamoto smiled. "I watched you today. In calligraphy, you were frustrated by your lack of immediate skill. In literature, you were embarrassed by your limited knowledge. But in philosophy, when you could connect the material to your experience, you contributed valuably. The challenge is not whether you can learn these subjects, but whether your pride can withstand being a beginner again." He paused by a small garden pond, where koi fish swam lazy circles in the falling darkness. "There is another matter," Yamamoto continued. "The younger students are both intimidated by your reputation and amused by your struggles. This creates a complex learning environment. I disrupt their studies with my presence," Masahiro concluded, his heart sinking. "Not necessarily," Yamamoto countered. "But I wonder if a different arrangement might better serve everyone. Perhaps individual tutoring in the subjects where you need most development, combined with advanced discussions where your experience offers unique insights. You're creating a special program for me." Masahiro was surprised. "I'm adapting to circumstances," Yamamoto corrected, "just as any good teacher or commander must do. The goal is not to follow rigid procedures, but to achieve the optimal outcome." Masahiro recognized the wisdom in this approach. "I would be grateful for such an arrangement." "Excellent. Beginning tomorrow, you'll study calligraphy with Master Hideo privately before regular classes. Literature with Master Mori in the evenings. And perhaps you might join my advanced philosophy discussions with the senior students." As they turned back toward the main gate, Yamamoto added casually, "There is also the matter of what you might teach." "Teach?" Masahiro stopped short. "I came here to learn, not to teach. And yet you have knowledge that would benefit our students greatly," Yamamoto pointed out. practical experience in leadership, tactical decision-making, crisis management. These are not abstract concepts to you, but lived realities. I'm hardly qualified to teach anything yet, Masahiro protested. Did you arrive in your first command position, fully formed as a leader? Yamamoto asked. Or did you grow into the role while performing it? Masahiro had no ready answer for this. In truth, he had learned to lead by leading, making mistakes and adjustments along the way. Consider it, Yamamoto suggested. Not immediate, but perhaps after you've settled into your studies. A few sessions with our older students on practical leadership. You might find that teaching clarifies your own understanding in unexpected ways. That night, Masahiro sat at the small desk in his quarters, practicing calligraphy as instructed. His characters were still too rigid, too martial in their execution. Hour after hour, he repeated the basic strokes, trying to find the flow that Master Hideo had described. It was well past midnight when he finally set down his brush, his fingers stained with ink and cramped from the unfamiliar motions. On his final practice sheet, there was perhaps, if one were being generous, a slight improvement in the gracefulness of his strokes. A small victory, but a victory nonetheless. As he prepared for sleep, Masahiro reflected on the strangeness of his situation. He had commanded hundreds of men in battle, made decisions that determined life or death, and been respected and feared throughout the western provinces. Now, he struggled to properly form characters that children mastered, fumbled through poetry discussions, and was the object of poorly concealed amusement from boys young enough to be his sons. There was something oddly liberating about returning to the role of student. The pressure to always be right, to always have answers, to always project confidence, burdens he had carried for decades as a commander, had been temporarily set aside. As a student, he was expected to not know, to make mistakes, to learn. In that sense, he realized with irony, his pride might actually find more relief in humility than in clinging to his former status. As sleep finally claimed him, Masahiro's last conscious thought was that perhaps the most difficult battles were not those fought against external enemies, but against one's own preconceptions and limitations. And in this battle, retreat was actually advance, and surrender might ultimately lead to the greatest victory of all. Chapter 5, 2 Roads. Your brushwork has improved considerably, Master Hideo remarked, studying Masahiro's latest calligraphy practice. Still forceful, but now there's rhythm to the strength, like a controlled sword strike rather than a wild slash. 3 weeks had passed since Masahiro's first humiliating day at the academy. 3 weeks of rising before dawn to practice brushstrokes, spending evenings puzzling over poetry, and filling every spare moment with Confucian texts. His specialized curriculum, created by Yamamoto, as promised, kept him busy from sunrise to well past sunset. Thank you, Sensei, Masahiro replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Though I fear I'll never achieve the flowing elegance of your brush, Hideo chuckled. Different styles for different purposes. Your characters have authority. They command attention, like a general addressing his troops. Mine whisper rather than shout. The comparison pleased Masahiro more than he expected. Perhaps he didn't need to completely reinvent himself after all, but rather adapt his existing strengths to new applications. As he left the calligraphy studio, crossing the academy's main courtyard toward his philosophy discussion, a commotion at the front gates caught his attention. A group of officials in Tokugawa livery had arrived, their formal dress and entourage suggesting an official visit rather than a casual inquiry. Masahiro changed direction, curiosity drawing him toward the disturbance. As he approached, he recognized Hayato, Yamamoto's grandson, speaking urgently with one of the officials. The young man's expression was troubled. "Is something wrong?" Masahiro asked as he drew near. Hayato turned with obvious relief. "Take Tasama. These officials have come from the Office of Samurai Affairs. They wish to speak with my grandfather immediately, but he's conducting an examination for the senior students and cannot be disturbed." The lead official, a thin man with a perpetually disapproving expression, turned his attention to Masahiro. "And you are?" "Take to Masahiro, formerly commander of Nightingale Squad." "Yes," the official interrupted, his manner shifting subtly. "I am Ishida Nobuhiro, secretary to the Minister of Samurai Affairs. Your reputation precedes you, Commander Takeda." Masahiro bowed, the formality appropriate to the official's rank. "You honor me, Secretary Ishida. How may the Academy assist you today?" "We have matters to discuss with Master Yamamoto regarding the Academy's curriculum," Ishida replied. "Specifically, certain politically sensitive historical texts that have been reported in use here." The implication was clear enough. Someone had informed on the Academy, suggesting subversive teaching. Such accusations, even if unfounded, could be dangerous under the still consolidating Tokugawa regime. Master Yamamoto is indeed conducting critical examinations, Masahiro confirmed. However, as a senior member of the Academy staff, perhaps I may address your concerns in his stead. It was a bold claim. Masahiro was barely a student, let alone staff, but sometimes confidence was enough to establish authority. Hayato shot him a grateful look, playing along immediately. "Yes, Takeda-sensei has been overseeing curriculum development," the young man added smoothly. Secretary Ishida's eyes narrowed slightly. "Very well. Perhaps you could show us the texts in question while we wait for Master Yamamoto to conclude his duties." Masahiro led the delegation to the Academy's modest library, a room lined with shelves of scrolls and bound texts. He had spent enough time there in recent weeks to know the basic organization system, though not the content of every volume. "Historical texts you mentioned," Masahiro inquired casually. "Would these be the pre-unification chronicles or the more recent accounts?" "We have reports that students are studying Toyotomi-era perspectives on governance," Ishida replied, watching Masahiro carefully. "Some might consider such materials nostalgic for the previous regime. Dangerous territory indeed." The Tokugawa had defeated the Toyotomi faction, and while open discussion of history wasn't forbidden, presenting the previous regime favorably could be construed as sedition. "I believe I understand your concern," Masahiro said, selecting several scrolls from different shelves. "The Academy does indeed include various historical perspectives in its advanced curriculum. However, these are always presented alongside the official Tokugawa chronicles for comparative analysis." He laid the texts on the reading table. "Master Yamamoto believes that understanding multiple perspectives strengthens critical thinking. Students learn to evaluate historical accounts for bias and accuracy, skills essential for future administrators who must distinguish fact from rumor." Secretary Ishida examined the scrolls with a skeptical expression. "A convenient explanation, but an accurate one," came Yamamoto's voice from the doorway. The old teacher entered, bowing respectfully to the officials. "Forgive my delayed greeting, gentlemen. Student examinations wait for no one, not even the shogun's representatives. For the next hour," Masahiro observed, as Yamamoto deftly navigated the officials' thinly veiled accusations. The old teacher was neither defensive nor confrontational, presenting the Academy's curriculum as thoroughly aligned with Tokugawa interests while maintaining scholarly integrity. You prepare young samurai to serve the shogunate with both loyalty and wisdom, Yamamoto concluded. A fool's loyalty is brittle. An educated samurai's loyalty is unshakable because it understands what it defends. By the time the delegation departed, seemingly satisfied, if not entirely convinced, afternoon had given way to evening. Yamamoto sighed heavily as the main gates closed behind the officials. Politics, the old man muttered, always interfering with education. He turned to Masahiro with a tired smile. Thank you for your quick thinking. Hayato told me how you intercepted them. I hope I didn't overstep, Masahiro replied. I claimed authority I don't possess. You claimed authority you absolutely possess, Yamamoto corrected. Authority isn't conferred by titles alone, but by capability and action. When needed, you assumed responsibility, the mark of true leadership. They walked together toward Yamamoto's office. The Academy grounds quiet as evening fell. This isn't the first such visit, Yamamoto admitted once they were seated with tea between them. The new regime is still consolidating power. They're particularly concerned about educational institutions, which can either reinforce or undermine their legitimacy. Who would report the Academy for sedition? Masahiro asked. Surely not a student or parent. Yamamoto's expression grew serious. There are those who believe samurai education should focus exclusively on loyalty and martial skills. Our broader curriculum, literature, philosophy, history, threatens their vision of compliant warriors who follow orders without question. You've made enemies. I've made philosophical opponents, Yamamoto corrected. Whether they become enemies depends on how the political winds shift in the coming months. He studied Masahiro thoughtfully. Which brings me to a matter I've been considering. Your progress here has been remarkable. Your calligraphy shows discipline. Your grasp of the classics improves daily, and your philosophical insights add valuable perspective to our discussions. Masahiro felt an unexpected pleasure at the praise. Coming from Yamamoto, it was no empty flattery. I would like to formally offer you a position as my assistant, the old teacher continued. You would help instruct the senior students in practical leadership and strategic thinking, areas where your experience is invaluable. The stipend is modest, but includes quarters on the Academy grounds. Offer caught Masahiro by surprise, though perhaps it shouldn't have. Yamamoto had hinted at such a possibility weeks earlier. I'm honored, he began, but I'm hardly qualified as a scholar. You are precisely qualified for what I'm proposing, Yamamoto interrupted. Our students need more than theoretical knowledge. They need to understand how principles apply in real situations, how decisions are made when lives hang in the balance, how leadership works in practice rather than just in texts. The proposal was appealing. In the weeks since beginning his studies, Masahiro had found unexpected satisfaction in the academic environment. The structured days, the pursuit of knowledge, the freedom from political maneuvering, all offered a peace he hadn't known in decades of military service. I would need to consider it carefully, he said. Of course, Yamamoto nodded. Though I should mention that Kenzo-sama visited yesterday while you were at your private literature tutorial. My cousin came here. This was surprising news. Kenzo had made his disapproval of Masahiro's educational experiment abundantly clear. Indeed, he wished to inform you that the administrative position in the taxation office remains available, but only until the end of the month. Apparently, the shogunate is reorganizing various departments, creating new opportunities for samurai of distinguished lineage. Masahiro frowned. You mean opportunities for samurai from clans that supported Tokugawa from the beginning? Politics again, Yamamoto sighed. Nevertheless, your cousin seemed eager to secure your appointment before these changes take effect. He believes your family connection might override your historical associations. So there it was. Two paths now clearly before him. The administrative position that Kenzo had arranged, offering security and status within the new regime, or Yamamoto's teaching role, with its modest stipend but greater personal satisfaction. Under normal circumstances, the choice might have been simple. But these were not normal circumstances, as the day's visit from government officials had forcefully reminded him. There's something else you should know, Yamamoto said, his voice lowering though they were alone in his office. The political situation is more complex than it appears on the surface. The Tokugawa victory was decisive, but not absolute. Various factions within the regime compete for influence, and some former Toyotomi supporters have been quietly integrated into the new administration. Is that why the officials are so concerned about historical texts? Masahiro asked. They fear hidden loyalties, partly, Yamamoto confirmed. But there's more. Rumors suggest some hardliners wish to further restrict the samurai class, perhaps even removing their right to carry swords in certain contexts. This was shocking news. The sword was the soul of the samurai, the visible symbol of their status and authority. To restrict, it would fundamentally alter their position in society. These are only rumors, Yamamoto emphasized, but they reflect real tensions within the new government. Some wish to truly transform Japan, breaking the power of the warrior class completely. Others seek a more moderate path, maintaining samurai authority while redirecting it from warfare to administration. Masahiro absorbed this information, seeing how it complicated his personal decision. If he took the administrative position, he would potentially have more insight into, and perhaps influence, over these political developments. But he would also be more directly under Tokugawa scrutiny, his every action and word evaluated for loyalty. If he joined the academy, he would have more freedom, but less connection to the centers of power, where these critical decisions were being made. I need time to consider both offers, he said finally. Of course, Yamamoto agreed, though perhaps not too much time. The winds of change blow swiftly in this new era. Next morning, rather than reporting for his usual calligraphy practice, Masahiro made his way back to the Takeda compound. He found Kenzo in the garden, supervising the pruning of a venerable pine tree that had stood since their grandfather's time. Ah, cousin, Kenzo greeted him, dismissing the gardener with a wave. I was beginning to think you had taken permanent residence at that school. I understand you visited the academy, Masahiro replied, skipping the pleasantries, to remind me of the taxation position. Indeed, Kenzo gestured for him to sit on a nearby bench. The position remains available, but not indefinitely. The Minister of Finance has restructured several departments, creating new opportunities for samurai of appropriate lineage. So you said to Master Yamamoto. Then he relayed my message. Kenzo nodded with satisfaction. Good. Have you reconsidered your educational diversion? Masahiro studied his cousin, weighing his words carefully. I've made considerable progress in my studies. Master Yamamoto has offered me a position as his assistant. Kenzo's eyebrows rose. Teaching children how to hold brushes and recite poetry. That's hardly a fitting occupation for samurai of your standing. Teaching future administrators and advisors how leadership works in practice, Masahiro corrected. sharing knowledge gained through decades of experience. For a pittance, no doubt, Kenzo scoffed. While the taxation position offers a stipend befitting your rank, plus opportunities for advancement. I'm well aware of the financial differences, Masahiro acknowledged. But there are other considerations. Kenzo leaned forward, his voice dropping. Yes, there are considerations you may not be fully aware of. He glanced around, ensuring they weren't overheard. The political landscape is shifting rapidly. Those who position themselves wisely now will benefit greatly as the new structures solidify. Those who choose poorly will suffer, Masahiro finished, understanding the underlying message. Precisely, Kenzo seemed pleased by his quick comprehension. The taxation position places you within the administrative hierarchy. You would have access to information, connections to influential officials, opportunities to demonstrate your value to the new regime, and to distance myself from my former associations, Masahiro added. Kenzo nodded. The past is the past. What matters now is securing the Takeda clan's future in this new era. Your appointment would help restore our standing. So there it was, the clan angle. Kenzo wasn't merely concerned with Masahiro's personal prospects, but with how his position might benefit the family's diminished status. And what of Yamamoto's academy? Masahiro asked. You visited there yourself. Did you find it objectionable? Kenzo's expression turned cautious. The academy is academically impressive. Master Yamamoto is well respected, but its political standing is uncertain. There are whispers about its curriculum, concerns about its influence on young samurai, like the officials who visited yesterday, Masahiro noted. Officials visited. Kenzo seemed genuinely surprised. That's concerning. What did they want? To review the historical texts being taught. They received complaints about politically sensitive materials. Kenzo's face darkened. You see, this is precisely the complication I feared. Association with an institution under scrutiny could damage your prospects permanently, or it could be an opportunity to defend educational principles against political interference, Masahiro countered. His cousins stared at him in disbelief. Have these few weeks among scholars addled your mind? You speak of principle and your future, and potentially the clan's standing hangs in the balance. Masahiro felt a flare of irritation. I've spent my life defending principles on battlefields. Why should peace change that commitment? Because the battlefield has changed. Kenzo hissed, frustrated. The weapons are now political influence, administrative authority, and economic control. Principles are luxuries for those who have secured their position in the new order. We have not. He fell silent as a servant approached with tea, resuming only when they were alone again. Consider this, Kenzo said, his tone moderating. Accept the taxation position temporarily. Establish yourself within the administration. Build connections and credibility. Once secure, you can still pursue educational interests, perhaps even protect institutions like Yamamoto's academy through your influence. It was a reasonable argument, appealing to Masahiro's strategic thinking. Short-term compromise for long-term advantage was a familiar concept from his military days. I will give it serious consideration, he promised, rising to leave. When must I give my answer? 3 days, Kenzo replied. The appointments will be finalized at the end of the week. Masahiro spent the afternoon walking Edo's bustling streets, his mind turning over the decision before him. Each path offered benefits and drawbacks, opportunities and risks. The taxation position provided security, status, and potential political influence. Yamamoto's offered promised personal fulfillment, educational impact, and and philosophical alignment. As evening approached, he found himself near the harbor, watching merchant ships unload exotic goods from distant ports. Limited foreign trade was permitted under careful regulation, another example of the Tokugawa maintaining control while allowing measured progress. They say indecision is the thief of opportunity, came a familiar voice behind him. Masahiro turned to find Chiyo, his former scout, leaning against a warehouse wall. In civilian clothes, she looked like any other harbor worker, though her alert eyes and balanced stance gave away her military training. "Stalking me now?" he asked with a half-smile. She shrugged. "Old habits. I saw you wandering like a lost spirit and wondered if you needed saving from yourself. I'm weighing options," he explained, turning back to the harbor view. Two paths, each with merits and risks. Ah, the famous two roads. Chiyo moved to stand beside him. "Tell me about these momentous choices." As they walked along the waterfront, Masahiro outlined his dilemma. Chiyo listened without interruption until he had presented both sides fully. "So, a respectable position, counting rice for your former enemies," she summarized. "Or teaching young samurai who may or may not have futures in this new world order. That's one way to view it," he acknowledged. "Here's another way," she offered. "Both paths require you to adapt to peace, but one asks you to conform, while the other invites you to transform." Masahiro glanced at her, intrigued by this framing. "Elaborate." "The taxation position requires you to fit yourself into an existing system," Chiyo explained. "You'll adapt your skills to their requirements, follow their procedures, advance according to their metrics of success." They gestured toward a group of officials supervising the unloading of a cargo ship. Their meticulous record-keeping and formal demeanor illustrating her point. "Yamamoto's offer asks something different," she continued. "Not to fit into a predetermined role, but to create something new, to transform your battle-earned wisdom into knowledge that shapes the next generation. You wouldn't just adapt to peace, you'd help define what peace means for samurai yet to come." But that way, the distinction seemed clearer than before. Yet practical concerns remained. "And what of the political complications?" he asked. "The academy faces scrutiny. Alignment with the wrong faction could be disastrous." Chiyo laughed, a short, sharp sound with little humor. "Commander, when have you ever chosen the safe path? Did you become a renowned strategy expert by avoiding conflict? Did you build the Nightingales by selecting only easy missions? This is different," he protested. "Military risks, I understand. Political maneuvering is another matter entirely." "Is it?" She raised an eyebrow. "Court politics and battlefield strategy require the same skills. Reading the terrain, understanding your opponent's objectives, leveraging strengths, protecting vulnerabilities, timing your moves precisely." Her assessment struck him as uncomfortably accurate. Perhaps he had more applicable experience than he'd been acknowledging. Besides, Chiyo added with a mischievous smile, "Imagine Takeda Masahiro, the feared commander of the Nightingale Squad, meticulously recording rice tax payments. The enemy generals who survived your campaigns would laugh themselves to death." Despite himself, Masahiro chuckled at the image. "A devastating weapon I hadn't considered." They paused at the end of the harbor, where the bay opened to the wider sea. Fishing boats returned with the evening tide, lanterns glowing as night began to fall. "What will you do?" Masahiro asked suddenly. "Now that peace has come and the Nightingales are disbanded." Chiyo's smile turned enigmatic. "Who says we're disbanded? The form changes, but the essence remains. Meaning skilled observers and information gatherers have value in peace as well as war. She straightened from the railing. Some of us have found employment with merchants who need protection for valuable shipments. Others work more discreetly for various interests. As spies, you mean, Masahiro translated. As information specialists, she corrected with mock indignation. After all, knowledge is the most valuable currency in this new era, is it not? Before he could question her further, she bowed slightly. I must go. Unlike you, Commander, I've already chosen my road. I hope you find clarity for yours. As she disappeared into the evening crowd, Masahiro remained by the harbor, watching the last light fade from the western sky. Two roads indeed, each with its own promise and peril. One leading toward integration with the new order, the other toward transformation of it from within. Political complications were real. The financial considerations significant. The implications for the Takeda clan not to be dismissed lightly. Yet as night fell completely and the stars emerged above Edo Bay, Masahiro felt a clarity that had eluded him during daylight hours. Perhaps both Kenzo and Chiho were right in their own ways. The battlefield had changed, requiring new strategies and tactics. But the warrior remained the same at his core, committed to principles worth defending, even at personal cost. The question was not which road offered greater safety or prosperity, but which road allowed him to remain true to those principles while adapting to new realities. With that framework, the choice began to crystallize in his mind. By the time he turned to head back to his quarters, Masahiro had not made his final decision, but he had identified the criteria by which it would be made. The two roads were clear before him. Now, he needed only the courage to choose. Chapter 6, School of Five Virtues. You've chosen poorly, Kenzo stated flatly, his face a mask of disapproval. The taxation position offered security, connections, rehabilitation of your status in the new regime. Masahiro knelt formally across from his cousin, the morning light casting long shadows across the tatami floor of Kenzo's study. He had arrived at dawn to deliver his decision, hoping to explain his reasoning clearly. I've chosen the path where I can contribute most meaningfully, he replied, keeping his tone respectful despite his cousin's obvious disappointment. My experience is better suited to education than administration. Kenzo's laugh held no humor. Education. You'll be teaching children how to hold brushes and recite poetry, while former enemies take positions of influence throughout the government. I'll be teaching future administrators and advisors how to think strategically, act honorably, and lead effectively, Masahiro corrected. Skills that will serve the regime and Japan better than my personal ability to collect rice taxes. Clan leaders studied him with barely concealed frustration. And what of the Takeda clan standing? Have you considered how your rejection of this opportunity affects our position? I have, Masahiro acknowledged, which is why I requested a meeting with Minister Matsudera yesterday evening. This caught Kenzo by surprise. You met with Matsudera. How? He grants audiences only to officials of the fourth rank or higher. Yamamoto-sensei has connections, Masahiro explained, permitting himself a small smile. The minister's youngest son was once his student. And what did you discuss with this powerful minister, whose time you somehow secured? Kenzo asked, curiosity momentarily overcoming his displeasure. I explained that while personal circumstances directed me toward educational service, the Takeda clan remains eager to support the shogunate's administrative needs. Masahiro reached into his kimono and withdrew a sealed letter. The minister suggested that perhaps your eldest son, Takeda Hiroshi, might be better suited for the taxation position. Given his aptitude for mathematics and formal education, Kenzo stared at the letter bearing the Matsudera seal. You recommended my son for the position offered to you, with appropriate acknowledgement of his skills and your guidance of his education, Masahiro confirmed. The minister was impressed that the Takeda clan prioritizes placing the right people in the right roles, rather than simply accumulating positions. For a moment, Kenzo seemed speechless. The taxation position, filled by his son rather than his cousin, would actually bring more direct benefit to his immediate family line. This is unexpected, he finally managed. Strategic thinking applies to peace as well as war, Masahiro observed mildly. The clan's interests are served either way, but now with better personnel alignment. Kenzo took the letter, breaking the seal to read its contents. His expression shifted from skepticism to cautious satisfaction. This is a formal appointment recommendation. Hiroshi would start at the 5th rank, with potential advancement after the probationary period. The minister values education and family tradition, Masahiro noted, both of which Hiroshi represents admirably. After a moment of silence, Kenzo set the letter down carefully. Well played, cousin. I admit I underestimated your political acumen. I've negotiated with hostile daimyos and foreign mercenaries, Masahiro reminded him. One government minister isn't so different. And your position at this academy, what exactly will you be doing? I'll be assistant master at the Tsurugi Academy, officially renamed yesterday as the School of 5 Virtues, Masahiro explained. I'll teach practical leadership, strategic thinking, and ethical decision-making to senior students, while continuing my own studies in literature and philosophy. 5 virtues, Kenzo inquired. Wisdom, courage, benevolence, integrity, and propriety, Masahiro recited. The core principles the school aims to instill, drawn from both Bushido and Confucian thought. Kenzo considered this information, clearly reassessing his judgment of Masahiro's decision. And the stipend? Will you maintain your residence here or relocate? The position includes quarters at the school, which is more practical for my duties. The stipend is modest, but sufficient. Masahiro bowed formally. I am grateful for your hospitality these past weeks, clan leader. The formality seemed to remind Kenzo of their respective positions. The Takeda compound remains your ancestral home, regardless of where you reside, he said, his tone softening slightly. Your rooms will remain available should you need them. It was as close to a blessing as Masahiro could expect. They spoke briefly of family matters before concluding the meeting, parting with greater understanding, if not complete agreement, as Masahiro left the Takeda compound, his few possessions packed in a simple trunk carried by a porter. He felt a curious mixture of liberation and apprehension. For the first time in his adult life, he was charting a course not determined by clan obligations or military necessity, but by his own judgment of where he could best serve. The School of 5 Virtues occupied what had once been the estate of a minor daimyo who had chosen the wrong side in the recent conflict. The main house had been converted into classrooms and administrative spaces, while the surrounding buildings served as dormitories for boarding students and quarters for resident teachers. Masahiro's new quarters were significantly more spacious than the rooms he had occupied at the Takeda compound, a small house that had once belonged to the estate's steward, nestled between a garden and a practice yard. As he supervised the placement of his trunk and weapon stands, Yamamoto appeared at the doorway. Do the accommodations meet with your approval, Assistant Master Takeda? The old teacher asked, his eyes twinkling with poorly concealed pleasure at using the new title. They far exceed what I expected, Masahiro admitted, gesturing to the garden visible through the open sliding doors. This is more appropriate for a daimyo than a novice teacher. Rank has its privileges, even in academic settings, Yamamoto replied. Besides, we'll be using your garden for outdoor lessons when weather permits. He held up a scroll tied with a blue ribbon. The official appointment certificate from the Education Council. Your duties begin tomorrow morning. Masahiro accepted the scroll with a formal bow. I'll do my best to honor your confidence in me, Sensei. I have no doubt, Yamamoto said. Though I should warn you, teaching brings challenges that make battlefield command seem straightforward by comparison. You exaggerate for dramatic effect, Masahiro chuckled. Why? The old teacher raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow, you'll lead a discussion on ethical leadership with 20 young samurai from 15 different clans, each with their own family traditions and political alignments. Some lost fathers or brothers fighting alongside you for Ishida. Others lost relatives fighting against you for Tokugawa. Masahiro's smile faded. I hadn't considered that complication. The battlefield is straightforward, enemies before you, allies beside you, Yamamoto continued. The classroom contains both, often within the same student, alternating from one moment to the next. Young minds are more complex terrain than any mountain pass you've navigated. With that sobering observation, Yamamoto left Masahiro to settle into his new quarters. The remainder of the day passed in preparations, reviewing the texts assigned to his students, planning his approach for the initial lessons, and familiarizing himself with the school grounds. The School of Five Virtues housed approximately 100 students ranging from 8 to 19 years of age. The youngest learned basic skills, reading, writing, mathematics, and elementary martial arts. The oldest, preparing to enter administrative service or family responsibilities, studied advanced subjects including law, governance, philosophy, and strategic thinking. Masahiro would primarily teach the senior students, boys who in another era would have been preparing for their first battlefield experiences, but now instead prepared for bureaucratic or advisory roles. Dawn found him already awake, performing his morning exercises in the garden as mist rose from the dew-covered grass. Years of military discipline had ingrained habits that peacetime hadn't erased. By the time the school bell rang for morning assembly, he was bathed, dressed in formal teaching robes, and mentally prepared for his first class. Or so he thought. The senior classroom was a spacious hall with polished wooden floors and sliding panels that opened to a view of a small pond. 20 young men knelt in formal rows, their expressions ranging from curious to skeptical to openly hostile as Masahiro entered. Good morning, he began, bowing to the class. I am Takeda Masahiro, your new instructor in leadership principles and strategic thinking. Boy in the front row, Ishikawa. If Masahiro remembered correctly from his earlier studies in the philosophy class, spoke up immediately. Takeda-sensei, is it true you commanded the raid on Kashin Pass, where Lord Mizuno was killed? The directness of the question, with its clear political implications, confirmed Yamamoto's warning. Lord Mizuno had been a Tokugawa ally. His death in the Kashin operation had been a significant blow to their northern defenses. I commanded several operations at Kashin Pass, Masahiro acknowledged calmly. War brings outcomes we might wish otherwise. Was Lord Mizuno a relative of yours? My uncle, Ishikawa replied, his young face a study in controlled emotion. Masahiro bowed respectfully. He was a worthy opponent who fought with honor. Japan is diminished by the loss of such men, regardless of which banners they served. The acknowledgement seemed to surprise the boy, who had clearly expected either denial or justification, before the moment could become more charged. Another student spoke up. "Sensei, did you really train the Nightingale squad to move silently enough to slip past guard dogs without alerting them?" This less politically loaded question came from a thin, eager-looking youth at the back of the room. Several other students leaned forward, obviously interested in the answer. The Nightingales used various techniques to minimize detection. Masahiro confirmed, seeing an opportunity to redirect the conversation, which relates directly to our first lesson: perception and reality in leadership situations. Moved to the front of the room, where a low desk held writing materials. Leadership begins with understanding how you are perceived versus your actual intentions and capabilities. On the battlefield, manipulating this gap between perception and reality creates strategic advantage. Next 2 hours passed more smoothly than Masahiro had dared hope. He drew on his military experiences to illustrate principles of leadership, careful to select examples that wouldn't inflame political sensitivities. The students, whatever their family alignments, were universally interested in real battlefield stories, particularly those involving stealth, strategy, and close escapes. By the time the mid-morning bell rang, Masahiro had established a tentative rapport with most of the class. Even Ishikawa, the nephew of the fallen Lord Mizuno, seemed engaged despite his initial hostility. As the students filed out for their brief break, one lingered behind, a serious-faced youth who had listened attentively but hadn't spoken during the lesson. "Take to Sensei," the boy began, bowing formally. "I am Kuroda Shinichi. My father served under your command in the Western Provinces campaign." Masahiro searched his memory. Captain Kuroda, tall man, scar across his jaw, exceptional with an naginata. The boy's face brightened. "Yes, that's him. He speaks of you often with great respect. Your father was one of my most reliable officers," Masahiro said, genuinely pleased by the connection. "How does he fare in these peaceful times?" "He manages our family lands now," Shinichi replied. "But he says farming rice lacks the clarity of military service. He doesn't always know if he's succeeding or failing." The observation was surprisingly insightful, capturing a fundamental challenge many warriors faced in peacetime: the absence of clear victory conditions, a common difficulty Masahiro acknowledged. In battle, success and failure are usually obvious. In peace, the metrics are subtler, the victories less dramatic, but often more meaningful. "That's what I hope to learn here," Shinichi admitted. "How to succeed in this new world. My father understands the old one, but says this era requires different skills. Your father shows wisdom in recognizing this," Masahiro said. "Perhaps you might convey my greetings when next you write to him." "I will, Sensei, thank you." As the boy left for his break, Yamamoto appeared in the doorway, having apparently observed at least part of the lesson. "Not bad for a first attempt," the old teacher commented. "You kept them engaged while avoiding most political pitfalls." "Most?" Masahiro raised an eyebrow. The Caution Pass reference was unfortunate, but unavoidable given Ishikawa's direct question. Yamamoto shrugged. "You handled it well. Acknowledging his uncle's worth without apologizing for your role showed both respect and integrity. These boys come from families on both sides of the recent conflict," Masahiro observed. "How do we teach them a unified vision when their backgrounds are so divided?" Yamamoto smiled. "That, assistant master, is precisely the challenge of this new era, finding common ground that that transcends former divisions. The 5 virtues provide that common ground. Wisdom, courage, benevolence, integrity, and propriety are universal values, regardless of which banner one served. The afternoon brought Masahiro's second teaching challenge, a practical demonstration of tactical thinking for a group of 15-year-olds who had never seen actual combat. They gathered in the central courtyard, where Masahiro had arranged various obstacles to create a simplified representation of terrain features. Strategy exists in contexts beyond warfare, he explained to the attentive boys. The principles of position, timing, resource allocation, and objective assessment apply equally to governance, business negotiations, or family management. Using wooden markers to represent different forces, he demonstrated basic tactical concepts: high ground advantage, flanking maneuvers, supply line vulnerabilities, relating each to non-military applications. When mediating a dispute between merchants, he explained, indicating a scenario laid out on the courtyard stones. Your position as magistrate represents high ground, authoritative advantage. But if you lack key information, he removed several markers. Your advantage diminishes significantly. Boys proved quick studies, eagerly participating in the practical exercises. Their questions revealed both their inexperience with real conflict and their keen interest in tactical thinking. Sensei, one boy asked after a particularly complex scenario, if both sides in a negotiation know these same principles, doesn't that create a stalemate? Excellent observation, Masahiro approved. In evenly matched situations, the advantage often goes to whoever best understands their opponent's thinking. This is why studying various philosophical traditions matters. It helps you recognize the patterns in how different people approach problems. By day's end, Masahiro was exhausted in a way entirely different from battlefield fatigue. Teaching demanded constant mental alertness, emotional sensitivity, and improvisational thinking. Every question required careful consideration. Every example needed to be both engaging and appropriate. He collapsed onto the cushions of his quarters as evening fell, muscles aching not from physical exertion, but from hours of formal sitting and standing. A soft knock at his door roused him from near slumber. Enter, he called, straightening his posture out of ingrained habit. The servant slid the door open and bowed. Excuse the interruption, take to Sensei. Master Yamamoto requests your presence at a small gathering in his quarters. Several parents of students have arrived unexpectedly and wish to meet the new assistant master. Masahiro suppressed a groan. More formal interaction was the last thing he wanted after a full day of teaching. But political realities couldn't be ignored. Parents, particularly samurai parents, needed reassurance about who was instructing their sons. Please inform Master Yamamoto. I will attend shortly, he replied, forcing himself to his feet once the servant had gone. After quickly changing into fresh formal attire, Masahiro made his way to Yamamoto's private quarters, a modest but elegant residence adjacent to the school's main building. Lanterns illuminated a garden path leading to an open veranda where several adults were already seated with cups of sake, engaged in conversation. Yamamoto spotted him immediately. Ah, here he is, the old teacher announced. May I present Assistant Master Takeda Masahiro, our newest faculty member and former commander of the renowned Nightingale Squad. 6 pairs of eyes turned to assess him, 3 men and 3 women, all bearing the unmistakable poise and subtle signs of samurai lineage. Masahiro bowed formally. It is my honor to serve your children's education, he said, taking the empty cushion Yamamoto indicated. Take to San, one of the women began immediately. My son Kentaro returned home bursting with excitement about your tactical demonstration. He insists we rearrange our garden stones to better represent defensive positions. Her tone conveyed amused exasperation rather than criticism. My apologies, lady. Masahiro hesitated, not knowing her name. Toda Miyuki, she supplied with a slight smile. And no apology is necessary. It's refreshing to see him enthusiastic about his studies. Previously, he complained that tactical theory was dusty old history with no practical use. Practical application is indeed essential, Masahiro agreed, accepting a cup of sake from a servant. These young men need to understand not just what to think, but how to think. And what exactly should they be thinking about the recent unpleasantness? This sharper question came from a stern-faced man seated to Yamamoto's right. My son reports that you commanded forces against the Tokugawa at Sekigahara. The challenging tone suggested this parent had concerns about Masahiro's political associations. Yamamoto intervened smoothly. Lord Matsuda, Assistant Master Takeda, has received the Education Council's full approval for his position. His military expertise is an invaluable resource for our students, regardless of past affiliations. We are all loyal subjects of the Tokugawa shogunate now. Of course, Lord Matsuda backpedaled slightly, though his expression remained suspicious. I merely wish to ensure the proper perspective is being conveyed to impressionable minds. Legitimate concern, Masahiro acknowledged calmly, which is why I emphasize universal principles rather than specific historical judgments. How to assess situations objectively, consider multiple perspectives, and make decisions based on sound reasoning skills valuable in any context, under any regime. Conversation continued in this vein for some time, parents probing more or less subtly for Masahiro's political leanings, teaching philosophy, and assessment of their son's potential. He navigated the questions carefully, aware that his responses would be scrutinized and discussed in samurai households throughout Edo. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Most of the parents seemed reassured by his measured responses and evident commitment to their son's education. Even Lord Matsuda thawed somewhat after Masahiro complimented his son's insightful questions during the morning lecture. One parent, however, remained notably silent throughout most of the exchange. Seated slightly apart from the others, a middle-aged man with a distinctive white streak in his otherwise black hair observed the proceedings with sharp eyes that missed nothing. When the conversation finally turned directly to him, he introduced himself with a simple nod. Ishikawa Nobuhide, he said, his voice deep and controlled. Uncle and guardian to Ishikawa Takashi. Masahiro immediately recognized the name. This was the relative of Lord Mizuno, whose death at Kashin Pass had been raised in class that morning. The uncle of the boy who had challenged him directly. Your nephew asks excellent questions, Lord Ishikawa, Masahiro said carefully. He thinks deeply about the implications of historical events. He thinks deeply about many things, Ishikawa replied, his gaze steady, including honor, loyalty, and the proper relationship between past actions and present responsibilities. A loaded statement hung in the air. Yamamoto glanced between them, clearly concerned about where the exchange might lead. Important considerations for any samurai, Masahiro agreed, meeting the man's gaze directly. Especially in times of transition, when old certainties give way to new realities. Indeed, Ishikawa took a deliberate sip of sake. My brother-in-law, Lord Mizuno, believed that adaptation without abandonment of principles was the true challenge of leadership. Before his death at Kashin Pass, the reference was unmistakable, yet delivered without overt hostility, a test rather than an accusation. A wise perspective, Masahiro replied. One I hope to convey to your nephew and his classmates. The forms change, but the core principles of Bushido remain constant. Ishikawa studied him for a long moment, then inclined his head slightly. We shall see what lessons take root. He set down his cup and rose smoothly. I thank you for your hospitality, Master Yamamoto, but I must take my leave. Early council meetings await me tomorrow. After the parents had departed, Yamamoto let out a long breath. Well navigated, especially with Lord Ishikawa. He's not just Takashi's guardian, he's also a senior advisor to the Tokugawa Council on samurai affairs, which explains his interest in my teaching, Masahiro noted, helping himself to a final cup of sake. He wants to ensure I'm not poisoning young minds against the regime. Political considerations aside, what did you think of your first day as assistant master? Yamamoto asked, shifting to a more comfortable position as servants cleared away the remains of the gathering. Masahiro considered the question. Exhausting, challenging, occasionally frustrating. He paused, then added, and more satisfying than I expected. When young Kuroda made the connection between battlefield clarity and peacetime ambiguity, that was a moment of genuine insight. The rewards of teaching are subtle but profound, Yamamoto nodded. In battle, you might save lives directly. In teaching, you shape how those lives will be lived. If I can shape them effectively, Masahiro qualified. These young men face a world very different from the one I mastered. Sometimes I wonder if my experiences are even relevant to their futures. More relevant than you realize, Yamamoto assured him. The specifics change bureaucracy instead of battlefields, memorandums instead of military orders. But the fundamental challenges of leadership remain: making decisions with incomplete information, balancing competing interests, inspiring others to follow your direction, maintaining integrity under pressure. As Masahiro returned to his quarters through the moonlit garden, he reflected on Yamamoto's words. Perhaps the old teacher was right. Perhaps the essence of leadership transcended its particular applications. If so, his lifetime of military experience might indeed have value in this new era of peace. His first day of teaching had revealed both the challenges and potential rewards of his chosen path. The political complications were real, as Lord Ishikawa's veiled references had demonstrated. The pedagogical challenges were significant, requiring him to translate battlefield knowledge into classroom wisdom. There was also unexpected satisfaction in seeing young minds engage with ideas, in watching connections form between abstract principles and practical applications. When Ishikawa had challenged him about Kashin Pass, there had been an opportunity not just for political navigation, but for genuine human connection across the divisions of recent conflict. As he prepared for sleep, Masahiro found himself planning the next day's lessons with unexpected enthusiasm. The School of Five Virtues might prove to be his most challenging assignment yet, but also, potentially, his most meaningful. The irony wasn't lost on him. After decades seeking purpose through warfare, he might finally discover it through teaching the next generation how to live in peace. Chapter 7, Shadow of Intrigue. Autumn rain fell in relentless sheets, transforming the School of Five Virtues' immaculate grounds into a sodden maze of puddles and mud. Students hurried between buildings with straw raincoats over their kimonos, their usual orderly processions reduced to undignified dashes. In his office, a small room adjacent to the main classroom where he taught, Masahiro frowned at the latest message delivered by a rain-soaked courier. It was the third such communication this month, a seemingly innocuous inquiry from the Education Bureau, requesting detailed information about the school's curriculum, particularly regarding historical texts and military instruction. Another fishing expedition, Yamamoto asked, appearing at the doorway with 2 steaming cups of tea. Indeed. Masahiro set the paper aside, accepting the offered tea gratefully. They now want a complete list of all texts referencing the Toyotomi era, with annotations explaining how each is presented to students. Yamamoto settled onto a cushion with a sigh. The same request was made to 3 other schools in Edo, according to my sources. It seems we're not being specifically targeted, at least. Yet Masahiro qualified, though I wonder why the sudden interest in educational content. The regime has been established for years now. Surely any immediate threats to its legitimacy would have emerged already. 2 months had passed since Masahiro had begun teaching at the school. Autumn had turned the surrounding maples to brilliant crimson and gold, and he had settled into a regular rhythm of classes, private tutoring, and faculty meetings. The initial awkwardness with students had largely dissipated as they came to respect his knowledge and direct teaching style. Political stability is never as secure as it appears, Yamamoto observed. The Tokugawa maintain rigid control precisely because they understand how quickly legitimacy can erode. But through education, Masahiro sipped his tea, seems an indirect approach. On the contrary, controlling the narrative taught to young samurai is arguably more important than controlling territory. Yamamoto's eyes twinkled. As a certain new teacher recently told his tactical thinking class, conquered minds require no garrisons to keep them subjugated. Masahiro chuckled, quoting me to me, "That's a low tactic, Master Yamamoto." Their banter was interrupted by a sharp knock. The door slid open to reveal Kuroda Shinichi, the son of Masahiro's former officer, looking uncharacteristically disturbed. "Forgive the interruption, masters," the boy said, bowing apologetically. "But there's been an incident in the archery yard." Masahiro and Yamamoto exchanged glances. "What sort of incident?" Yamamoto asked. "Someone sabotaged the bows, sensei," Shinichi replied. The binding on 3 practice bows was partially cut to Tanaka-san's, snapped during practice, and the string left a deep cut across his face. Master Hideo is tending to him now. Sabotage. Masahiro was immediately alert. "Are you certain it wasn't simple wear or poor maintenance?" Master Achida inspected them personally, Shinichi explained, referring to the archery instructor. "He says the bindings were deliberately weakened, a clean cut partially through the material, where natural wear would show fraying." Yamamoto rose immediately. "We must see to Tanaka-kun. Take to sensei. Perhaps you could examine the damaged equipment." Masahiro nodded, already moving toward the door. "Have all practice bows been secured?" "Yes, sensei," Shinichi confirmed. Master Achida ordered all equipment locked away until a full inspection can be completed. The archery yard, when they reached it, was deserted except for Achida, a broad-shouldered man in his 50s, who had once been a renowned archer in the northern campaigns. He stood in the shelter of the covered walkway, examining one of the damaged bows with expert fingers. "Deliberate," he confirmed grimly when Masahiro approached. "Someone took a blade to these bindings with enough knowledge to ensure they'd fail when under tension," but not so obviously as to be detected during routine inspection. Masahiro took the bow, his experienced eye noting the subtle evidence of tampering. "How is Tanaka?" "Fortunate," Achida replied. The string caught him across the cheek rather than the eye. "He'll have a scar to explain to future romantic interests, but no lasting damage." "Have there been other incidents?" Masahiro asked carefully. Achida hesitated. "Nothing definitive. A missing scroll from the tactics library. A practice sword with a cracked hilt that seemed sound the day before. The dojo floor unexpectedly slick one morning. Could have been spilled oil or just condensation." He shrugged. "Accidents happen in any school. But this was intentional." Masahiro examined the other damaged bows, noting the similar pattern of sabotage on each. "When were these last used safely?" "Yesterday afternoon," Achida answered promptly. The advanced class had archery practice until sunset. The equipment was inspected, cleaned, and stored as usual, and the storage room is kept locked. "Always," Achida confirmed. "Though multiple instructors have keys, as does the head groundskeeper for maintenance purposes." Masahiro frowned thoughtfully. "I'd like to see the storage room." The archery storage, a small outbuilding adjacent to the practice yard, was meticulously organized bows hung on wall racks, arrows stored in labeled containers, maintenance supplies neatly arranged on shelves. Nothing appeared disturbed or out of place. The lock shows no signs of tampering, Masahiro observed, examining the heavy wooden door and its metal fittings, which suggests whoever did this had a key, Achida concluded grimly, or knowledge of when the room would be unlocked for legitimate purposes. "Both," Masahiro added. He ran his fingers along the window frame, small, but not impossibly so for a person of slender build. "This window doesn't lock. It hasn't needed to," Achida defended. "It's too small for most adults to enter, and we've never had discipline problems that would lead to students vandalizing equipment. Until now," Masahiro pointed out. "I suggest securing it immediately, and perhaps a more thorough inspection of all practice equipment throughout the school." Evening, what had begun as an isolated incident had evolved into a troubling pattern. The comprehensive inspection Masahiro had recommended revealed 3 more instances of subtle sabotage: a frayed climbing rope in the physical training area, a weakened floorboard in the advanced sword training room, and most disturbingly, trace amounts of a mild poison in one of the tea canisters used by the instructors. Faculty gathered in Yamamoto's private study to discuss the situation, faces grave in the lantern light. "This cannot be random mischief," declared Mori, the literature instructor. "These are calculated acts designed to cause injury, or, at minimum, significant disruption." "But who would target a school?" Hideo asked, his ink-stained fingers worrying at his robe. "And why? We teach the sons of samurai from various clans, both Tokugawa supporters and others." His diplomatic phrasing acknowledged the political complexity of their student body. "Perhaps that's precisely why," Masahiro suggested. "A school that teaches the children of families on both sides of the recent conflict might be seen as problematic by hardliners." Yamamoto nodded slowly. "There are those who believe the children of families that oppose Tokugawa should be excluded from positions of influence in the new order. Our inclusive approach challenges that perspective. Or it could be more specific," Achida proposed. "A parent dissatisfied with discipline or instruction, seeking to discredit the school." "Possibly," Yamamoto acknowledged. "Though this seems extreme even for the most demanding parent. What of the Education Bureau's inquiries?" Masahiro raised the connection that had been forming in his mind. The timing seems coincidental. Heavy silence fell as the instructors considered the implications. If the sabotage was connected to official scrutiny, the situation was far more serious than isolated vandalism. We can't make accusations without evidence, Yamamoto finally said. But we must take immediate precautions. Double-check all equipment before use. Secure storage areas more thoroughly. No student or instructor should ever be alone in training spaces. Perhaps some discreet investigation, Masahiro suggested. If someone is targeting the school, we should know who and why. Yamamoto met his gaze, understanding the offer implicit in his words. Your particular skills might indeed be useful in this situation. Take to sensei. Though I caution discretion, we don't want to alarm students or parents unnecessarily. Of course, Masahiro agreed. I'll be the very soul of subtlety. Master Hideo snorted at this. A commander of elite spies promising subtlety. How reassuring. Meeting concluded with practical arrangements for increased security. An agreement to keep the poison tea incident strictly confidential. No need to cause panic among the staff or students. As the faculty dispersed to their quarters, Masahiro remained behind with Yamamoto. You suspect something specific, the old teacher observed once they were alone. I saw it in your expression when the poison was mentioned. Not specific, but significant, Masahiro clarified. The sabotage of training equipment could be dismissed as dangerous mischief. But poison, however mild, suggests lethal intent, restrained only by caution or limited opportunity. You think someone is testing our vulnerabilities. Possibly, Masahiro nodded. Or creating a pattern of incidents that could be used to condemn the school's management as careless. Either way, this feels like the opening moves of a larger strategy, not isolated vandalism. Yamamoto sighed deeply. In my 30 years of teaching, I've faced disapproving officials, demanding parents, and unruly students, but never sabotage. He looked suddenly older, the lines in his face deepened by worry. What do you propose? First, I'd like to quietly revisit the scenes after dark, when I'm less likely to be observed, Masahiro explained. There may be evidence overlooked in the initial examinations. Second, I need to understand who has access to the school grounds during off hours. The night watchman Takumi can assist with the latter, Yamamoto suggested. He's been with the school since its founding, completely trustworthy. Third, Masahiro continued, I need to know which parents or officials have expressed concerns about the school recently, particularly regarding curriculum or instructor appointments. Yamamoto raised an eyebrow. Including your own appointment, perhaps. Especially that, Masahiro agreed. My background fighting against the Tokugawa makes me an obvious target for criticism. It might be simpler for someone to discredit me than to challenge the school directly. I'll have a list prepared, Yamamoto promised. Though I remind you, we are educators now, not military strategists. We must handle this with appropriate restraint. Masahiro bowed slightly. Of course, sensei. Though I note that even in education, knowing your opponent's movements is the first step toward an effective response. Just try not to garrote anyone with a calligraphy cord, Yamamoto replied dryly. The paperwork would be excessive. After midnight, when the school had fallen silent, and most lamps had been extinguished, Masahiro slipped from his quarters dressed in dark, close-fitting clothes that would have been familiar to any member of his former Nightingale squad. The night watchman, Takumi, met him at the agreed location near the main gate, a grizzled older man with the alert eyes of a veteran, despite his stooped posture. Master Yamamoto explained your needs, Takumi said softly, bowing with surprising grace for his age. I've served this school and Master Yamamoto for many years. Whatever threatens them threatens me. I appreciate your assistance, Masahiro replied. Let's start with a complete circuit of the grounds. I need to understand all points of access and your normal patrol patterns. For the next hour, they moved systematically through the school complex, Takumi pointing out gates, service entrances, drainage channels, and other potential access points. The school's security was decent, but not impenetrable. It had been designed as an educational institution, not a fortress. Enters the grounds regularly beside students and faculty. Masahiro asked as they paused in the shadow of a storage building. Delivery merchants each morning rice, vegetables, fish, firewood, Takumi listed. Occasional craftsmen for repairs. Parents visiting their sons, though they're usually accompanied by staff. Government officials for inspections, increasingly frequent of late. Do you record all visitors? Official ones, yes, Takumi confirmed. But service providers like delivery men aren't logged individually unless they're new. And after hours, Takumi shook his head. No one is permitted except faculty and boarding students, all of whom should be in their quarters. I make rounds every hour until dawn. They continued their inspection, eventually reaching the archery storage building, where the first definitive sabotage had been discovered. In the quiet darkness, Masahiro examined the small window with greater attention than had been possible during daylight. Has this window always been unbarred? He asked, testing its smooth operation. As long as I've been here, Takumi confirmed. Though, as Master Achida noted, it's quite small for an adult to enter. For most adults, Masahiro corrected, studying the worn wooden frame. He ran sensitive fingers along the bottom edge, finding what he suspected, minute scratches in the wood, recent enough that weathering hadn't smoothed them. Someone's used this entry point, recently and more than once. He leaned closer, examining the faint marks. Someone slender, probably agile. The scratches are light, not made by armor or heavy equipment. A student, perhaps, Takumi suggested. Though why would any student sabotage their own school's equipment? Not necessarily a student, Masahiro mused. Could be anyone with the right build and motivation. After completing their inspection of the premises, Masahiro took a different approach, positioning himself on the roof of the main building with a clear view of the school grounds. If someone had been accessing the school at night, they might return. For 3 hours, he maintained his silent vigil, motionless despite the occasional drizzle that misted his face. The patience of a scout was deeply ingrained from years of military operations. Just before dawn, his vigilance was rewarded. A shadow detached itself from the trees near the eastern wall, too tall for a child, too slender for most men. The figure moved with practiced grace, avoiding the regular paths where gravel might announce their presence. Clearly, they knew the Watman's routes and timed their movements accordingly. Masahiro tracked the intruder silently, nodding their destination, the school's administrative building where records were kept. Interesting. Not another sabotage attempt, but potentially information gathering. He considered confronting the figure immediately, but decided against it. Better to learn their purpose and potentially their connections. He watched as they entered through a side door, unlocked or picked. He couldn't tell at this distance and disappeared inside. 15 minutes later, the figure emerged and reversed their path, vanishing into the pre-dawn shadows beyond the wall. Masahiro waited until full light before descending from his observation post, muscles stiff from hours of immobility, but mind alert with possibilities. He proceeded directly to the administrative building, finding the elderly clerk Suzuki already at his desk, preparing for the day. "Take to sensei," the man greeted him with surprise. "You're about early this morning." "Indeed," Masahiro agreed pleasantly. "I was wondering if you'd noticed anything unusual about the records recently. Any signs of disturbance or documents out of place?" Suzuki looked puzzled. "Not that I've observed, though I must admit my organizational system is somewhat personalized. Master Yamamoto sometimes jokes that only I can find anything in here. Perhaps we could check together," Masahiro suggested. "Particularly records of curriculum, student backgrounds, or official correspondence." The clerk's confusion deepened, but he obligingly began opening cabinets and document boxes. After a methodical search, nothing seemed obviously disturbed or missing, though as Suzuki had implied, the filing system was arcane enough that subtle changes might go unnoticed. "What exactly are you looking for, sensei?" Suzuki finally asked as they examined yet another cabinet of scrolls. "I'm not entirely sure," Masahiro admitted, "but there have been incidents recently that suggest someone takes an unusual interest in the school's operations." It was interrupted by the arrival of Yamamoto, who appeared at the doorway with a concerned expression. "Take to sensei a moment of your time." In the privacy of a small antechamber, Yamamoto handed him a folded letter bearing an official seal. "This arrived by special courier just now. I thought you should see it immediately." Masahiro opened the document, scanning its formal language quickly. "An official inspection tomorrow by the Office of Samurai Affairs," Yamamoto confirmed grimly. "Led by none other than Lord Ishikawa, Nobuhide himself, the uncle of my most politically complicated student," Masahiro noted. "And, if memory serves, the man who questioned my appointment most stringently during the parents' gathering." "The very same," Yamamoto nodded. "The timing, coming after these sabotage incidents, is unlikely to be coincidental," Masahiro finished, "particularly given what I observed this morning." He quickly related his night watch and the mysterious intruder. "You believe someone is gathering information to use against the school during tomorrow's inspection," Yamamoto concluded. "It would explain both the sabotage and the timing," Masahiro agreed. "Create security incidents, document them, then arrange an official inspection that discovers these failures of management." "Why?" Yamamoto spread his hands in frustration. "What threat does a school pose to warrant such elaborate undermining?" Masahiro considered the question carefully. "It may not be the school itself, but what it represents. Your educational philosophy emphasizes critical thinking, historical context, and ethical reasoning, rather than simple obedience to authority. That's hardly seditious," Yamamoto protested. "In a regime still consolidating power, minds capable of independent evaluation might be seen as potentially destabilizing," Masahiro pointed out. "Particularly when those minds belong to the sons of samurai from both sides of the recent conflict." Troubled silence fell between them. Finally, Yamamoto sighed. "So we face an inspection designed to find fault, potentially using manufactured evidence of negligence or inappropriate teaching." "I believe so," Masahiro confirmed. "The question is, what can we do with less than a day to prepare?" "We prepare as we would for any honorable battle," Yamamoto replied, resolution replacing worry in his expression. "By assessing our vulnerabilities, securing our positions, and understanding our opponents' likely strategies. By gathering allies," Masahiro added thoughtfully. "If Lord Ishikawa is leading this inspection, It has political dimensions beyond simple educational oversight. We may need political counters. What did you have in mind? Yamamoto asked. I'm not sure yet, Masahiro admitted. But I know someone who might have useful insights into the current political alignments. Someone who made a career of gathering such information. That afternoon, while the school buzzed with preparation for the next day's inspection, cleaning, organizing, ensuring all administrative records were impeccable, Masahiro made his way to a modest tea house in the merchant district of Edo. The establishment, known as the Sleeping Cat, was unremarkable from the outside. Inside, however, it served as a hub of information exchange for those who knew its true purpose. He was greeted by a middle-aged woman with shrewd eyes and a welcoming smile that never quite reached those eyes. Welcome, honored guest. Do you seek refreshment after your journey? I seek clarity in uncertain weather, Masahiro replied with the phrase Chiyo had provided months earlier. The woman's smile deepened. Of course. Please follow me to our private garden room. Someone is already waiting who may provide the perspective you seek. The garden room was a small, elegant space overlooking a miniature landscape of rocks and carefully trimmed pine trees. Chiyo knelt at a low table, pouring tea as if she had been expecting him precisely at this moment. Commander, she greeted him. Or should I say Professor now? Neither, preferably, he replied, settling across from her. Just an old soldier learning new ways, and finding trouble in the process, it seems. She pushed a cup of tea toward him. My sources tell me the School of Five Virtues has experienced some unfortunate incidents recently. Your sources are well informed, Masahiro acknowledged, unsurprised by her awareness. The Nightingales had always maintained excellent intelligence networks. Those incidents now appear to be preludes to an official inspection tomorrow. Led by Lord Ishikawa Nobuhide, Chiyo's expression sharpened with interest. Ishikawa, that's significant. He's more than just a senior advisor. He's the architect of the new policies governing samurai integration into civil administration. Integration or control? Masahiro asked. Both, she replied frankly. Ishikawa believes in the Tokugawa vision of a centralized, stable Japan, but he's considered a moderate in how that vision should be implemented. She sipped her tea thoughtfully, which makes his apparent targeting of your school curious. It doesn't align with his usual methods. Could he be acting on behalf of someone else? Someone more hardly? Possibly, Chiyo conceded. There's a faction within the administration, led by Lord Matsuda, that advocates for stricter control over samurai education. They believe schools should produce obedient administrators, not critical thinkers. Masahiro recalled the stern-faced Lord Matsuda from the parents' gathering, who had questioned his political loyalties so directly. Matsuda has a son at our school. Convenient for monitoring your curriculum, Chiyo noted. Though I'm surprised Ishikawa would align with Matsuda's faction. They've been at odds in council meetings over several issues. Unless Ishikawa doesn't know he's being used, Masahiro suggested. If the sabotage was arranged to draw his attention, he might be conducting tomorrow's inspection in good faith, unaware that the evidence has been manufactured. Chiyo smiled appreciatively. Your mind still works like a nightingale, Commander, always seeking the hidden connection. She set her cup down and leaned forward. If that's the case, your best strategy isn't to resist the inspection, but to reveal the manipulation to Ishikawa himself. Now, we have theories, but little concrete evidence. Perhaps you need more, she replied. I can have people watch the school tonight. If our mysterious saboteur returns, we'll know who they are. That would be useful, Masahiro acknowledged. But we need more than just the identity of a hired agent. We need to understand who benefits from discrediting the school. Follow the political current, Chio advised. If the school of 5 virtues were closed or placed under stricter control, who would gain? He spent the next hour analyzing political factions, potential motivations, and strategic options. By the time Masahiro departed, they had developed a theory, and more importantly, a plan for the following day's inspection. As darkness fell, Masahiro returned to the school to find preparations complete, but tension high among the faculty. Additional night watchmen had been posted, volunteers from among the staff, to prevent any further incidents before the inspection. Everything is secured, he asked Yamamoto, finding the old teacher in his study reviewing curriculum documents. As much as possible, Yamamoto confirmed. Though I fear we defend against yesterday's attack, while tomorrow's may take a different form. He looked up from his scrolls. Did your meeting prove useful? Very, Masahiro replied, explaining what he had learned and the countermeasures they had planned. It's risky, Yamamoto observed when he had finished. If we're wrong about Ishikawa being manipulated rather than complicit, then we make an enemy of one of the most influential men in the new administration. Masahiro completed the thought. But if we're right, we potentially gain an ally against those who would undermine educational independence. A tactical gamble worthy of the Nightingale commander, Yamamoto remarked with a wry smile. Let us hope it pays off, as well as your military campaigns. Not all of my campaigns were successful, Masahiro reminded him. Hence my current career change. The old teacher chuckled. True enough. Still, I find I prefer your approach to passive acceptance of whatever judgment Ishikawa renders tomorrow. As they finalized their preparations, a servant appeared with an urgent message. Takumi had apprehended someone attempting to enter the administrative building through a side window. The night watchman had the intruder secured in a storage room under guard. Masahiro and Yamamoto hurried to the location, finding a tense standoff in progress. Takumi and 2 other staff members surrounded a slender figure in dark clothing, a young woman with defiant eyes and a bruised cheek. She fought quite impressively before we subdued her, Takumi reported, displaying a cut on his arm. Had a knife and knew how to use it. Who are you? Masahiro demanded of the captive. And what business brings you trespassing at a school in the middle of the night? The woman remained stubbornly silent, glaring at her captors. Search her, Masahiro ordered, carefully. Search yielded several interesting items. A folded document bearing Lord Matsuda's seal, a small vial of what appeared to be the same mild poison found in the tea, and a floor plan of the school with certain areas marked. Well, Yamamoto remarked, examining these discoveries. It seems we've found our saboteur. Part of it, at least, Masahiro agreed. She's an agent, not the architect. He fixed the woman with a penetrating stare. Did Lord Matsuda send you to arrange evidence against this school? A flicker of surprise crossed her face before she controlled her expression. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a thief looking for valuables. A thief carrying official documents and poison. Masahiro shook his head. Your skills suggest professional training, not common thievery. Ninja background, perhaps, or similar specialized training. He switched to a dialect from the northern provinces. Your accent betrays your origins, as does your fighting style. The woman's composure cracked slightly at this unexpected knowledge of her background. How would you? I commanded forces throughout the northern campaigns, Masahiro explained, including agents with skills similar to yours. I recognize the techniques. A new voice joined the conversation from the doorway. As do I. They turned to find Chiyo, leaning casually against the doorframe, as if she'd been there all along. Asakiyumi, Chiyo addressed the captive directly. Former agent of the Koga Group, now freelance for hire. Last employed by the Matsuda family for special security duties. She smiled thinly. The underground world of information specialists is smaller than most realize. Captive Yumi glared at Chiyo with recognition and hostility. You, the commander's pet spy. Nightingale Squad's reconnaissance leader, Chiyo corrected pleasantly. And yes, we've never formally met, but your reputation precedes you. Particularly your work during the siege of Osaka. What should we do with her? Takumi asked. Turn her over to the city magistrate. That would create a public incident, Yamamoto pointed out. And give Lord Matsuda time to distance himself from her actions. No, Masahiro decided. We keep her secure tonight. Tomorrow, she becomes part of our response to the inspection. He turned to Chiyo. Can your people verify the connection to Matsuda by morning? Concrete evidence would be helpful. Already in progress, she assured him. We've had Matsuda's compound under observation since I left the tea house. If there's a connection to document, we'll find it. As Yumi was secured in a storeroom with trusted guards, Masahiro and Yamamoto withdrew to finalize their strategy for the morning's inspection. This confirms our suspicions about Matsuda, Yamamoto noted, but not about Ishikawa's role. Is he complicit or being used? We'll discover that tomorrow, Masahiro replied. Based on his reputation and political positions, I'm inclined to believe he's unaware of Matsuda's scheme. His reaction to the evidence should tell us for certain. And if we're wrong, Yamamoto asked quietly. Masahiro's expression was grim but determined. Then we'll have made a powerful enemy, but at least we'll know where the true threat lies. He managed a slight smile. Besides, I've opposed powerful enemies before. It's one skill from my military career that might prove useful in education, after all. As dawn approached, Masahiro found himself unable to sleep, his mind reviewing the complex situation from all angles. The school had become more than just his place of employment. It represented a vision of education that could shape the next generation of samurai. A vision worth defending, even at personal risk. A shadow of intrigue that had darkened the school of 5 virtues would soon be exposed to the harsh light of official inspection. Whether that light would illuminate truth or cast deeper shadows remained to be seen. Chapter 8, Old Wounds. Lord Ishikawa Nobuhide arrived precisely at the appointed hour, flanked by 4 officials in formal Tokugawa livery, and a secretary who seemed determined to document every detail of the inspection. Their procession through the main gate of the School of 5 Virtues drew the attention of students and faculty alike. Lessons momentarily forgotten, as curious faces appeared at windows and doorways. Masahiro and Yamamoto waited to receive them in the formal reception hall, both dressed in their finest teaching robes. The captured saboteur, Yumi, had been moved to a secure room nearby, ready to be presented at the strategic moment. Lord Ishikawa, Yamamoto bowed respectfully. We are honored by your presence. Ishikawa returned the bow with precise formality. Master Yamamoto, the Office of Samurai Affairs takes its educational oversight responsibilities seriously. His sharp eyes shifted to Masahiro. Assistant Master Takeda, I trust your transition to academic life continues smoothly. Each day brings new lessons, my lord, Masahiro replied diplomatically. For teacher and students alike. Flicker of something amusement, perhaps, crossed Ishikawa's stern features before he resumed his official demeanor. We have much to review today. The Education Bureau has forwarded several concerns about curriculum content and security protocols. We are, of course, eager to address any concerns, Yamamoto assured him. Though I must say, some recent events have raised questions of our own. Ishikawa's eyebrow rose fractionally. Events, perhaps best discussed after your initial inspection, my lord, Masahiro suggested. We wouldn't want to prejudice your observations. The inspection began in earnest, a methodical examination of classrooms, training facilities, administrative records, and curriculum materials. Ishikawa proved to be thorough, but not unreasonable, asking pertinent questions and listening attentively to explanations. His subordinates, meanwhile, scrutinized everything with the zeal of men hopping to find fault. As they entered the archery range, Masahiro noted Lord Matsuda arriving, coincidentally, in the courtyard, his son in tow. "Ah, Lord Ishikawa," Matsuda called, approaching with calculated casualness. What a fortunate encounter. Young Daisuke mentioned an important inspection was occurring today. Lord Matsuda, Ishikawa acknowledged with cool politeness. Indeed, a routine educational assessment. Though I'm surprised to find you here, the council meeting was not adjourned when I departed. A father's duties sometimes must take precedence over council matters, Matsuda replied smoothly. Particularly when concerns arise about my son's educational environment. Concerns, Ishikawa inquired. Merely rumors of incidents, Matsuda said, his voice perfectly calibrated to suggest serious but unspecified problems. Equipment failures, security lapses. Nothing confirmed, of course. Most interesting, Ishikawa observed. We were just discussing certain events with Master Yamamoto and Assistant Master Takeda. Matsuda's eyes darted briefly to Masahiro, a flash of calculation visible before his political mask returned. Then, perhaps, I might join your inspection. As a concerned parent, I see no objection, Ishikawa replied, though his tone suggested he found the request unusual. As the expanded group continued through the archery range, one of Ishikawa's subordinates, a pinch-faced man with anxious eyes, drew attention to the newly repaired equipment racks. These seem recently modified, he observed. Were there issues with the previous storage system? A structural weakness was discovered and promptly corrected, Yamamoto explained smoothly. After an accident, I understand, Lord Matsuda interjected. A student was injured. A minor incident, Yamamoto acknowledged. Promptly addressed, as safety is our primary concern. Yet it occurred nonetheless, Matsuda pressed. One wonders if proper inspection protocols were in place beforehand. Masahiro watched the exchange with growing certainty that the timing was right for their counterplay. He caught Yamamoto's eye and received a subtle nod of agreement. Actually, Lord Ishikawa, Masahiro said, stepping forward. The incident Lord Matsuda references is precisely what we wish to discuss with you. But perhaps in a more private setting. Ishikawa studied him thoughtfully before nodding. Very well. Lord Matsuda, I'm sure you understand that certain aspects of official inspections must remain confidential until findings are formalized. Matsuda's face betrayed momentary displeasure before he bowed in acquiescence. Of course, Lord Ishikawa. I shall await your conclusions with interest. As Matsuda withdrew, Masahiro led Ishikawa, his secretary, and Yamamoto to a private reception room where Chiyo waited unobtrusively. The officials were left to continue their inspection of classroom materials under staff supervision. What is this matter requiring such privacy? Ishikawa asked once they were seated. My lord, we have uncovered evidence of deliberate sabotage against the school. Yamamoto began directly. Equipment tampering, poisoning attempts, document theft. Ishikawa's expression sharpened. Serious accusations. What evidence supports this? The captured saboteur we apprehended last night, Masahiro replied. Along with documents linking her actions to Lord Matsuda. At Masahiro's nod, Chiyo slid open a side door, revealing Yumi secured, but dignified in her capture. The former ninja glared defiantly, but remained silent. This woman was caught attempting to access administrative records, Masahiro explained. She carried documents bearing Lord Matsuda's seal, poison matching samples found in the school's tea supply, and plans marking locations where previous sabotage occurred. Ishikawa's face remained impassive as he examined the evidence presented. And you believe Lord Matsuda orchestrated these incidents deliberately? We believe he intended to create a pattern of security failures that would be discovered during today's inspection, Masahiro confirmed, thus discrediting the school's management and potentially forcing changes to its leadership or curriculum. A serious charge against a council member, Ishikawa observed, his tone neutral, which is why we bring it directly and privately to you, my lord, Yamamoto added. We respect the inspection process and believe you should have all relevant facts before making your assessment. Ishikawa turned his attention to the captive. Do you work for Lord Matsuda? Yumi remained resolutely silent. She was identified by former intelligence operatives as Masaki Yumi. Chiyo interjected softly. A specialist previously employed by the Matsuda family for sensitive matters. And you are? Ishikawa asked, studying Chiyo with new interest. A concerned citizen with connections to the school of 5 virtues, she replied evasively. Ishikawa's lips twitched slightly. A diplomatic answer. He turned back to Masahiro. You were commander of the Nightingale Squad, a specialized intelligence unit. I assume this concerned citizen has connections to your former command. My past associations are varied, my lord, Masahiro acknowledged carefully. As are mine, Ishikawa replied with unexpected candor, including some that might surprise you, Commander Takeda. Use of his military title rather than his academic one was deliberate, Masahiro knew. A signal that Ishikawa was shifting the conversation to a different context. Evidence you've presented is troubling, Ishikawa continued. Yet I find myself curious why Lord Matsuda would target this particular school with such elaborate methods. There are easier ways to influence educational policy, perhaps because the School of 5 Virtues represents an approach to samurai education that contradicts his vision, Yamamoto suggested. We teach critical thinking and ethical reasoning alongside traditional skills, producing samurai who serve from conviction rather than mere obedience. Or perhaps, Ishikawa countered, because this school employs individuals with complex political histories. Former commanders who opposed the Tokugawa, for instance. Implied accusation hung in the air. Masahiro met Ishikawa's gaze directly. My presence is the concern, Lord Ishikawa. I would resign immediately rather than see the school suffer. But I suspect Lord Matsuda's motivations run deeper than personal objections to a single instructor. Indeed, Ishikawa agreed. Matsuda leads a faction advocating for stricter control over samurai education and more limited opportunities for families connected to the former opposition. He studied Masahiro thoughtfully. He particularly objects to the rehabilitation of experienced leaders from the Toyotomi coalition into positions of influence. Like yourself, my lord, Masahiro asked quietly. A heavy silence fell. Yamamoto and Chiyo exchanged concerned glances at this bold question. Ishikawa's secretary nearly dropped his writing brush, but Ishikawa himself merely smiled, a thin, knowing expression. You are well informed, Commander Takeda, or perhaps simply observant. Both, Masahiro admitted, though I confess this particular insight came only recently. When we met at the parents' gathering, Ishikawa nodded. You recognized something in my questioning about Caution Pass, a familiar tactical approach, Masahiro confirmed. Direct confrontation to assess response under pressure, a technique favored by commanders from the western provinces. And your knowledge of the specific battle formations was more detailed than public accounts would provide. Indeed, Ishikawa turned to his bemused secretary. Toshiro, would you join the other officials? I require a private conversation with Master Yamamoto and Assistant Master Takeda. Once the secretary had withdrawn, looking confused but obedient, Ishikawa's formal demeanor relaxed slightly. For I was Lord Ishikawa Nobuhide, senior advisor to the Tokugawa administration, he said quietly. I was General Hayashi Ketsuru, commander of the 3rd Division under Lord Kenishi. Masahiro stared in shock as the pieces fell into place. General Hayashi had indeed been a skilled commander in the anti-Tokugawa coalition, believed killed in battle during the final campaigns. Your death was reported at Sekigahara, he said, struggling to reconcile this revelation with the man before him. A necessary fiction, Ishikawa, formerly Hayashi, explained. I was wounded, captured, and faced execution until Tokugawa Ieyasu himself intervened. He had lost too many experienced administrators in the war and saw value in preserving certain skills, regardless of their previous loyalties. You accepted service with your former enemy, Masahiro asked, careful to keep accusation from his tone. I accepted the opportunity to influence the peace rather than die for a lost cause, Ishikawa replied without defensiveness. Taking my late brother-in-law's name and position to provide cover for my transition, Yamamoto cleared his throat. This is unexpected, my lord. Does Lord Matsuda know your true identity? No, Ishikawa answered firmly. Few do, which is precisely why I found his recent maneuvering against this school so concerning. I suspected he might have somehow discovered my past, but instead, he was targeting our educational approach, Masahiro concluded, and potentially my appointment, specifically. Both, I believe, Ishikawa nodded. Matsuda represents hardliners who believe samurai education should focus on producing administrators loyal to the regime without question. Your school's emphasis on critical thinking threatens that vision. Your personal history as a Toyotomi commander merely added convenient ammunition to his argument. He turned to study the captured agent. Though I didn't anticipate sabotage as his method, that suggests desperation or opportunity, neither of which aligns with his usual careful approach, perhaps because he faces increased opposition within the council, Chiyo suggested. Our sources indicate recent policy disputes where his faction lost influence. Ishikawa raised an eyebrow at this evidence of ongoing intelligence gathering, but didn't comment directly. Your sources are well informed. Matsuda's hardline approach to controlling former opposition families has indeed lost favor as the regime stabilizes. Successful integration, not perpetual punishment, has become the preferred strategy, which Lord Matsuda rejects, Masahiro noted. Vehemently, Ishikawa confirmed. He lost 2 brothers and a son in the war. His desire for continued restrictions on former opposition families is personal as well as political. Revelation of Ishikawa's true identity had shifted the dynamics of their situation dramatically. What had seemed a straightforward political conflict now revealed layers of complexity. Former enemies working together in the new regime, competing visions for Japan's future, personal vendettas disguised as policy positions. What happens now, my lord? Yamamoto asked. With the evidence of sabotage and Lord Matsuda's involvement, Ishikawa considered the question carefully. Publicly accusing a council member of such tactics would create political chaos without benefiting your school. However, ensuring these incidents cease is essential. You suggest discretion rather than confrontation. Masahiro interpreted. I suggest strategic thinking, Commander, Ishikawa replied with a faint smile. Something in which you once excelled. After a moment of thought, Masahiro nodded slowly. We use the evidence not to accuse, but to neutralize. Let Lord Matsuda know privately that his agent has been captured and his methods documented without publicly exposing him. Precisely, Ishikawa approved. The threat of exposure often achieves more than exposure itself, particularly when delivered with the implied backing of higher authorities. And the inspection, Yamamoto inquired. What becomes of the Education Bureau's concerns about our curriculum? My report will note the school's excellent academic standards, appropriate security protocols, and exemplary balancing of traditional samurai values with scholarly pursuits, Ishikawa stated. With minor recommendations for curriculum updates to better align with current administrative needs, enough to satisfy the Bureau without compromising your educational philosophy. It was a masterful political solution, addressing the immediate threat while strengthening the school's position for future challenges. Masahiro found himself respecting this former enemy who had adapted so effectively to peace. I'm curious, my lord, he ventured, how you reconciled serving the regime you once opposed. Did you not feel compromised? The question was deeply personal, but Ishikawa seemed to appreciate its honesty. Every day, at first, he admitted, I questioned whether I had betrayed my principles or simply adapted to new realities. He gazed out the window, where students could be seen practicing calligraphy in the courtyard. Gradually, I came to understand that my loyalty was never to a particular leader or faction, but to Japan itself. I fought against Tokugawa because I believed another path was better for our nation. When that path closed, I had to find new ways to serve the same ultimate goal, a prosperous, stable Japan, where tradition and progress could coexist, as we attempt to do through education, Yamamoto observed. Indeed, Ishikawa agreed, which is why I've quietly supported institutions like yours, despite occasional political risk. He turned back to Masahiro. We all carry wounds from the war, Commander Takeda. Some visible, some hidden. The question is whether we let them fester with bitterness or transform them into wisdom that serves the peace. Masahiro felt the weight of those words, recognizing the challenge they presented to his own lingering resentments and doubts. A perspective I continue to struggle with, he admitted. As do we all, Ishikawa said, with unexpected gentleness. Even those who appear most successfully integrated into the new order. Their conversation was interrupted by a discreet knock. The door slid open to reveal one of Ishikawa's officials, looking distinctly uncomfortable. Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Lord Matsuda is insisting on joining the document review. He claims certain curriculum materials are politically problematic. Ishikawa's expression hardened back into his public persona. Inform Lord Matsuda that I will address his concerns shortly. As the official withdrew, he turned to Masahiro and Yamamoto. It seems our strategic discussion must conclude for now. Practical application awaits. What would you have us do with the captive? Masahiro asked, indicating Yumi, who had observed their entire conversation in silently calculating stillness. Secure her until the inspection concludes, Ishikawa directed. I'll arrange a private discussion with Lord Matsuda before I depart. As they prepared to rejoin the inspection, Ishikawa paused, his hand on the door. One more thing, Commander Takeda. The scar near your left shoulder from an arrow at the Kanagawa skirmish, was it not? Masahiro's hand unconsciously moved toward the old wound, surprised by Ishikawa's knowledge of it. Yes, though few would remember that minor engagement. I remember because I ordered the archer to target you specifically, Ishikawa revealed. Your tactical coordination was dismantling our flank. Taking you out seemed the only way to stabilize our position. The archer nearly succeeded, Masahiro acknowledged. Another inch to the right. Yet here we stand, Ishikawa observed. Former enemies discussing educational philosophy rather than battlefield tactics. Perhaps that's the most powerful lesson we can offer your students, that wounds heal. Enemies can become allies, and yesterday's battles need not determine tomorrow's possibilities. With that profound observation, they rejoined the inspection party, where Lord Matsuda waited with poorly concealed impatience. A collection of texts from the school's library spread before him. Lord Ishikawa, he began immediately. I've identified several historical accounts that present concerning perspectives on the establishment of the shogunate. This text, for instance, details Toyotomi governance structures in unnecessarily favorable terms. Ishikawa examined the indicated scroll with deliberate care. A scholarly analysis of administrative systems across 3 regimes, he observed. Precisely the sort of comparative study beneficial for future officials. Understanding historical context strengthens, rather than weakens, appreciation for current structures. Matsuda's face tightened with frustration. Surely, you can't approve of teaching failed governmental models to impressionable minds. I approve of teaching critical analysis rather than simple indoctrination, Ishikawa replied coolly. These young men will someday advise on matters of state. They must understand what has worked, what has failed, and why not merely accept current methods without question. The unexpected rebuke left Matsuda momentarily speechless. His gaze darted to Masahiro, suspicion evident in his expression. Lord Matsuda, Ishikawa continued. Perhaps we might discuss your broader concerns privately before concluding the inspection. I understand you have additional information that might be relevant to my assessment. Careful emphasis made Matsuda pale slightly. Of course, my lord, at your convenience, while Yamamoto continued guiding the other officials through the remaining inspection points. Ishikawa and Matsuda withdrew for their private conversation. Masahiro, meanwhile, ensured that evidence of the sabotage and Yumi's capture remained secure, anticipating Ishikawa would need it for his confrontation with Matsuda. Later that afternoon, as the inspection concluded with formal ceremonies and polite exchanges, Masahiro observed a distinct change in Lord Matsuda's demeanor. The man's customary confidence had been replaced by a tightly controlled anxiety. His interactions with both Ishikawa and the school staff scrupulously formal. As the officials prepared to depart, Ishikawa approached Masahiro, while the others were distracted with farewell rituals. It's done, he said quietly. Lord Matsuda understands that his agent's capture has been documented, but will remain confidential so long as no further incidents occur. He has also been reminded that educational policy is established by council consensus, not individual initiative, and he accepted this arrangement. Masahiro asked skeptically. He recognized the alternative was significantly worse. Ishikawa replied with faint amusement. Political survival sometimes requires strategic retreat, another military principle that transfers well to governance. The saboteur will be quietly removed to a distant provincial posting under supervision, Ishikawa explained. Her skills are too valuable to waste, but too dangerous to leave unmonitored. Masahiro nodded, understanding the pragmatic balance between justice and utility. And the school, will we face further scrutiny? Officially, my report will recommend minor curriculum adjustments while praising your overall standards, Ishikawa assured him. Unofficially, you've gained an interested observer in the council. He smiled slightly. Consider it the continuation of our battlefield rivalry, transformed to educational contexts. Battlefield rivals turned educational allies, Masahiro mused. An unexpected development. Peace creates strange pathways, Ishikawa observed. Speaking of which, that scar I mentioned, does it still trouble you? Masahiro considered the question, understanding its deeper meaning. In changing weather, he admitted, a twinge that reminds me of what once was, but it no longer limits my movement or defines my capabilities. A fitting metaphor for many of us, Ishikawa proved. The wounds remain, but they need not determine our futures. He bowed formally. Until our next encounter, Assistant Master Takeda. I look forward to observing how you continue to adapt military wisdom to educational purposes. As the inspection party departed, Masahiro found Yamamoto waiting on the veranda, overlooking the main courtyard. Well, the old teacher sighed. That was considerably more complicated than I anticipated when I offered you a teaching position. Life rarely follows the expected curriculum, Masahiro replied with a wry smile. Indeed not, Yamamoto agreed. Though I confess, discovering that Lord Ishikawa was once General Hayashi, a commander you faced in battle, exceeds even my tolerance for coincidence. Not coincidence, Masahiro corrected. Strategy. He deliberately positioned himself as an inspector for our school, knowing my background, to expose you as a potential threat to the regime. Yamamoto wondered. To assess me as a potential ally, I believe, Masahiro countered. He's been integrating former opposition leaders into the new administration, creating a balanced government rather than one dominated by Tokugawa loyalists alone. Remarkably forward-thinking, Yamamoto observed, and potentially dangerous for him if hardliners like Matsuda discovered his past, which explains his careful approach, Masahiro nodded, and his particular interest in educational institutions that might develop the next generation of balanced administrators, rather than mere functionaries. He stood in companionable silence, watching students return to afternoon classes now that the disruption of the inspection had concluded. The confrontation with Matsuda's sabotage plot had been resolved, but not without opening new complexities in Masahiro's understanding of the political landscape. You know, Yamamoto said thoughtfully, when I first suggested you consider teaching, I envisioned you instructing young samurai on tactical thinking and leadership principles. I did not anticipate you would be navigating political intrigue and confronting saboteurs within the first few months. Applied learning, Masahiro suggested with a smile. Demonstrating tactical thinking and leadership in practical situations. Yamamoto chuckled. Perhaps we should add counter-espionage to the curriculum. As they turned to resume their teaching duties, Masahiro found himself reflecting on Ishikawa's words about old wounds. The physical scars from battle, the arrow wound near his shoulder, the sword cut along his ribs, the burn from an exploding powder keg. These had healed into marks that occasionally ached, but no longer limited him. Psychological wounds, loyalty to a defeated cause, adjustment to a radically changed role, lingering suspicion of former enemies. These proved more complex in their healing. Yet Ishikawa had offered a compelling example of how such wounds might be transformed from limitations into sources of insight. It began as a day of potential crisis had evolved into an unexpected opportunity. The school's position was now arguably stronger, with an influential ally in the council. Matsuda's sabotage plot had been neutralized without public scandal that might harm the school's reputation. And Masahiro himself had gained new perspective on his own transition from warrior to teacher. Old wounds would always remain, carrying memories of battles fought and lost. But perhaps, like Ishikawa, he could learn to see them not as reminders of defeat, but as hard-earned wisdom that might serve the peace. As he entered his classroom, where students waited expectantly for their lesson on strategic assessment, Masahiro felt something shift within him, a subtle realignment of his relationship with the past. The commander he had been and the teacher he was becoming were not separate identities in conflict, but continuous aspects of a single journey. Today, he announced to his students, we'll discuss how to recognize when apparent opposition might contain the seeds of future alliance, and how to transform confrontation into collaboration without sacrificing core principles. Young samurai leaned forward attentively, unaware that their teacher drew this lesson not from ancient texts or theoretical principles, but from the real-world encounter that had just transformed his understanding of his place in this new era. Chapter 9, The Lesson That Cannot Be Taught. Disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful. Merchant's face had turned an alarming shade of purple as he shouted, spittle flying from his lips. Before him knelt Ishikawa Takashi, the proud young samurai with a rapidly swelling eye and blood trickling from his split lip. Despite his disheveled appearance, the boy maintained perfect formal posture, his expression carefully neutral as the tirade continued. You know who I am. I supply rice to the shogun's household. My contracts with the administration are worth more than your entire family's stipend. How dare you assault my son? Standing nearby, Masahiro observed the confrontation with careful neutrality, though internally he was calculating the political implications of this disaster. The merchant, Tanaka Shitaro, indeed one of Edo's most prominent rice suppliers, had arrived at the school gates mere minutes ago, dragging both his bruised son and Ishikawa Takashi before him like captured criminals. Behind the merchant stood 4 burly guards from the city watch, their presence making this a formal matter rather than a private dispute. Yamamoto had been summoned immediately, and now the old teacher stepped forward, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the merchant's fury. Tanaka-san, please accept our sincere apologies for this unfortunate incident, Yamamoto began. Rest assured we will investigate thoroughly. And investigate? Tanaka interrupted incredulously. What's to investigate? This samurai brat attacked my son in the middle of the market district. There were 20 witnesses. May we hear from the young men involved? Yamamoto asked, his tone remaining measured despite the interruption. To understand the full circumstances, merchant's son, a soft-looking youth of perhaps 16, dressed in expensive silk with an elaborately styled topknot, stepped forward with considerably less confidence than his father. His face bore a single bruise on one cheek, nowhere near the damage evident on Ishikawa's face. I was merely walking with my friends near the Sumida Bridge, the boy began, his voice carrying the refined accent of wealthy merchant families. This person confronted us, claiming we had failed to show proper respect when we passed by. When I explained that we meant no offense, he became enraged and struck me without provocation. Masahiro's eyes shifted to Ishikawa, nodding the boy's tightly controlled expression. There was more to this story. The damage disparity alone suggested a different sequence of events than the one being presented. Ishikawa-kun, Yamamoto prompted gently. Please explain your actions. Young samurai drew a measured breath before speaking. I was returning from delivering a message for Master Takeda. Tanaka-san and his 4 friends were walking toward me on the bridge. They deliberately blocked my path and refused to yield, though they saw my swords and knew me for a samurai, a path you expected cleared simply because of your class. The merchant interrupted scornfully. Those days are fading, boy. Commerce powers Edo now, not warriors. Masahiro noted the tremor that passed through Ishikawa's shoulders at this disrespect, a remarkable display of self-control from a youth with a notoriously quick temper. I requested passage politely. Ishikawa continued, his voice tight but controlled. Tanaka-san's son, suggested I. Swim across instead, as warriors should be accustomed to hardship. His companions laughed and pushed me when I attempted to pass. Natural high spirits among young men, the merchant dismissed. No cause for violence. Then, Yamamoto prompted, ignoring the interruption. Tanaka-san's son commented that samurai are expensive decorations in peacetime, maintained by taxes that burden productive citizens like his father. Ishikawa's eyes remained fixed on the floor. When I defended the honor of the samurai class, he said my swords were likely as dull as my wits, having never tasted blood in this era of peace. Murmur ran through the growing audience of students and staff who had gathered at a respectful distance to observe the confrontation. Such deliberate provocation of a samurai, particularly regarding his swords, crossed a dangerous line even in these changing times. And you struck him for these words? Yamamoto asked. No, sensei, Ishikawa replied, finally raising his eyes. I controlled my anger, as you have taught us. I merely stated that while my sword remained clean, my honor did not require bloodshed to be maintained. Then how did this confrontation become physical? Masahiro asked, speaking for the first time. One of his companions shoved me again, harder. When I maintained my balance, Tanaka-san attempted to grab my wakizashi, saying he wanted to inspect the merchandise his father's taxes paid for. Ishikawa's voice hardened. No one touches a samurai's swords without permission. Though you admit you struck first, the merchant exclaimed triumphantly. I prevented his hand from touching my sword, Ishikawa corrected. He stumbled back and fell. When his companions attacked me, I defended myself. 4 against 1, Masahiro observed, studying the boy's injuries with new understanding. Yet, you're the only one showing significant damage from the encounter. I ensured my response was measured, sensei, Ishikawa answered with a hint of pride. I disabled 2 with sweep techniques to the ankles. The 3rd received a strike to the solar plexus. Only Tanaka-san required a direct strike to the face when he attempted to use a knife. A knife, the merchant sputtered. Preposterous. My son carries no weapons. One of the city guards shifted uncomfortably. Actually, sir, we did confiscate a small blade from your son when we arrived at the disturbance. The merchant's face contorted with fresh outrage, though now tinged with embarrassment. A decorative piece only, for cutting fruit. Regardless, Yamamoto interjected firmly. This situation requires proper resolution. Tanaka-san, while I regret the injury to your son, it appears the confrontation was more complex than initially presented. Perhaps we might discuss appropriate. I demand punishment. The merchant insisted. This student attacked my son, the son of a city official's primary supplier. There must be consequences, or I shall take this matter to the magistrate directly. The political implications hung heavily in the air. The merchant's connections to city administration gave his threats real weight, particularly given the school's recent scrutiny by Lord Ishikawa and the Education Bureau. Ishikawa-kun is the nephew and ward of Lord Ishikawa Nobuhide, Masahiro stated quietly. Any formal charges would require his lordship's involvement as family head. The calculated mention of Lord Ishikawa's name had an immediate effect. The merchant's bluster faltered as he processed this connection to a powerful Tokugawa advisor. I was unaware of the boy's connections, he admitted, his tone moderating slightly. Nevertheless, some form of accountability is necessary. The dignity of my family requires it, as does the honor of the school, Yamamoto agreed smoothly. Perhaps if Ishikawa-kun were to offer a formal apology for escalating the confrontation to physical means, while your son acknowledges his provocative words and actions. Merchant considered this face-saving compromise, and some form of reparation for my son's distress and injury. A traditional gesture would be appropriate, Yamamoto nodded. Perhaps Ishikawa-kun could present your son with a calligraphy piece expressing proper sentiments. His brushwork is quite accomplished. After further negotiation over specific terms, the merchant, clearly trying to extract maximum advantage, without pushing so far as to necessitate Lord Ishikawa's involvement, an agreement was reached. Formal apologies would be exchanged, a calligraphy piece presented, and Ishikawa Takashi would be assigned additional temple duties as internal discipline. As the merchant and his son departed, placated, if not entirely satisfied, Yamamoto turned to the city guards. "Thank you for your discretion in this matter," he said, offering them tea and rice cakes before they too departed. When only school members remained, Yamamoto's gentle expression hardened as he addressed Ishikawa. "Report to the infirmary, then to my office at the hour of the sheep. We will discuss your actions thoroughly." The boy bowed deeply. "Yes, sensei." As the crowd dispersed and Ishikawa limped toward the infirmary, Masahiro fell in step with Yamamoto. "An unfortunate incident," he observed. "Though I suspect we've heard only the most diplomatic version of what actually transpired." Yamamoto sighed heavily. Ishikawa-kun has exceptional potential, but an excess of traditional pride. A dangerous combination in these transitional times. The merchant's son was clearly the instigator, Masahiro noted. Yet Ishikawa will bear the consequences, because he must, Yamamoto replied. As samurai, we are held to higher standards regardless of provocation. A lesson he clearly hasn't fully internalized, despite his technical adherence to our teaching on measured response. Later that afternoon, as the first snow of winter began to dust the school grounds, Masahiro joined Yamamoto in his office. Ishikawa knelt before them, his injuries treated, but his expression still rigidly controlled. "Explain your decisions today," Yamamoto directed without preamble. "Not your actions, we've heard those, but the thinking behind them." Ishikawa straightened his already perfect posture. "I faced disrespect to my status as a samurai and potential dishonor to my swords. I responded with restraint, using minimum force to resolve the situation while maintaining proper dignity. Did you achieve your objective?" Masahiro asked. The question seemed to confuse the boy. Sensei, you sought to maintain dignity and honor, Masahiro clarified. Having been dragged before the school by an enraged merchant, forced to kneel while being berated, and now assigned temple duties as punishment, did your response achieve your desired outcome? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Ishikawa's face. I defended samurai honor against disrespect. Did you? Yamamoto questioned gently. Or did you confirm the merchant boy's perception that samurai react with violence when challenged? Ishikawa's carefully maintained composure began to crack. They deliberately provoked me. They blocked my path and insulted my class and attempted to touch my sword. What would you have had me do? Allow such disrespect to go unanswered? I would have you recognize the trap before stepping into it, Masahiro replied. The boy looked up in surprise. You were deliberately provoked, Masahiro continued. The merchant's son and his friends created a situation where any response from you would confirm their pre-existing beliefs about samurai arrogance and violence. By engaging at all, you gave them exactly what they sought: evidence that samurai consider themselves above others and resort to force when challenged. Their behavior was dishonorable, Ishikawa protested. Am I to allow dishonorable actions to succeed? You are to recognize when honor itself is being used as bait, Yamamoto said. In battlefield strategy, what happens when an enemy presents an obvious target? Ishikawa frowned thoughtfully. It's usually a trap or a diversion from their true objective. Precisely, Masahiro nodded. These young merchants weren't truly interested in your swords or your status. They wanted a confrontation that would validate their narrative about samurai, a narrative that serves their class interests. As merchants gain influence in the new order, the boy's eyes widened slightly as understanding began to dawn. You're saying I was manipulated. Effectively, Yamamoto confirmed. Though your technical response was measured, as you've been taught, you failed to recognize the strategic implications of engaging at all. What should I have done? Ishikawa asked, genuine confusion replacing defensiveness. Masahiro considered the question carefully. This was the true teaching moment, not punishing the boy for his actions, but helping him understand the deeper principles at play. You might have recognized their provocation for what it was, not a personal challenge to your honor, but a political act in the ongoing tension between rising merchant influence and traditional samurai authority, he explained. Once recognized as such, you could have chosen a response that subverted rather than fulfilled their expectations, such as the boy pressed, perhaps acknowledging their economic importance with exaggerated politeness, Masahiro suggested, or responding to their taunts with self-deprecating humor rather than defensiveness. Either would have denied them the confrontation they sought while maintaining your actual dignity. Ishikawa looked troubled, but that feels like surrendering. It feels like losing because you're measuring victory by battlefield standards, Yamamoto observed. In war, honor and victory are often aligned. In peace, particularly in political encounters, they may require different approaches. Masahiro leaned forward slightly. Consider this, Ishikawa-kun. What if, instead of engaging their provocation, you had smiled and said, "You're absolutely right. These swords have seen no blood in this era of peace. How fortunate for all of us that wise leadership has created such prosperity that even merchants can now afford silk robes and decorative knives." A reluctant smile tugged at the corner of the boy's mouth. They would have been confused rather than satisfied. You would have acknowledged both the peace that allows commerce to flourish and subtly reminded them that samurai still maintain the capacity for violence should peace fail, Masahiro continued. A political response to a political provocation. Yamamoto nodded approvingly. The lesson that cannot be taught through mere instruction, Ishikawa-kun, is how to recognize when traditional responses no longer serve in changed circumstances. It must be learned through experience, sometimes painful experience. Like today, the boy acknowledged quietly. Indeed, Yamamoto's tone softened. You have exceptional potential, not only in martial skills, but in leadership. Yet the greatest challenge for young samurai today isn't mastering techniques, but discerning when and how to apply them in a world that increasingly values commerce over combat. The merchant's son, Ishikawa said slowly. He called us expensive decorations in peacetime. That was what truly angered me, because I fear sometimes it might be true. This vulnerable admission revealed the deeper insecurity beneath the boy's prideful exterior, one shared by many young samurai coming of age in an era where their traditional role seemed increasingly obsolete. The purpose of a sword isn't merely to cut, Masahiro replied. It also prevents cutting by its mere presence. Peace is maintained not only by those who build, but by those who stand ready to defend what is built. But if we never need to fight, Ishikawa began, then we will have succeeded brilliantly, Masahiro interrupted. A samurai who never draws his sword in anger has not failed in his duty. He has fulfilled it perfectly by creating such security that violence becomes unnecessary. Boy considered this perspective, clearly struggling to reconcile it with more traditional views of warrior valor. Your uncle, Masahiro continued, Lord Ishikawa, do you know, he wields more influence with brushes and words in council chambers than he ever did with swords on battlefields. He rarely speaks of his government work, Ishikawa admitted, yet his service preserves peace and prosperity for all of Japan, Yamamoto noted. Is that not as honorable as battlefield glory? I suppose so, the boy conceded, though his tone suggested continued uncertainty. Masahiro studied the young samurai thoughtfully. Here was the core challenge facing this generation, finding meaning and purpose in peace after centuries where warrior identity had been defined by conflict. No simple lecture or training exercise could resolve this existential question. Your formal discipline, Yamamoto declared, bringing the discussion back to practical matters. You will indeed serve temple duty for 2 weeks. Additionally, you will compose a treatise on the role of samurai in peacetime. After researching historical periods of extended peace, Ishikawa bowed in acceptance of his punishment. Yes, sensei, Masahiro added. You will accompany me next week when I address the Merchants Guild regarding taxation proposals. You will observe how samurai authority can be exercised effectively without resorting to force or overt dominance. The boy looked up in surprise. You wish me to attend an official function, even after today's incident, particularly because of today's incident, Masahiro confirmed. The lesson you need cannot be taught in a classroom or dojo. It must be observed in practice. After Ishikawa had been dismissed, Yamamoto poured tea for himself and Masahiro, the steaming liquid filling the room with a subtle aroma of jasmine. You handled that well, the old teacher observed. Many would have simply lectured on proper behavior and imposed punishment. Punishment without understanding merely breeds resentment, Masahiro replied, warming his hands on the teacup. I've seen it with soldiers. No amount of discipline improves performance if the underlying principles aren't grasped. Yet some lessons resist direct teaching, Yamamoto sighed. I've spent decades trying to convey the subtle distinction between honoring traditions being imprisoned by them. Some students grasp it immediately. Others never do despite endless instruction, perhaps because it's not truly a lesson, but a personal journey, Masahiro suggested. Each samurai must find his own balance between respecting the past and adapting to the present, as you have been doing yourself, Yamamoto noted with a small smile. Masahiro acknowledged this with a slight nod. With varying degrees of success, though I confess, when Ishikawa described the merchant boy's taunts, I felt an echo of the same anger that drove him to respond. Some provocations cut close to our deepest uncertainties. All the more reason your guidance is valuable to these young men, Yamamoto said. You're not merely theorizing about their challenges, you're actively navigating similar ones yourself. Later that evening, as Masahiro was reviewing student essays in his quarters, a hesitant knock interrupted his concentration. He opened the door to find Ishikawa standing in the softly falling snow, a formal expression on his bruised face. "Forgive the intrusion, sensei," the boy said, bowing deeply. "I've been reflecting on our conversation and wished to ask a question that continues to trouble me." "Come in," Masahiro invited, gesturing toward the charcoal brazier warming the room. "Tea?" "Thank you, no," Ishikawa declined, kneeling formally despite Masahiro's indication of a more comfortable cushion. "My question is personal in nature." "Go ahead," Masahiro encouraged, resuming his own seat. "You commanded the Nightingale Squad," Ishikawa began. "You led men in battle, made decisions that determined life or death, served a cause with your whole being." The boy's eyes reflected genuine confusion. "How do you find purpose now, when so much of what defined you is no longer needed?" The directness of the question was startling. Most students, indeed, most adults, approached the topic of Masahiro's transition from commander to teacher with diplomatic indirectness, if they dared raise it at all. "You fear becoming an expensive decoration," Masahiro observed, using the merchant boy's taunt. "A relic of a time that's passing." "Yes," Ishikawa admitted, the single word carrying the weight of his deepest anxiety. "Today, when I couldn't even properly defend samurai honor against mere merchant sons without creating a political incident, you felt the foundations of your identity crumbling," Masahiro finished for him. "Exactly." The boy looked relieved to be understood. "How do you bear it?" Masahiro gazed at the small garden outside his window, now being transformed by snow into a landscape of white simplicity. How indeed? It was a question he continued to grapple with himself. Perfectly, he finally answered with honesty. "Some days with greater clarity than others. But I've come to believe that what defines us isn't the specific form our service takes, but the underlying principles that guide it." "I don't understand," Ishikawa frowned. "As a commander, my purpose was to protect Japan and its people through military action," Masahiro explained. "As a teacher, my purpose remains protecting Japan and its people now through helping shape young samurai who will serve wisely in this new era. The form changes, but the essence remains," Ishikawa said slowly. "Precisely," Masahiro nodded. "Consider your uncle again. Once he defended Japan with strategic battlefield decisions. Now he defends it with strategic political ones. The methods differ, but the core purpose endures." Boy considered this perspective, his expression thoughtful. "So you don't feel diminished by teaching instead of commanding?" Masahiro smiled slightly. "Have you ever tried to command 30 young samurai through a philosophy lesson when spring breezes are blowing and the cherry blossoms are visible through the windows? I assure you, it requires tactical skills comparable to any battlefield maneuver." This unexpected humor drew a genuine smile from Ishikawa. I hadn't considered teaching as a tactical challenge. Everything is, when examined properly, Masahiro replied. The battlefield simply makes the stakes more immediately apparent. But the consequences of how we shape young minds may ultimately be more far-reaching than any military campaign. They talked for another hour, the formal teacher-student relationship gradually relaxing into a more open exchange. Ishikawa revealed more of his uncertainties about the future. Masahiro shared some of his own ongoing adjustments to peacetime service. Neither found perfect answers, but both gained perspective through the conversation. As Ishikawa finally rose to leave, he bowed with genuine respect rather than mere formality. Thank you, Sensei. I still don't know exactly how to be a samurai in this changing world, but I feel less lost in the question. That's all any of us can hope for, Masahiro acknowledged. We find our way step by step, not through sudden illumination. After the boy had gone, Masahiro returned to the student essays, but his mind kept returning to their conversation. Ishikawa's direct question about purpose had probed the very issue he himself continued to examine daily. How did one maintain identity when its foundations shifted? How did generations of warrior tradition adapt to an era where those warriors might never face actual battle? A lesson that couldn't be taught, the one Ishikawa and every young samurai needed to learn through experience, was how to honor the past without being chained by it, how to adapt without abandoning core principles, how to find purpose when traditional roles evolved or disappeared entirely. It was a lesson Masahiro himself was still learning day by day. Perhaps that was why he could guide Ishikawa's journey with genuine insight, not because he had mastered this transition, but because he was actively engaged in it himself. Snow continued to fall outside his window, transforming the familiar landscape into something new, yet still fundamentally itself. Masahiro recognized the metaphor nature offered. Change could alter appearances dramatically while leaving the essential character intact. Perhaps that was true of the samurai class, as well, transformed externally by peace, while maintaining their core values and purpose. Confrontation in the marketplace, unfortunate as it was, had provided Ishikawa an opportunity to begin recognizing this distinction between form and essence. Some lessons could only be learned through direct experience, through failure and reflection, through the painful process of having one's assumptions challenged by reality. Most important lessons, Masahiro reflected, were precisely those that could not be directly taught. They had to be discovered through the messy, imperfect process of living through challenges and emerging, perhaps bruised, but certainly wiser, on the other side. For young Ishikawa, today's difficult lesson might prove more valuable than 100 perfect demonstrations of sword technique or recitations of Bushido principles. He had begun the essential journey from performing samurai identity through external forms to understanding its deeper meaning, a journey as necessary for this new era as it was challenging. Masahiro returned to his students' essays with renewed purpose, recognizing that his own ongoing struggles with these same questions didn't diminish his ability to guide others, it enhanced it. The most valuable teacher wasn't one who had perfect answers, but one who asked the right questions and walked alongside students as they discovered their own truths. Some lessons couldn't be taught directly, but through shared experience and honest reflection, they could still be learned. For both student and teacher alike. Chapter 10, Duel of Words. The Great Hall of Clarity, despite its grandiose name, was merely a repurposed warehouse near Edo Castle. Yet today, it had been transformed by hanging scrolls, arranged seating, and the presence of nearly 300 spectators from across Edo's social spectrum. Merchants in subdued but expensive silk sat alongside government officials in formal attire. Scholars clutched notebooks, while samurai observed with expressions ranging from interest to thinly veiled disdain. At the front of the hall, a raised platform held two groups of men facing each other across a central space. On the right sat 5 traditionalists, senior samurai with stern expressions and formal bearing, their swords displayed prominently at their sides. On the left sat 5 Confucian scholars, distinguished by their scholarly robes and the conspicuous absence of weapons. "Remind me again," Masahiro murmured to Yamamoto as they found their seats among the observers. "How we were persuaded to spend our one free day attending a philosophical debate." Yamamoto smiled slightly. "As I recall, you expressed interest in the practical applications of theoretical positions in educational governance. After Lord Ishikawa mentioned this event, that sounds suspiciously unlike something I would say," Masahiro observed dryly. "Perhaps I'm paraphrasing," Yamamoto conceded, "though I maintain that understanding contemporary philosophical disputes is essential for educators in this transitional era." Before Masahiro could respond, a government official stepped onto the platform and raised his hands for silence. The buzzing conversations throughout the hall gradually subsided. "Honored guests," the official began, "today we continue our exploration of governance principles with the 4th debate in the Winter Discourse Series, sponsored by the Office of Scholarly Development. Our topic: the role of traditional warrior values in modern administrative education." He gestured to the samurai group. Advocating for traditional approaches, the esteemed master Heisugawa Nobumasa and his colleagues from the Council of Warrior Heritage, the leader of the traditionalists, a white-bearded samurai whose perfect posture suggested iron self-discipline, inclined his head in acknowledgement, presenting progressive perspectives. The honored scholar Nakamura Takeshi and representatives from the Imperial Academy of Confucian Studies, the scholarly contingent's leader younger than his counterpart, but with the intense focus of a dedicated intellectual bowed more fully. As in previous sessions, each side will present opening positions, respond to counterarguments, and conclude with summary statements. Our distinguished audience is requested to maintain respectful silence throughout the proceedings. As the official stepped aside, Masahiro noticed several familiar faces in the crowd. Lord Ishikawa, seated with other government officials. Chiyo, somehow having secured a position near the back wall where she could observe everyone. And surprisingly, his cousin Kenzo with his son Hiroshi, now employed in the taxation office. Master Heisugawa rose first, his voice powerful despite his age. For 1,000 years, the warrior code has guided Japan's governance. Loyalty, courage, honor, self-discipline, these are not abstract philosophies, but practical virtues forged and proven on battlefields and in service to lords and land, paced with deliberate steps, commanding attention through presence rather than theatrics. Today, some suggest we should diminish these traditional values in favor of scholarly theories imported from foreign lands and ancient texts. They would have us believe that memorizing Confucian classics somehow prepares young men better for leadership than the time-tested principles of Bushido. Several samurai in the audience nodded approvingly. Masahiro found himself similarly inclined toward Heisugawa's position, though he noticed Yamamoto's expression remained studiously neutral. What these scholars fail to understand, Heisugawa continued, is that governance is not merely intellectual. It requires decisive action, personal courage, and unwavering loyalty. These qualities cannot be learned from books alone, but must be cultivated through martial discipline and adherence to the warrior code. Concluded with a statement that drew murmurs of approval from traditionalists. Japan's strength has always flowed from its warrior spirit. To dilute this spirit with excessive intellectualism is to weaken the very foundation of our society. We do not oppose learning. Indeed, educated samurai have always been valued, but we insist that traditional virtues must remain central rather than peripheral in preparing young men for service. Scholar Nakamura approached the center next, his movements less commanding, but his intellectual presence immediately apparent. Master Hasegawa speaks eloquently of virtues we all value. He began with a respectful nod to his opponent. Courage, loyalty, honor, who among us would reject these qualities? The question is not whether such virtues matter, but how best to cultivate them in an era of peace and administrative governance. His voice, while lacking Hasegawa's natural authority, carried clarity and precision. The Confucian traditions offer systematic approaches to developing both moral character and practical wisdom. They provide frameworks for understanding relationships between rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, teachers and students, relationships that form the foundation of ordered society. Nakamura gestured to encompass the audience. We now live in an era where governance requires more than battlefield decisiveness. It demands understanding of agriculture, commerce, taxation, infrastructure, and diplomacy. These complex domains require analytical thinking, historical knowledge, and ethical reasoning that go beyond traditional martial training. Several merchants nodded vigorously, while government officials maintained careful neutrality. Masahiro noticed Lord Ishikawa watching the proceedings with subtle amusement, as if enjoying an entertaining performance rather than a serious policy discussion. We do not suggest abandoning Bushido, Nakamura clarified, but rather supplementing and contextualizing it within broader educational frameworks. A samurai who understands only the sword cannot effectively govern rice markets or water distribution systems. He must also understand human nature, economic principles, and historical patterns. Initial presentations continued in this vein, with each side elaborating their positions. Though the debate remained outwardly respectful, underlying tensions became increasingly apparent. The traditionalists viewed the Confucianists as threatening a sacred heritage. The scholars saw the traditionalists as clinging to outdated methods, insufficient for modern governance. During a brief intermission, Masahiro found himself approached by young Hiroshi, Kenzo's son, who bowed respectfully. "Uncle, I'm pleased to see you here," the youth said. "Father did not expect you would attend such a scholarly event. Your father still underestimates my intellectual curiosity," Masahiro replied with good humor. "How fares your position in the taxation office?" "Challenging, but satisfying," Hiroshi answered. "Though I find myself caught between perspectives similar to those being debated today. My superior officers emphasize traditional samurai approaches to administration, rigid adherence to hierarchy and procedure, while younger officials advocate analytical methods derived from scholarly traditions. And where do you stand?" Masahiro asked, genuinely curious. Hiroshi glanced around cautiously before answering. "I find value in both. Traditional values provide stability and clear lines of authority, but scholarly approaches offer tools for addressing complex problems that didn't exist in previous eras." A nuanced perspective, Masahiro observed approvingly. "More sophisticated than the binary opposition being presented here, which was precisely my point in suggesting you attend," came Yamamoto's voice as the old teacher joined them. Few real-world questions have single-approach answers, despite what our debaters might suggest. As the intermission ended and they returned to their seats, the debate shifted to direct exchanges between the two sides. The formality of the opening statements gave way to more pointed challenges. Scholar Nakamura suggests samurai education is insufficient for understanding commerce, one of Heisugawa's colleagues asserted, yet who maintained order that allowed markets to function, who enforced contracts and prevented theft, who created the stable society in which merchants could prosper. Samurai did not need economic theories to establish the conditions for prosperity. Nakamura countered with equal intensity. And how many famines occurred because samurai administrators failed to understand agricultural cycles? How many tax revolts because warrior officials couldn't balance revenue needs with peasant realities? Maintaining order is necessary, but insufficient for good governance. As the exchanges continued, Masahiro found his initial alignment with the traditionalists gradually complicated by Nakamura's arguments. Though he instinctively valued Bushido principles, he recognized the legitimacy of the scholar's critiques. Modern governance did indeed require knowledge beyond martial traditions. The debate reached its crescendo when Master Heisugawa, clearly frustrated by Nakamura's rational counters to emotional appeals, resorted to a provocative challenge. Scholar Nakamura speaks well of moral character, he declared. Yet, how is such character truly tested without facing death? A samurai's courage is proven in battle, his loyalty demonstrated through willingness to die for his lord. How do your scholarly examinations test anything beyond memory and cleverness? A murmur ran through the audience. The challenge struck at a core vulnerability in the Confucian position, the perceived gap between theoretical virtue and practical application. Nakamura hesitated, clearly searching for an adequate response. In that moment of silence, the debate moderator unexpectedly turned toward the audience. Perhaps we might benefit from perspective beyond our formal participants, he suggested. Assistant Master Takeda of the School of Five Virtues, you have unique experience as both a military commander and now an educator. Would you offer your perspective on this question? Masahiro straightened in surprise as heads turned toward him. Beside him, Yamamoto looked equally startled by this unplanned development. With no graceful way to decline, Masahiro rose and approached the platform. He could feel eyes from all segments of society upon him, samurai evaluating whether he would uphold traditional values, scholars hopping for acknowledgement of their contributions, officials assessing political implications of whatever position he might take. He bowed respectfully to both sides before addressing the gathering. Master Heisugawa asks how character can be tested without facing death, he began. His voice steady despite the unexpected position he found himself in. Having commanded men in battle, I understand the foundation of his question. There is indeed a clarity to character revealed when mortality is immediately at stake. The traditionalists nodded in approval, clearly expecting him to support their position. Masahiro, however, had not finished. Yet in 28 years of military service, I observed something curious. The samurai who faced death most impressively on the battlefield were not always those who demonstrated greatest strength of character in daily life. Some who performed heroically in momentary crisis lacked the sustained courage to maintain integrity during months of difficult campaign. This unexpected observation created a ripple of surprised murmurs. True character, Masahiro continued, is revealed not only in dramatic moments, but in persistent patterns. The courage to speak truth to power despite career risk. the self-discipline to maintain ethical standards when no one is watching, the wisdom to question one's own assumptions rather than blindly following tradition, turned slightly toward the Confucian scholars. These qualities can indeed be developed through thoughtful study of philosophy and history, through examining ethical dilemmas and their consequences. A samurai who understands not just how to die with honor, but how to live with wisdom, is better prepared for today's challenges. Scholars looked gratified by this acknowledgement. But then Masahiro shifted again, addressing a point they had overlooked. However, scholar Nakamura underestimates something essential in traditional training. Bushido is not merely about battlefield courage, but about embodied knowledge, understanding principles so deeply they become instinct. This physical integration of values cannot be achieved through study alone, gestured to encompass both parties. When a magistrate faces a complex dispute with powerful interests pressuring him from multiple sides, he needs more than theoretical ethics. He needs courage and integrity ingrained so deeply that maintaining them requires less conscious effort than betraying them would. This is what traditional training at its best provides. Masahiro paused, aware that he had neither fully supported nor completely rejected either position, and that his nuanced view was confounding expectations on both sides. I suggest that the question before us is not which tradition should dominate education, but how these approaches might complement each other. The School of Five Virtues attempts this integration, maintaining physical disciplines that develop embodied virtues while incorporating scholarly traditions that expand intellectual horizons, concluded with an observation that silenced the hall completely. The greatest threat to Japan's future is not from choosing the wrong educational philosophy, but from creating false divisions between traditions that should instead enhance each other. A samurai who cannot think beyond tradition becomes a relic. A scholar who cannot embody his principles remains ineffective. Neither alone prepares young men adequately for the complex challenges of governance in this new era. As Masahiro bowed and returned to his seat, the silence persisted for several moments before conversation erupted throughout the hall. He had managed to simultaneously affirm and challenge both positions, offering a perspective that transcended the binary framing of the debate. Well, Yamamoto murmured as Masahiro settled beside him. That was unexpectedly diplomatic and potentially controversial. I merely spoke what I've observed, Masahiro replied, though he felt a touch of apprehension at having so publicly staked out a position between established factions. Formal debate continued, but Masahiro's intervention had fundamentally altered its character. Both sides now attempted to show how their approaches incorporated elements from the other, suddenly eager to demonstrate flexibility rather than doctrinal purity. When the proceedings concluded, Masahiro found himself approached by representatives from both camps, as well as government officials interested in educational policy. Even merchants sought his perspective on training their sons for leadership roles in family enterprises. Lord Ishikawa materialized beside him during one such conversation, smoothly extracting him with practiced diplomatic skill. Quite an impression you made, Assistant Master Takeda, he observed as they moved toward a quieter corner. Several council members are already discussing your comments as potentially informing new educational guidelines. That wasn't my intention, Masahiro admitted. I merely answered the question posed, with remarkable political instinct for someone who claims to have none, Ishikawa noted with amusement. You've positioned yourself and your school as reasonable moderates in a landscape of ideological purists, quite strategic. If I were planning strategy, Masahiro pointed out, I wouldn't have waited to be unexpectedly called upon. Sometimes the most effective strategies emerge naturally from clear thinking rather than calculation, Ishikawa replied. Regardless, you've raised the School of Five Virtues profile considerably. Expect increased attention, both positive and potentially problematic. Before Masahiro could inquire further about this cryptic warning, Master Heisugawa approached, his stern expression unreadable. Take-to-San, the traditionalist leader, addressed him formally. Your military record commands respect, even when your educational philosophies diverge from tradition. I meant no disrespect to traditional values, Master Heisugawa, Masahiro replied with a bow. Indeed, they form the foundation of my own character and teaching approach. Yet you suggested they are insufficient alone, Heisugawa noted, though without overt hostility. A position that might undermine their perceived importance. I suggested they are necessary, but not comprehensive, Masahiro clarified. Much as a sword is necessary for a samurai, but insufficient without the judgment to know when to draw it. Heisugawa considered this analogy, his expression softening slightly. An interesting perspective. Perhaps the School of Five Virtues would welcome a visit from representatives of the Council of Warrior Heritage to observe how traditional values are maintained within your integrated approach. The invitation contained both opportunity and implicit challenge. We would be honored by your visit, Masahiro replied, recognizing that refusing would only create suspicion. Similar exchanges followed with Scholar Nakamura and various officials, each interaction reinforcing Ishikawa's observation about increased attention to the school. By the time Masahiro and Yamamoto departed the hall, both were contemplating the unexpected consequences of what had seemed a simple philosophical discussion. I believe, Yamamoto observed, as their palanquin navigated Edo's crowded streets. We have inadvertently positioned ourselves at the center of an educational policy debate with significant political implications. How does one inadvertently position oneself at the center of anything? Masahiro asked, expressing reasonable views in an environment of unreasonable polarization. Yamamoto answered with a wry smile. Moderation becomes revolutionary when extremes dominate discourse. I merely shared observations from experience, Masahiro insisted. There was no political calculation involved, which is precisely why your words carried such weight, Yamamoto noted. You spoke from lived understanding rather than theoretical position. Both sides recognized the authenticity, even when they didn't fully embrace the content. Masahiro gazed out at the passing city, considering this unexpected development. Will this attention create problems for the school? It creates both opportunities and challenges, Yamamoto replied thoughtfully. Increased visibility means more potential students, more influential connections, more opportunities to shape educational approaches beyond our own institution. And the challenges, scrutiny from all sides, traditionalists watching for any diminishment of Bushido values, progressives expecting scholarly emphasis, officials evaluating political implications of our teaching. We become a symbolic battlefield in larger cultural conflicts. As they arrived back at the school, Masahiro noted several faculty members waiting with obvious curiosity. News of his debate intervention had apparently traveled quickly through Edo's network of informants and messengers. What happened? Mori, the literature instructor, asked immediately. We've received 3 separate messages about Assistant Master Takeda making a significant speech at the debate. Our colleague, Yamamoto explained with mild amusement, accidentally positioned himself as the voice of reasonable moderation in educational philosophy, potentially influencing government policy and definitely attracting attention from various factions. I answered a question, Masahiro protested. Nothing more. Sometimes answering the right question at the right moment changes more than elaborate planning ever could, Achida, the archery master, observed. A perfect arrow loosed at the critical instant affects the entire battle. That evening, Masahiro found himself unable to sleep, replaying the debate and its aftermath in his mind. He had not intended to make a public statement of educational philosophy. Indeed, his own views continued to evolve as he gained teaching experience. Yet now those developing perspectives had become part of a larger discourse with potential policy implications. A soft knock interrupted his contemplation. Sliding open the door, he found Chiyo standing in the moonlight, her usual practical attire replaced by the elegant kimono she had worn to the debate. "Quite a performance today, Commander," she said by way of greeting. "For someone who claims to avoid politics, you have an uncanny talent for significant political interventions." "Not you too," he sighed, motioning her inside. "I'm receiving enough commentary about unintended consequences without adding intelligence analysis to the mix." Chiyo settled gracefully by the garden-facing window, moonlight illuminating her amused expression. "Intelligence analysis is precisely what you need right now. Do you understand what you've done?" Expressed a moderate opinion that apparently no one else was willing to voice. Masahiro replied, pouring tea for both of them. "You've created a third position in what was previously a binary conflict," she corrected. "More importantly, you've offered a framework that allows face-saving compromise for both traditional and progressive factions. That's politically valuable and potentially threatening to those who prefer clear ideological divisions." "Threatening to whom?" "Primarily to extremists on both sides," she explained. "Hardline traditionalists who reject any scholarly influence, and radical progressives who would discard martial traditions entirely. Both groups lose influence if moderate integration becomes the dominant approach." Masahiro considered this perspective. "You believe there might be active opposition to the position I outlined?" "Not immediately," Chiyo qualified. "But as your ideas gain traction, which they already are in certain government circles, expect resistance from those with vested interests in the existing debate structure." She sipped her tea before continuing. "More practically, the School of Five Virtues will now be evaluated as the embodiment of this integrated approach. Student success or failure will be seen as evidence for or against your educational philosophy. That seems an excessive burden to place on young men simply trying to prepare for their futures," Masahiro noted with concern. "Welcome to the intersection of education and politics," Chiyo replied, "where students become proxies in ideological battles, not of their choosing." He discussed the implications further, with Chiyo providing insights about various factions' reactions to his comments based on her extensive network of informants. The picture that emerged was complex. His position had found significant support among moderate officials and practical-minded merchants, while generating both interest and skepticism from traditional samurai families and scholarly institutions. The most interesting response, Chiyo noted as she prepared to leave, came from the shogun's chief educational advisor. He apparently requested a transcript of your exact words for consideration in upcoming policy discussions. "That seems consequential," Masahiro observed. "Quite," she agreed. you may find yourself with influence beyond classroom walls, whether you sought it or not. After Chiyo departed, Masahiro stood in his small garden, watching moonlight play across the freshly fallen snow. The perfect stillness of the winter night contrasted sharply with the turbulent implications of the day's events. He had never sought to become a voice in educational policy debates. His transition from commander to teacher had been a personal journey, focused on finding meaningful service in peacetime rather than reshaping institutional approaches. Yet today's unexpected platform had thrust him into precisely such a role. The duel of words at the Great Hall of Clarity had been officially between traditionalists and progressives, with Masahiro merely an unexpected commentator. But his intervention had transformed the nature of the debate itself, challenging the premise that these approaches must be oppositional rather than complementary. Was this not similar to what he had been attempting in his own teaching? Finding balance between honoring traditional values while adapting to new realities. Perhaps his perspective had resonated because it reflected the practical middle ground many silently recognized, but few had articulated. As he finally prepared for sleep, Masahiro reflected that words, properly deployed, could indeed be as powerful as swords, perhaps more so in this new era. Today's verbal duel had potentially influenced educational policy more significantly than many physical battles had affected military outcomes. Ironies of peacetime continued to reveal themselves. A former commander who had once directed troops through careful orders now found himself shaping discourse through unexpected public statements. The battlefield had changed indeed, but strategy and timing remained essential in this new terrain of ideas rather than armies, whether he had intended it or not. Masahiro had entered a different kind of duel today, one fought with perspectives rather than blades, with integration rather than victory as its objective. And somehow, without planning or preparation, he had emerged as a voice for a middle path that transcended the polarized positions dominating the discussion. For a man still discovering his own place in peacetime society, it was a surprising development. Yet, perhaps, it was precisely his transitional status, neither fully embedded in traditional military identity, nor completely converted to scholarly perspectives, that allowed him to see value in both approaches. The duel of words had ended with no clear victor in the traditional sense. But perhaps victory in this new era took different forms, not the defeat of opposing viewpoints, but the discovery of integrative frameworks that honored diverse traditions while adapting to changing needs. If so, Masahiro reflected, as sleep finally claimed him, then perhaps he was better prepared for this peacetime battlefield than he had realized. Chapter 11, The Lost Code. Careful with those scrolls. Some date back to the Kamakura period. Master Hideo called out, his normally calm voice tinged with anxiety as students transferred stacks of documents from shelves to carts. School's archives, a collection accumulated over decades by Yamamoto and previous masters, were being reorganized following water damage from a leaking roof. Heavy winter snows had crushed a section of tiling, allowing melting runoff to penetrate the storage room's ceiling. Thankfully, quick action had prevented serious damage to the precious documents, but the incident necessitated a complete inventory and relocation. Masahiro supervised a group of senior students, cataloging scrolls and manuscripts according to subject and age. 2 weeks had passed since the debate at the Great Hall of Clarity, and the ripples from his unexpected intervention continued to spread. Visitors from various educational institutions had come to observe the school of 5 virtues integrated approach. government officials had requested detailed curriculum descriptions. Even merchant families, traditionally focused on practical apprenticeships rather than formal education, had inquired about enrollment opportunities. "Sensei, where should we place these?" asked Kuroda Shinichi, holding a bundle of worn bamboo slats bound with faded silk cord. "They don't fit any of the categories on Master Yamamoto's list." Masahiro examined the bundle. The characters marking the outer slat were unfamiliar, written in an archaic style that even his educated eye struggled to decipher. "Set them aside for further examination," he directed. "We'll need Master Mori's expertise for proper classification." As the work continued, Masahiro found himself drawn to the mysterious bundle. Between directing students and organizing categories, he occasionally picked it up, studying the unusual script and feeling an inexplicable connection to the ancient text. During the midday break, while students ate their meals in the courtyard, he brought the bamboo slats to his office for closer examination. The binding cord, brittle with age, crumbled as he carefully unwound it. The slats separated, revealing text that flowed across them in columns, a continuous document designed to be read by laying the slats side by side. Writing was indeed archaic, using obsolete characters and unusual formations. Masahiro could decipher perhaps one word in 3, enough to determine it related to samurai conduct, but insufficient to understand its specific content. He needed expert assistance. "Most fascinating," Mori declared when summoned to examine the find. The literature instructor adjusted his spectacles and bent closer to the ancient text spread across Masahiro's desk. "This appears to be Heian period script with influences from continental styles, quite rare for military documents of that era." "Can you read it?" Masahiro asked. "Partially," Mori replied, carefully sliding one bamboo slat to align better with its neighbors. "It will require time and reference materials for complete translation. But I can tell you it's entitled The Inner Path of Peacekeeping Warriors." The title immediately captured Masahiro's attention. Peacekeeping warriors, not battle instructions. "Indeed not," Mori confirmed, his scholarly excitement evident. "From what I can discern, this appears to be a treatise on the role and conduct of samurai during periods of extended peace." Extraordinary. Most surviving texts from this period focus on warfare techniques rather than peacetime service. Potential significance of such a document was not lost on Masahiro. "How old would you estimate it to be?" Mori studied the materials carefully. The bamboo preparation and ink composition suggest late Heian or early Kamakura period, perhaps 900 years old. Though this may be a copy of an even older original. "Can you translate it?" "With time, yes," Mori nodded. "Though I would suggest consulting with scholar Tanizaki at the Imperial Archives. His expertise in ancient military texts exceeds my own." Masahiro considered this recommendation carefully. The document's potential significance made outside consultation both valuable and potentially risky. If it indeed contained philosophical guidance for warriors during peacetime, it could provide historical precedent for the integrated educational approach he had advocated at the debate. "Let's begin our own translation," he decided. "If we encounter insurmountable difficulties, we can consider seeking scholar Tanizaki's assistance later." For the next several days, Masahiro and Mori worked on the translation whenever their teaching duties permitted. Yamamoto, informed of the discovery, provided access to rare reference materials from his personal collection. Gradually, the ancient text began to reveal its secrets. This is remarkable, Mori declared one evening as they pieced together another section. Listen to this passage. The warrior who knows only battle is like a sword, without a scabbard dangerous, but ultimately self-destructive. The complete warrior cultivates 5 aspects: martial skill, scholarly wisdom, artistic sensitivity, governance understanding, and spiritual depth. 5 aspects, Masahiro noted. Like our school's 5 virtues, though differently articulated. There's more, Mori continued excitedly. In times of conflict, martial skill dominates. In times of peace, the other 4 aspects ascend in importance, though martial readiness remains the foundation. The wise ruler employs warriors across all 5 domains, recognizing that protection extends beyond physical defense to cultural, spiritual, and governmental stability. Yamamoto, who had joined them for this evening's translation session, stroked his beard thoughtfully. This philosophy predates the formal Bushido code by centuries, yet articulates a more comprehensive understanding of the warrior's societal role than many later texts. As more of the document was translated, a coherent philosophy emerged, one that viewed samurai not merely as fighters, but as complete individuals with responsibilities spanning multiple domains of society. During extended peace, the text suggested, warriors should govern justly, patronize arts and scholarship, maintain spiritual practices, and develop intellectual capacities while preserving martial readiness. Most surprisingly, the document explicitly addressed the psychological challenges warriors faced during peaceful eras. The potential for identity crisis, the temptation toward unnecessary conflict to prove relevance, the difficult balance between maintaining martial values and adapting to peaceful conditions. It's as though this was written precisely for our current transition. Masahiro observed, after a particularly relevant passage about warrior identity beyond battlefield prowess. Perhaps every peaceful transition after prolonged conflict presents similar challenges, Yamamoto suggested. The concerns of warriors who have known only war encountering a world that suddenly values different skills. One morning, as Masahiro arrived at his office to continue the translation work, he found Mori waiting with an agitated expression. The manuscript is gone, the literature instructor reported, gesturing to the empty desk where they had left the bamboo slats carefully arranged the previous evening. Gone? Was it moved for safekeeping? Masahiro asked, though the sinking feeling in his stomach suggested otherwise. I've inquired with all staff who have access to this building, Mori replied. No one authorized its removal. The door showed no signs of forced entry, but someone has definitely taken it. Masahiro immediately conducted a thorough search of the office and surrounding rooms, finding no trace of the ancient text. More disturbing was the selective nature of the theft. Nothing else had been taken, not even valuable writing implements or official seals that would have been easily portable and monetarily valuable. Whoever took it wanted specifically that manuscript, he concluded, returning to find Yamamoto had joined Mori in his office. Nothing else was disturbed. This is concerning, Yamamoto acknowledged, particularly given the document's potential significance for current educational debates. We should consider who might have both interest in its contents and access to these buildings. The list of suspects was troublingly long. The school had received numerous visitors since the debate, many of whom had been given tour of the facilities. Students or staff might have mentioned the discovery. Servants, messengers, and maintenance workers moved freely through most areas. I suggest we keep the theft quiet for now, Masahiro recommended. If we announce it publicly, we'll never recover it. Better to make discreet inquiries while continuing to work with the partial translation we've completed. Agreed, Yamamoto nodded. Though I fear the timing is not coincidental. Your comments at the debate drew significant attention to our educational approach. If this document provides historical precedent supporting that approach, it becomes politically valuable, Masahiro finished the thought, or politically dangerous, depending on one's perspective. Mori looked between them with scholarly dismay. But it's a historical artifact of immense cultural significance. Surely no, one would suppress it for mere political advantage. Yamamoto and Masahiro exchanged knowing glances, their years of political and military experience making them less naive about human motivations than the literature instructor. History is powerful, Yamamoto explained gently. Those who control historical narratives shape current perceptions. A 900-year-old text advocating an integrated role for samurai in peacetime challenges. Both traditionalists who want warriors focused solely on martial values and progressives who seek to diminish samurai influence in governance and culture. That afternoon, Masahiro paid an unannounced visit to Chiyo at the Sleeping Cat Tea House. Hopping her network of informants might provide insights into the theft. Ancient bamboo writings about peaceful warriors, she repeated after he explained the situation. Stolen with no signs of forced entry from your secured office. How intriguing. Can your people make inquiries? Masahiro asked. Particularly among those who traffic in rare documents or serve political factions with interest in educational policy. Of course, she nodded. Though recovering it may prove challenging if a powerful faction orchestrated the theft. What made this document so valuable as to warrant stealing, rather than simply requesting a copy of the translation? Authenticity, Masahiro replied. Our partial translation already contains philosophies that would influence current debates. But without the original, skeptics could dismiss it as fabrication or misinterpretation. The physical artifact provides irrefutable evidence of historical precedent. I see, Chiyo mused. And you believe someone who attended the debate connected this potential discovery to your school's approach. It seems the likeliest explanation, Masahiro confirmed. Though who specifically might have both knowledge of the manuscript and access to secure its theft remains unclear. Chiyo promised to investigate discreetly, and Masahiro returned to the school to find an unexpected visitor waiting in Yamamoto's study, Lord Ishikawa, accompanied only by a single attendant rather than his usual official entourage. Lord Ishikawa, Masahiro greeted him with appropriate formality. This is an unexpected honor. I come informally today, Ishikawa replied, dismissing his attendant with a gesture. Once they were alone with Yamamoto, his manner relaxed noticeably. I've received concerning information that I felt should be conveyed directly rather than through official channels. Regarding, Yamamoto inquired, a certain historical document recently discovered at your school, Ishikawa stated directly. One that apparently articulates a comprehensive philosophy for samurai in peacetime. Masahiro and Yamamoto exchanged quick glances. News of their discovery had traveled remarkably fast, and to highly placed individuals. The document in question is no longer in our possession, Masahiro admitted. It was taken from my office last night. If Ishikawa was surprised by this information, he concealed it well. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. Once word of its existence reached certain circles, its acquisition became inevitable. You know who took it? Masahiro asked sharply. Not specifically, Ishikawa clarified. But I can narrow the possibilities considerably. Only 3 factions would have both motivation and capability to execute such a theft without leaving evidence. He ticked them off on his fingers. The traditionalist coalition, led by Master Hisakawa, who would see such a document as potentially undermining their narrative of unchanging Bushido principles. The Progressive Reform Group, under Chancellor Nakamura, who would not welcome historical precedent for samurai involvement across multiple domains of society, and the Office of Historical Documentation, which theoretically preserves artifacts, but practically controls which historical perspectives receive official recognition. You believe one of these groups suppressed the document to prevent its contents from influencing current debates? Yamamoto asked. Almost certainly, Ishikawa confirmed, though which one depends on exactly what the manuscript contained. What did you learn before it disappeared? Masahiro hesitated, uncertain how much to reveal even to this apparently allied official. Yamamoto, sensing his caution, intervened smoothly. He had translated perhaps a third of the text, the old teacher explained. Enough to understand its basic philosophy, but not its complete arguments or specific guidance. And that philosophy was, Ishikawa prompted, integration rather than specialization. Masahiro finally answered. It defined the complete warrior through 5 aspects: martial, scholarly, artistic, governance, and spiritual. In peacetime, it advocated emphasizing the latter 4 while maintaining the first as foundation. Fascinating, Ishikawa murmured, and politically explosive in our current context. It provides historical legitimacy to the integrated approach you advocated at the debate, an approach gaining considerable support among moderate officials. His expression grew more serious, which makes recovering this document a matter of some importance. Historical truth should inform current policy, not be suppressed to maintain convenient narratives. We've initiated discrete inquiries, Masahiro acknowledged, though our resources for such investigations are limited. Perhaps they need not be, Ishikawa suggested. As it happens, the Office of Samurai Affairs maintains certain capabilities for addressing matters of historical and cultural significance to the warrior class. The careful phrasing made Masahiro smile slightly. You're offering official assistance in recovering a stolen manuscript. Not officially, Ishikawa corrected. Officially, I know nothing about any manuscript. Unofficially, individuals with appropriate skills might find themselves coincidentally available to assist your inquiries. Political dance was familiar from Masahiro's military days. Deniable operations, conducted with tacit official support, but no formal authorization. That Lord Ishikawa would employ such methods to recover a historical document spoke volumes about its perceived importance. Who would welcome such coincidental assistance? Yamamoto acknowledged with matching careful language. Particularly given our limited experience in document recovery operations, details were arranged through oblique references and understood implications rather than explicit statements. By the time Lord Ishikawa departed, a joint operation had been organized without ever being directly mentioned. That evening, Masahiro met with Chiyo and 2 individuals introduced only by their family names, Watanabe and Kimura. Their nondescript appearances and careful mannerisms identified them as clearly as any uniform might have. They were government agents, likely former intelligence operatives, now serving in supposedly civilian roles. Our mutual acquaintance suggests coordinated efforts would be efficient, Watanabe opened, referring to Ishikawa without nomming him. Your knowledge of the document, combined with our information networks, offers the best chance of recovery. What have you learned so far? Masahiro asked. The manuscript was removed by a skilled operator, Kimura reported, not a random opportunist or common thief. The lock was picked using techniques that left minimal evidence, and the building was accessed during a specific half-hour when guard rotations created a predictable gap in coverage. Professional work, Chio observed approvingly. Similar to methods we used during the northern campaigns, Watanabe nodded. We've identified 3 individuals in Edo with both the necessary skills and known associations to interested parties. One serves Master Heisugawa's counsel occasionally. Another has connections to Chancellor Nakamura's scholarly circle. The third works at the Office of Historical Documentation, matching Lord Ishikawa's assessment of likely responsible parties, Masahiro noted. How do we determine which one actually performed the theft? We're monitoring their movements and associations, Kimura explained. The manuscript is too valuable to destroy, but too dangerous to display openly. It must be stored somewhere secure while decisions are made about its disposition. If I were hiding such a document, Chio mused, I'd use multiple layers of separation between the thief and the storage location. The original operator would pass it to an intermediary, who would deliver it to a secure holding area not directly connected to the faction that ordered the theft. Precisely our assessment, Watanabe agreed. Which is why we're focusing on identifying unusual patterns in the movements of known intermediaries associated with each faction, rather than just the potential thieves themselves. The discussion continued, methodically analyzing possibilities and planning surveillance operations. Masahiro found himself slipping naturally back into operational thinking, assessing risks, anticipating countermeasures, developing contingency plans. Though the objective differed from his military days, the strategic principles remained applicable. Remember, he cautioned as they finalized their approach, the goal is recovery of the document, not confrontation with whichever faction orchestrated the theft. If we can retrieve it without revealing our involvement, that creates the optimal political outcome. Agreed, Watanabe nodded. This operation officially doesn't exist. The manuscript's recovery should ideally appear as miraculous as its disappearance. For the next several days, Masahiro balanced his teaching duties with discreet involvement in the search efforts. Watanabe and Kimura established surveillance on key locations and individuals, while Chio activated her network of informants throughout Edo's various social strata. Masahiro provided detailed descriptions of the manuscript and translated sections, helping the operatives recognize references to it in intercepted communications. Progress came in fragments of information. A servant mentioning unusual security at Chancellor Nakamura's private study. A messenger observed delivering a small package to Master Heisugawa's residence. Rumors of a late-night meeting at the Office of Historical Documentation. Each piece added to their understanding, gradually narrowing possibilities. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Young Ishikawa Takashi, Lord Ishikawa's nephew and Masahiro's student, approached him after class with uncharacteristic hesitation. "Sensei, may I speak with you privately?" the boy requested, glancing around to ensure no other students lingered nearby. Masahiro's office, Takashi's usual prideful bearing, gave way to obvious discomfort. "I'm not certain I should share this information," he began, "but given your recent lessons about balancing loyalties to family, school, and principles, I believe it's the right course." "Go on," Masahiro encouraged, intrigued. "2 nights ago, I overheard my uncle speaking with a visitor in his private study," Takashi explained. "They discussed an ancient text recently acquired that provided problematic historical context, or current educational debates. The visitor suggested the document should be secured in imperial archives, where its complex historical context could be properly established before public exposure. Masahiro kept his expression neutral despite his surprise. "Did you recognize the visitor?" "Not visually. I only overheard their voices," Takashi admitted. "But my uncle addressed him as director, which I believe refers to the director of historical documentation." This was significant new information, potentially identifying both the faction responsible for the theft and the document's current location. Yet, it also created a complicated situation. If Lord Ishikawa was directly involved in discussions about the manuscript while simultaneously helping them recover it, his motivations required careful reassessment. "Thank you for sharing this, Takashi-kun," Masahiro said carefully. "Such information places you in a difficult position between family loyalty and ethical principles, which is why I came to you, Sensei," the boy replied earnestly. "Your recent lessons about navigating conflicting obligations helped me recognize that sometimes higher principles must guide our actions, even when they create personal discomfort." After Takashi departed, Masahiro immediately arranged a meeting with Chiyo and their government allies. If the manuscript was indeed being transferred to the Imperial Archives, they had a narrow window for recovery before it disappeared into the labyrinthine bureaucracy of official historical documentation. "This complicates matters," Watanabe acknowledged when informed of this development. "The Imperial Archives have significant security. More concerning is Lord Ishikawa's apparent involvement, while simultaneously supporting our recovery efforts. Perhaps he's playing multiple sides," Kimura suggested, "or ensuring his influence regardless of the outcome. Or there's another explanation entirely," Masahiro countered, reluctant to immediately assume duplicity from someone who had demonstrated integrity in previous interactions. "We need more information before drawing conclusions." Their opportunity came sooner than expected. That evening, a message arrived requesting Masahiro's presence at Lord Ishikawa's residence, not his official chambers, but his private family compound. The unusual invitation suggested sensitive matters would be discussed. Masahiro was shown directly to Ishikawa's personal study, a space that balanced military precision with scholarly refinement. Maps and strategic texts shared space with poetry collections and philosophical treatises. Lord Ishikawa himself, dressed in informal evening attire rather than his usual official robes, invited Masahiro to join him beside a garden-facing window. "I suspect you've heard disturbing information about my involvement with your missing manuscript," Ishikawa began directly, surprising Masahiro with his forthright approach. "There have been indications," Masahiro acknowledged cautiously. "Good sources, I hope," Ishikawa remarked with a slight smile. "It would be disappointing if your intelligence gathering was relying on poor quality information." The oblique reference to a student's eavesdropping was clear. Rather than appearing angry about the breach, however, Ishikawa seemed almost amused. "Let me clarify matters," he continued. "Yes, I discussed the manuscript with Director Tanaka of Historical Documentation. Yes, it is being prepared for transfer to the Imperial Archives, but not for suppression, for preservation and controlled study." He gestured to a lacquered cabinet nearby. "In fact, the document currently resides there, awaiting proper restoration before official cataloging." Masahiro's surprise must have shown clearly on his face, as Ishikawa's smile widened slightly. "You believed I was supporting recovery efforts while simultaneously orchestrating suppression, he observed. A reasonable assumption, given the limited information available to you. The reality is more complex. I'm listening, Masahiro said, his mind rapidly reassessing possibilities. The news of the manuscript reached certain circles. 3 factions immediately moved to acquire it, Ishikawa explained. Traditionalists who feared its implications, progressives who sought to control its interpretation, and the bureaucracy who instinctively gathers all historically significant materials under its authority. He poured tea for both of them before continuing. Rather than allowing it to fall into factional hands where it might be suppressed or misused, I arranged for its acquisition through official channels. As a senior government advisor with historical expertise, my involvement ensured it would be preserved rather than destroyed, studied rather than hidden. Yet you also supported our recovery efforts, Masahiro noted, because I needed to understand who else was pursuing it and how vigorously, Ishikawa acknowledged. The manuscript's political significance extends beyond mere educational philosophy. It potentially redefines the entire relationship between the samurai class and civil society during peacetime. He sipped his tea thoughtfully. I needed to confirm whether you recognized its full implications and whether other factions had correctly assessed its importance. Your response and theirs provided valuable intelligence. So the theft, the search, the political maneuvering, all to determine who understood the document's significance. Masahiro asked incredulously. Politics is reconnaissance by other means, Ishikawa replied with a shrug. Just as you once sent scouts to assess enemy positions and capabilities, I use political maneuvers to evaluate factional awareness and intentions. Rose and moved to the lacquered cabinet, retrieving a familiar bundle of bamboo slats. Now that these preliminary assessments are complete, we can discuss the manuscript's actual disposition. I believe its proper home is with those who will use it for its intended purpose, guiding warriors through peacetime transitions. To Masahiro's astonishment, Ishikawa extended the bundle toward him. The School of 5 Virtues seems an appropriate custodian, provided certain conditions are met. What conditions? Masahiro asked, not yet reaching for the offered manuscript. First, that the complete text be properly translated and copies provided to the Imperial Archives. Second, that scholarly access be permitted for legitimate research. And third, that its philosophical framework be incorporated into your curriculum, rather than treated merely as a historical curiosity. These were remarkably reasonable conditions, focusing on preservation and application, rather than control or suppression. You want us to teach from it, Masahiro observed. I want its wisdom to serve its intended purpose, Ishikawa corrected. This text was created to guide warriors through precisely the transition we currently face. Locking it in archives or treating it merely as a historical artifact would betray that purpose. Masahiro accepted the manuscript with formal care. You orchestrated its theft to protect it. I arranged its temporary relocation to prevent its suppression, Ishikawa replied with diplomatic precision. The distinction is politically significant, if practically minimal, as Masahiro carefully examined the bamboo slats, confirming they were indeed the original manuscript. Ishikawa added, "There's something else you should know. The text bears a signature mark, one you may find personally significant." Turning over the final slat, Masahiro found a small, stylized emblem inked into the bamboo, a nightingale perched on a plum branch. "This was created by your ancestors, Commander Takeda," Ishikawa revealed quietly. The Takeda clan of the early Kamakura period were were known for their unique approach to warrior governance. They maintained special units, called nightingales, even then, who served as both battlefield scouts and peacetime administrators. This manuscript appears to be their operational philosophy. Revelation struck Masahiro with unexpected force. The Nightingale squad he had commanded had been named through coincidental historical echo, not direct lineage, or so he had believed. Yet here was evidence suggesting deeper connections, as if his own military innovations had unconsciously followed ancestral patterns. "How did you recognize the connection?" he asked, studying the small emblem with new appreciation. "Historical research has long been my private passion," Ishikawa explained. "When I realized the manuscript's origins aligned with your family lineage, the coincidence seemed too significant to ignore. Implications were profound." Masahiro had been struggling to define his role in peacetime, to reconcile his warrior identity with educational service. Now, he discovered that his ancestors had navigated similar transitions centuries earlier, leaving guidance that had nearly been lost to history. "The lost code," he murmured, "wasn't just historical curiosity. It's my family's legacy, one I've been unknowingly trying to rediscover." "Precisely," Ishikawa nodded. "Which is why its proper home is with you and your school, the contemporary embodiment of principles your ancestors articulated 9 centuries ago." As Masahiro carefully rewrapped the precious manuscript, Ishikawa added a final observation. "History rarely proceeds in straight lines, Commander Takeda. It circles back upon itself, offering each generation chance to rediscover wisdom temporarily forgotten. Your advocacy for integrated samurai education at the debate wasn't new philosophy. It was ancient wisdom resurfacing through you, its natural inheritor." Turning to the school of 5 virtues that evening, the recovered manuscript secure in his possession, Masahiro felt a profound sense of connection across centuries. His struggle to find meaning in peacetime, his instinctive development of the Nightingale squad's unique approach, his current educational philosophy, all echoed patterns established by ancestors he had never known, but whose blood and traditions he carried. Lost code had been found, not just in ancient bamboo writings, but in the living practices he had developed through his own experience. The manuscript provided historical validation and additional insights, but the core principles had survived within the Takeda lineage, even when direct knowledge was lost. As he shared the manuscript and its story with Yamamoto and Mori, their excitement at its recovery gave way to deeper appreciation of its significance. Not merely historical artifact, but living philosophy, Yamamoto observed, carefully examining the Nightingale emblem. "Your ancestors created this not as abstract theory, but as practical guidance for generations that would face similar transitions. Now it returns to its rightful inheritor at precisely the historical moment when its wisdom is most needed," Mori added. "The symmetry is poetically perfect." The days that followed, they completed the translation, discovering additional insights about integrated warrior service during peacetime. The manuscript detailed specific practices for maintaining martial readiness while developing complementary capabilities in governance, scholarship, arts, and spiritual disciplines. Most valuable was its psychological guidance, explicit acknowledgement of the identity challenges warriors faced when transitioning from conflict to peace, with practical approaches for navigating this difficult terrain. These sections could have been written specifically for Masahiro's current students, addressing precisely the questions young samurai like Ishikawa Takashi struggled with in the current era. As promised, Masahiro provided copies to the Imperial Archives while retaining the original for the school. Lord Ishikawa arranged formal authentication and documentation, establishing the manuscript's historical legitimacy beyond dispute. Its contents gradually entered the curriculum, not as historical curiosity, but as living wisdom directly applicable to current challenges. For Masahiro personally, the manuscript provided unexpected resolution to questions that had troubled him since leaving military service. His struggle to find meaning in peacetime was not unique, but part of a pattern experienced by warriors throughout history. His ancestors had not only faced similar challenges, but had developed sophisticated approaches for navigating them successfully. Lost code had been rediscovered, not just as historical text, but as living wisdom passed through bloodlines and instincts, even when explicit knowledge was interrupted. In finding it, Masahiro had not only recovered his family's legacy, but also found deeper purpose in his current role, becoming the bridge that connected ancient wisdom to contemporary needs. Manuscript's final passage seemed written specifically for him across the centuries. The greatest warrior is not one who wins many battles, but one who maintains harmony without fighting. When conflict ends, the true test of the samurai begins to protect and cultivate with the same dedication once given to warfare. In this transition lies the highest demonstration of Bushido, more difficult but more noble than any battlefield victory. Words that could have been inscribed on his heart, articulating the journey he had been unconsciously pursuing since peace began. The lost code had been found, not just in ancient bamboo, but within himself. Chapter 12, Test of Loyalty. Cherry blossoms fell like pink snow across the School of Five Virtues courtyard, their brief magnificence a poignant reminder of beauty's impermanence. Masahiro paused beneath a particularly splendid tree, watching students practice sword forms amid the swirling petals. The scene embodied the duality he'd been contemplating since discovering his ancestral manuscript, martial discipline harmonized with aesthetic appreciation. The warrior's path, encompassing both fierce focus and gentle awareness. The perfect metaphor for your teaching philosophy, observed a voice behind him. Masahiro turned to find his cousin Kenzo approaching along the stone path, formal in both dress and bearing, despite the informal setting. Cousin Masahiro greeted him with genuine surprise. "This is unexpected. I don't believe you visited the school since my appointment. An oversight I've come to remedy," Kenzo replied, studying the practicing students with analytical eyes. "Your educational experiment appears successful. I hear the School of Five Virtues now has a waiting list of applicants from prominent families. News travels quickly," Masahiro acknowledged, nodding his cousin's unusually conciliatory tone. "Though I'd hardly call it my experiment. Master Yamamoto established the approach long before my arrival, but it was your debate performance that brought it prominence," Kenzo countered. "And your discovery of the ancient Takeda manuscript that provided historical validation. The clan's prominence rises with your reputation." Masahiro thought. Now we approach the purpose of this visit. Kenzo rarely acknowledged family connections unless they served practical advantage. "Would you care for tea?" he offered. "My afternoon class doesn't begin for another hour." Masahiro's private study. They knelt on opposite sides of a low table, while a servant prepared tea with meticulous care. Once they were alone, Kenzo abandoned preliminary pleasantries. "Political situation is intensifying," he stated bluntly. "Factions within the administration grow increasingly polarized over policy matters. The relative stability of the shogunate's early years appears to be evolving toward more contentious governance. So I've heard, Masahiro acknowledged, sipping his tea calmly. Though as an educator rather than an administrator, such matters affect me only peripherally. Don't be disingenuous, Kenzo chided. Your position at this school, your connections to Lord Ishikawa, your public statements on warrior education, these place you firmly within political currents, whether you acknowledge it or not. There was truth in this assessment, though Masahiro was curious why his cousin suddenly felt compelled to point it out. And you find this concerning for the clan. I find it potentially advantageous, Kenzo corrected, if managed properly. The conversation was interrupted by a sharp knock. Without waiting for response, Chiyo slid open the door, her expression shifting from urgency to careful neutrality upon seeing Kenzo. Forgive the intrusion, she said, bowing formally. I wasn't informed you had a visitor. My cousin was just arriving at his point, Masahiro replied, nodding the tension in Chiyo's posture that suggested her interruption was not merely coincidental. What brings you here with such urgency? A message from our mutual merchant associate, she answered, using their established code for matters relating to her intelligence network. It seems the imported goods we discussed have arrived earlier than expected. Your inspection is requested. I see, Masahiro nodded, understanding that something significant had developed requiring his immediate attention. Perhaps we could continue our conversation later, cousin. It seems a matter requires my attention. Kenzo's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Of course, though what I wish to discuss would be best addressed promptly. Perhaps I might call upon you this evening. That would be acceptable, Masahiro agreed, rising to indicate the meeting's conclusion. After Kenzo departed, Chiyo immediately closed the door and lowered her voice. We have a situation. Lord Matsuda was seen entering the Takeda compound early this morning, meeting privately with your cousin for over 2 hours. Matsuda, Masahiro's brow furrowed. The same Lord Matsuda who orchestrated sabotage against the school months ago. Very same, Chiyo confirmed. My sources report increased connections between Matsuda's hardline faction and several clan leaders dissatisfied with the current power distribution. They appear to be consolidating an opposition bloc within the administration. Masahiro considered this information alongside Kenzo's unusual visit. And now my cousin seeks a private meeting to discuss political intensification and potential advantage for the clan. The timing seems unlikely to be coincidental, Chiyo noted, particularly given the Takeda clan's historical alignment with Ishida before the Tokugawa victory. Implication was clear enough: potential involvement in factional opposition to the current regime. With Masahiro's position and connections making him valuable to whatever scheme was developing, we need more information before jumping to conclusions, Masahiro decided. Kenzo may simply be exploring political alignments rather than actively plotting opposition. I agree caution is warranted, Chiyo replied, which is why I arranged a coincidental encounter this evening between Lord Ishikawa and Lord Matsuda at the Nightingale Archive. The what? My apologies, Chiyo smiled slightly. The tea house's back room has been officially redesignated as an archive for documents relating to your ancestral manuscript. Lord Ishikawa authorized the classification last week, creates a convenient, secure location for certain conversations. Masahiro shook his head in amusement. Your facility for creating official covers for intelligence operations remains impressive. Old habits, she shrugged. The point is, we can observe their interaction without revealing our concerns. If Matsuda truly is organizing opposition, His behavior toward Ishikawa should indicate it. The plan was sensible. Rather than confronting Kenzo directly about his suspicious meeting, which would only drive any plotting deeper underground, they would gather more intelligence about the factional alignments developing around Matsuda. "I'll meet Kenzo this evening as agreed," Masahiro decided. "But I'll reveal nothing until we better understand what he's proposing." Throughout his afternoon classes, Masahiro maintained outward focus on his students while internally analyzing the political implications of Kenzo's visit. The Takeda clan had indeed suffered diminished status following their support for Ishida against Tokugawa. While Masahiro's recent prominence had somewhat rehabilitated their position, they remained outside the inner circles of power. If Matsuda was indeed organizing factional opposition, appealing to clans with historical grievances would be a logical approach. Promising restored influence in exchange for support against the current power structure would tempt many whose fortunes had declined under Tokugawa rule. As evening approached, Masahiro made his way not to the Takeda compound as Kenzo might expect, but to the Nightingale Archive, formerly the back room of the Sleeping Cat Tea House. There, he found Lord Ishikawa already present, examining documents with scholarly attention, while Chiyo arranged viewing angles that would allow them to observe the main tea house area through concealed openings. "Ah, Commander Takeda," Ishikawa greeted him, using his military title in this private setting. "Your cousin's unexpected visit suggests interesting developments. You were informed quickly," Masahiro observed. "You maintain appropriate awareness of significant clan movements," Ishikawa replied diplomatically, "particularly when they coincide with unusual factional activities." Matsuda, Masahiro nodded. "What do we know of his current operations?" Ishikawa set aside the document he'd been examining. "Officially, Lord Matsuda remains a respected council member with particular influence over regional security matters. Unofficially, he has been systematically cultivating relationships with clans who lost status following Sekigahara, particularly those with military traditions, building a potential power base," Masahiro interpreted. "So it appears," Ishikawa confirmed, though whether for legitimate political counterbalance or more concerning purposes remains unclear. Hence tonight's observation. Chiyo joined them, having completed her preparations. Lord Matsuda has arrived in the main tea room. He's currently alone, though he's reserved space for four. "Four?" Masahiro questioned. "Besides Matsuda and Kenzo." "We shall see," Ishikawa replied, moving toward the observation point Chiyo had arranged. With cleverly designed panels, they could observe the main tea room while remaining unseen themselves. Lord Matsuda knelt alone at a corner table, his formal appearance and rigid posture contrasting with the relaxed atmosphere of the establishment. As they watched, Kenzo arrived, followed shortly by another familiar figure, Master Hisakawa, the traditionalist leader from the Great Hall debate. "Interesting," Ishikawa murmured. "Matsuda courts both administrative and philosophical allies." The fourth participant arrived moments later, and Masahiro felt his breath catch in surprise. General Okada Hirotaka, his former superior officer and occasional rival during the Western campaigns, entered the tea room with a confident bearing that had once inspired both respect and resentment among his subordinates. "Okada," Masahiro whispered. "I'd heard he accepted a minor provincial post after Sekigahara. What brings him to Edo?" "Officially, routine administrative consultations," Ishikawa supplied. "Unofficially, well, that appears to be unfolding before us." He watched as the four men exchanged formal greetings before Matsuda instructed the servants to leave them undisturbed. Once alone, their behavior shifted subtly, postures relaxing, voices lowering, expressions becoming more animated as they discussed matters clearly not intended for public knowledge. They couldn't hear the conversation clearly through the panels. Certain phrases carried to their observation point, insufficient recognition of traditional authorities, systematic marginalization of military expertise, scholarly influences undermining proper hierarchy, strategic positions being filled by merchants' sons rather than warrior lineages. The general thrust became clear: dissatisfaction with the evolving social order under Tokugawa rule, particularly the perceived diminishment of samurai influence in favor of scholarly administrators and wealthy merchants. After perhaps 20 minutes, Kenzo mentioned Masahiro's name distinctly enough to be heard through the partition. All four men leaned closer as Kenzo spoke at length, gesturing occasionally in ways that suggested he was describing Masahiro's position and connections. "They discuss you quite specifically," Ishikawa observed. "Your cousin appears to be emphasizing your military record and current educational influence, presenting me as a potential asset to whatever they're planning." Masahiro concluded grimly. Meeting continued for another hour, with documents being exchanged and examined, nodding agreements, and occasional sharp disagreements that required Matsuda's intervention to smooth over. Finally, they rose and departed separately, careful to leave several minutes between each exit to avoid appearing as a cohesive group. Once they had gone, Chiyo rejoined Masahiro and Ishikawa. "I arranged for their empty cups to be collected separately," she reported. "We may learn something from what they consumed. Tea leaves are unlikely to reveal factional secrets," Masahiro noted drily. "Sake levels might indicate who remained most clear-headed," she countered. "And servants sometimes overhear useful fragments when clearing tables." Her thoroughness reminded Masahiro why the Nightingale Squad had been so effective under her intelligence leadership. No detail was too small for potential exploitation. "What now?" he asked, turning to Ishikawa. "We've confirmed suspicious coordination, but lack specific knowledge of their intentions." "Now," Ishikawa replied, "we allow your cousin to present whatever proposal he has prepared. Your response will determine much about how this situation develops. You want me to appear receptive?" Masahiro clarified, uncomfortable with the deception implied. "I want you to listen fully before responding," Ishikawa corrected. "Understanding their complete plan provides strategic advantage, regardless of how you ultimately choose to address it." When Masahiro returned to his quarters at the school, he found a message waiting. Kenzo requested his presence at the Takeda compound at the hour of the boar. The late timing suggested privacy was a priority, reinforcing the suspicious nature of whatever discussion was planned. As he prepared for the meeting, Masahiro found himself in an unfamiliar position. Throughout his military career, loyalties had been clear to his lord, his clan, his soldiers. In this new political landscape, loyalties seemed more complex, with overlapping obligations to school, students, ancestral traditions, and the peaceful society emerging under Tokugawa rule. Ancient manuscript provided some guidance. The warrior in peace must navigate divided loyalties with greater subtlety than in war. When battle lines are drawn, allegiance is binary. When power flows through multiple channels, wisdom lies in maintaining principled balance rather than absolute alignment. Principled balance. The concept resonated as he made his way through Edo's evening streets toward the Takeda compound. Whatever Kenzo proposed, Masahiro would evaluate it not through the lens of personal advantage or even clan benefit, but through the principles he had come to embrace in his educational role. Take to compound appeared unusually active for the late hour. Guards were posted more prominently than was typical, and servants moved purposefully through the corridors. Masahiro was escorted not to Kenzo's usual receiving room, but to a smaller chamber in the compound's interior section, where guests were less likely to be observed, arriving or departing. Kenzo awaited him, but not alone. General Okada rose from his cushion as Masahiro entered, bowing with the precise depth appropriate between former comrades of different ranks. Commander Takeda, the general, greeted him. "It has been too long." "General Okada," Masahiro returned the bow. "This is unexpected. Not, I think, unwelcome," Okada suggested with the confidence that had always characterized him. "We shared many campaigns, you and I different approaches at times, but always united in purpose, united in service to Lord Ishida," Masahiro clarified pointedly. "Who is no longer with us." "True," Okada acknowledged, his expression sobering. "Much has changed since those days. Some changes for the better, others less so." Kenzo gestured toward the cushions arranged around a low table. "Please, cousin, we have much to discuss, and privacy is best maintained through efficiency." As they settled, servants brought sake rather than tea, a choice that suggested difficult matters would be addressed. Once they had withdrawn, Kenzo secured the doors personally before rejoining them. "I'll speak plainly," he began, "as befits discussion between family and comrades. The current administrative structure established under Tokugawa rule initially appeared to offer stability and peace, worthy objectives. After prolonged conflict, they remain worthy objectives," Masahiro noted. "Of course," Kenzo agreed smoothly. "But at what cost? Samurai families with centuries of honorable service increasingly marginalized. Merchant interests given precedence in economic policies. Administrative positions filled through scholarly examination rather than demonstrated loyalty and service. Natural evolution of peacetime governance," Masahiro observed neutrally. "Natural, perhaps," General Okada interjected, "but not inevitable or irreversible. Changes implemented by men can be modified by men." Implication hung in the air, neither explicit nor particularly subtle. Masahiro sipped his sake, giving himself time to consider his response. "You suggest the current governance approach requires adjustment." "Significant adjustment," Kenzo confirmed, leaning forward intently. The traditionalist perspective represented by Master Hisagawa and others has been systematically sidelined in policy discussions. Military expertise, like General Okada's, relegated to provincial postings far from centers of authority. Clans like ours, with proud martial histories, denied appropriate influence in shaping Japan's future. Under the leadership of Lord Matsuda, Masahiro added, revealing his awareness of the broader factional alignment. Kenzo hesitated, clearly reassessing what Masahiro might already know. Lord Matsuda has indeed recognized these concerning patterns and begun organizing appropriate responses. His position on the council provides valuable insight into vulnerabilities within the current structure. Vulnerabilities, Masahiro repeated. An interesting choice of words. Military rather than administrative terminology. General Okada smiled thinly. Old habits, Commander, though in this case, perhaps not inappropriate. The conversation had reached its critical juncture. Kenzo and Okada watched him carefully, having laid groundwork without yet explicitly stating their proposal. Masahiro maintained his neutral expression, waiting for them to commit fully before responding. Takeda clan, Kenzo finally continued, has opportunity to significantly improve its standing through strategic alignment with emerging power configurations. Your position, specifically respected military commander, now influencing the next generation through education, represents unique value in the coming transition. What transition would that be? Masahiro asked, forcing them toward explicit statement. General Okada took up the thread. A restoration of proper balance. The Tokugawa consolidation served its purpose in ending conflict, but its increasingly civilian administrative approach threatens Japan's warrior traditions. Adjustment is necessary, peaceful adjustment if possible, but determined adjustment regardless. You propose replacing the Tokugawa shogunate, Masahiro stated bluntly, abandoning the diplomatic dance. Through force, if necessary. You propose restoring proper influence to those with demonstrated loyalty and martial capability. Kenzo corrected hastily. The Tokugawa name might remain, but decision-making authority would shift toward traditional power centers, military families, established clans, those with proven service rather than merely academic qualifications. My role in this restoration? Masahiro asked, though he already anticipated the answer. Threefold, General Okada replied. Your educational position provides access to the sons of influential families across factional lines. Your historical connection to Lord Ishida establishes credibility with clans still resentful of their diminished status. And your military expertise, particularly the Nightingale Squad's specialized capabilities, offers tactical advantages should non-peaceful means become necessary. The Nightingale Squad was disbanded years ago, Masahiro pointed out. Yet many former members remain in Edo, Kenzo countered. Maintaining connections through that woman who visits you regularly. Don't look surprised, cousin. Family compounds have observant guards. Your network remains accessible, if not formally organized. The directness of their proposal was both shocking and clarifying. Not mere political maneuvering, but genuine conspiracy against the established order. They offered Masahiro not just improved status, but the potential to reclaim his military identity, to once again deploy strategic capabilities honed through decades of warfare. And what does the Takeda clan gain from this realignment? He asked, still maintaining neutral tone. Restoration of lands lost after Sekigahara, Kenzo answered immediately. Administrative authority over the northern provinces where our ancestors traditionally governed. Recognition as a principal military clan rather than mere administrative functionaries. Considerable benefits, Masahiro acknowledged. Assuming this adjustment succeeds rather than sparking renewed civil war. Risk is calculated, General Okada assured him. Lord Matsuda's council position provides detailed understanding of garrison distributions and loyalties. Master Hasegawa's traditionalist coalition includes influential teachers at military academies throughout the regime. Key positions have been systematically identified and appropriate replacements prepared. The thoroughness of their preparation was disturbing. This was no vague expression of discontent, but a developed conspiracy with specific objectives and methods. They had clearly been organizing for months, perhaps years, gradually building a network capable of significant disruption to the established order. Such comprehensive planning, Masahiro observed. Yet you approach me only now. Why? Educational dimension became relevant more recently, Kenzo explained. Your debate performance and subsequent prominence created new strategic possibilities. The discovery of your ancestral manuscript further enhanced your credibility as a philosophical bridge between traditional warrior values and contemporary contexts. We adapt our approach as opportunities emerge, General Okada added. Just as we did on campaign. Masahiro took a measured sip of sake, allowing silence to stretch as he contemplated his response. Direct refusal would immediately identify him as potential threat to their conspiracy. Feigned enthusiasm would entangle him in treason against the regime that, whatever its flaws, had established the peace allowing Japan to flourish. This requires careful consideration, he finally said. The implications extend beyond personal or even clan interests to the stability of Japan itself. Of course, Kenzo nodded. Thoughtful evaluation reflects the wisdom we value in your potential contribution. However, certain timelines necessitate relatively prompt decision. The next council rotation occurs within 40 days, potentially shifting key positions if not appropriately managed. I would need to understand more specific details before committing to any course, Masahiro replied carefully. Theoretical adjustments are one matter, practical implementation quite another. General Okada studied him with the evaluating gaze that had once assessed battlefield deployments. You have reservations. Have questions, Masahiro corrected, as any commander would before committing to significant action. What forces are reliably aligned? What opposition is anticipated? What contingencies exist for unexpected developments? What specific objectives define success? Military framing seemed to reassure both men. These were logical concerns from a strategic perspective rather than moral hesitations. Lord Matsuda has prepared detailed briefing materials addressing these operational aspects, General Okada confirmed. Available once preliminary commitment is established. Security protocols require this sequencing. Understandable, Masahiro acknowledged. Then let me consider what you've shared thus far. I'll provide my response within 3 days. 2 would be preferable, Kenzo pressed. Certain preparatory movements require coordination. 3 days, Masahiro repeated firmly. Proper evaluation cannot be rushed, as General Okada well knows from our campaign experiences. General inclined his head in reluctant agreement. 3 days, then, will await your decision, Commander. After formal farewells, Masahiro departed the Takeda compound, his mind racing despite his outwardly calm demeanor. The conspiracy was far more developed than he had anticipated, with influential supporters across multiple domains of society. Their approach to him had been carefully calculated, appealing to military identity, clan loyalty, and personal advancement simultaneously, rather than returning directly to the school. He made his way to the Nightingale archive, unsurprised to find both Chiyo and Lord Ishikawa awaiting him despite the late hour. It's worse than we anticipated, he reported without preamble. Not factional maneuvering, but genuine conspiracy against the shogunate. They've been organizing for months, possibly years. How explicit was their proposal? Ishikawa asked, his expression grave. Fully explicit once preliminaries were established, Masahiro confirmed. Matsuda's faction intends to restore balance through systematic replacement of civilian administrators with military leaders. Peaceful transition if possible, but they're prepared for alternative methods if necessary. And they want your participation specifically, Chiyo clarified. They value 3 aspects: my educational influence with students from various factional backgrounds, my historical opposition to Tokugawa establishing credibility with resentful clans, and my military expertise. particularly the Nightingale Squad's capabilities. They know about our ongoing connections, Chiyo noted with professional concern. We've been less discreet than we should have been, or they have better surveillance than we anticipated, Ishikawa suggested. What was your response? I requested 3 days for consideration, Masahiro explained. Outright refusal would have immediately identified me as a threat to their plans. Enthusiasm would have entangled me in treason. A prudent approach, Ishikawa approved. It gives us time to determine appropriate countermeasures. Gravity of the situation settled over them. The peace established under Tokugawa governance, however imperfect in its power distribution, had allowed Japan to flourish after decades of devastating conflict. A return to factional warfare would destroy that progress, potentially costing thousands of lives and destabilizing the nation for another generation. What options do we have? Masahiro asked. Direct report to the shogunate would trigger immediate arrests and likely executions, potentially including uninvolved family members. Clans like mine would suffer collective punishment regardless of individual culpability, yet allowing the conspiracy to proceed risks civil war, Chiyo pointed out. With your cousin and the Takeda clan directly implicated either way, there may be a third approach, Ishikawa said thoughtfully. One that neutralizes the threat without wholesale destruction of the families involved. You have a strategy in mind, Masahiro observed. The beginnings of one, Ishikawa confirmed. But it would require your participation in a manner that might appear morally ambiguous initially. Explain, Masahiro requested. If you appeared to join their conspiracy while actually working to redirect it toward less destructive outcomes, Ishikawa suggested. We might identify all involved parties while simultaneously preventing violent implementation. You want me to become a double agent, Masahiro interpreted, pretending loyalty to their cause while actually undermining it would require exceptional care, Ishikawa acknowledged. Convincing performance, strategic feeding of information, subtle misdirection of their planning. One misstep could be fatal, not just to you, but to everyone associated with you. The proposal created immediate internal conflict. Masahiro's military training emphasized clear loyalties and direct action. Deception was acceptable against enemies in warfare, but felt dishonorable when applied to his own cousin and former comrades, regardless of their current misguided intentions. The alternative seemed worse, either betraying family to punishment or becoming complicit in potential civil war. The ancient manuscript offered relevant wisdom. The warrior's greatest test comes not in choosing between good and evil, but between competing goods or necessary evils. In such moments, one must be guided by the highest principle protection of the peace that permits all other virtues to flourish. If I were to consider this approach, Masahiro said carefully, what would the practical implementation involve? He spent the next several hours outlining a potential strategy. Masahiro would appear to join the conspiracy with measured enthusiasm, not so eager as to create suspicion, but committed enough to gain access to their complete plans. He would feed selected information to Ishikawa, who would implement subtle countermeasures without exposing the source of his intelligence. The objective was not punishment, but prevention, using insider knowledge to systematically undermine the conspiracy's effectiveness without triggering the dramatic confrontation Matsuda's faction appeared to be planning. The greatest challenge, Chiyo noted, as their discussion concluded near dawn, will be maintaining appropriate separation between your actual beliefs and your performed role. The most convincing deception contains elements of truth. You must find aspects of their position that genuinely resonate with you, then amplify those while privately rejecting their methods and ultimate objectives. Living a divided existence, Masahiro observed grimly. Not unlike my transition from commander to teacher, presenting one face publicly while internally navigating different identity. There is personal risk in this approach, Ishikawa acknowledged. Not just physical danger should your deception be discovered, but psychological cost in maintaining prolonged disconnection between action and belief. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on Masahiro as he finally returned to the school. Dawn light beginning to illuminate cherry blossoms, now falling in increasing numbers. The beautiful transients that had seemed poetic just yesterday now felt ominous, peace as fragile and potentially fleeting as the blossoms themselves. In his private quarters, Masahiro knelt before the small shrine containing his ancestors' memorial tablets and the ancient manuscript they had created. The test of loyalty he faced was not simple, not mere allegiance to person or position, but complex balancing of obligations to family, society, personal integrity, and the peace that allowed civilization to flourish. Guide me, he whispered to ancestors he had never known, but whose blood and wisdom flowed through him. Show me the path that honors our traditions while serving the highest good. No dramatic answer came, no supernatural sign or sudden clarity. Yet, as he meditated in the growing morning light, certain truths solidified in his awareness. The conspiracy threatened not just political arrangements, but the peace itself. His cousin and former comrades, however sincere in their grievances, pursued a course that risked returning Japan to the devastating warfare it had only recently escaped. The true loyalty of a samurai was not to faction, or even family when those conflicted with the people's well-being. The ancient code had emphasized protection rather than combat as the warrior's highest purpose. Sometimes protection required difficult choices, morally ambiguous actions, personal risk accepted for broader benefit. As his students began gathering in the courtyard below for morning exercises, Masahiro reached his decision. He would appear to join the conspiracy while working to prevent its violent fulfillment, not out of loyalty to the Tokugawa regime specifically, but out of commitment to the peace it had established, peace that allowed these young samurai to study philosophy rather than dying on battlefields, peace that permitted farmers to harvest crops without marauding armies destroying their fields, peace that enabled Japan to develop in ways that warfare had previously prevented. This test of loyalty revealed a hierarchy of obligations: peace above faction, protection above personal honor, future generations above present advantage. The path ahead would be dangerous, complex, and morally challenging, a different kind of battlefield requiring different kinds of courage. And as he watched his students move through their morning exercises, their faces untouched by the battlefield scars that marked his generation, Masahiro found renewed resolve. This was why he had become a teacher rather than remaining a warrior or becoming an administrator, to help shape a future where conflicts were resolved through wisdom rather than warfare, where samurai served through protection rather than destruction. The test of loyalty he faced was ultimately about what kind of Japan would emerge from this transitional era, one returning to factional warfare, or one continuing to develop peaceful governance. His decision to walk a dangerous middle path between competing loyalties was not betrayal, but its opposite: commitment to the highest loyalty. A samurai could offer protection of the peace that allowed all other goods to flourish. As he rose to join his students in the courtyard, cherry blossoms continuing to fall around them like nature's reminder of beautiful impermanence, Masahiro acknowledged that his hardest battle was just beginning. This would not be fought with swords, but with words, not with armies, but with ideas, not with force, but with influence. A test of loyalty indeed, but one that would reveal the true meaning of Bushido in this new era of complex peace. Chapter 13, Battle Without Swords. Most decisive victories are often achieved without drawing a blade. Masahiro contemplated this passage from his ancestral manuscript as he prepared for his meeting with Kenzo. 3 days had passed since the revelation of the conspiracy. 3 days of careful planning with Lord Ishikawa and Chiyo. 3 days of reconciling himself to the dangerous path he had chosen. Today, he would commit to joining the plot against the Tokugawa shogunate, while actually working to undermine it from within. A deception requiring more subtlety and courage than any battlefield maneuver he had ever executed. Your expression suggests the weight of mountains, Yamamoto observed, joining him in the garden where cherry blossoms continued their inevitable descent. I've seen that look before on commanders before battles, with uncertain outcomes. Is it that obvious? Masahiro asked ruefully. Only to those who know what to look for, the old teacher assured him. Your students merely see their instructor contemplating cherry blossoms with philosophical appreciation. Masahiro had shared the conspiracy's existence with Yamamoto alone among the school staff, deciding that broader knowledge would only endanger others unnecessarily. The old teacher had received the information with surprising equanimity. You're not shocked by this development? Masahiro had asked. Peace always faces resistance from those who mastered war, Yamamoto had replied. The transition we navigate is generational, not merely personal. Some will never accept the new order, regardless of its benefits. Now, as they watched petals drift across the garden, Yamamoto offered final counsel before Masahiro's dangerous undertaking. Remember, in this battle without swords, your weapons are perception and patience. The conspiracy members must perceive you as genuinely aligned with their cause. Yet, you must maintain the patience to intervene only at critical moments when their direction can be subtly altered. A narrow path between opposing cliffs, Masahiro acknowledged. With real consequences for missteps, Yamamoto nodded gravely. Yet, I cannot think of anyone better equipped to walk it. Your military career was distinguished not by brute force, but by strategic thinking, by finding unexpected approaches when direct confrontation promised excessive casualties. Nightingale Squad's success had indeed come from such indirect approaches, gathering intelligence, identifying vulnerabilities, applying precise pressure at critical points, rather than overwhelming force across broad fronts. Same principles apply, Masahiro realized aloud. Not destroying the opposition, but redirecting it. Not confronting power directly, but channeling it toward less destructive outlets. Precisely, Yamamoto smiled. You are not abandoning your warrior identity by avoiding bloodshed. You are expressing its highest form by protecting peace through strategic wisdom rather than violence. This perspective strengthened Masahiro's resolve as he departed for the Takeda compound that afternoon. He was not betraying his training or his nature. He was applying them in more sophisticated ways, appropriate to this complex situation. Kenzo awaited him in the same private chamber as before, though this time without General Okada present. Only a silent servant who withdrew immediately after serving tea suggested the meeting's sensitivity. You've had time to consider our discussion, Kenzo began without preamble once they were alone. What questions remain before you decide your course? Masahiro had prepared prepared carefully for this moment, knowing his initial response would set the tone for all that followed. Too eager would suggest insincerity. Too reluctant would limit his access to the conspiracy's inner workings. "I've considered the broader implications," he replied, measured. "The restoration you describe would significantly impact Japan's governance, potentially reverting to patterns that previously led to factional warfare. What assurances exist that this adjustment would produce stability rather than renewed conflict?" A question challenging, yet not outright rejecting the conspiracy's premise, positioned him as thoughtfully engaged rather than blindly compliant or stubbornly opposed. Legitimate concern, Kenzo acknowledged, appearing pleased by Masahiro's analytical approach. Lord Matsuda has developed a staged implementation plan specifically designed to maintain stability through the transition. Key positions would be replaced systematically rather than simultaneously, with each change carefully managed to prevent disruptive ripple effects. "Planning appears thorough," Masahiro noted. "What of popular response? Merchants and farmers have prospered under current arrangements. They would resist changes perceived as threatening their improved circumstances. This is precisely where your educational influence becomes valuable," Kenzo replied, leaning forward eagerly. "The restoration must be presented not as regression to previous conditions, but as balanced evolution, maintaining economic prosperity while reestablishing proper leadership hierarchies. Your reputation as a moderate voice bridges these perspectives effectively." Masahiro nodded thoughtfully. "And specific objectives. What does success look like beyond general restoration of traditional authority?" "3 phases have been defined," Kenzo explained, his voice lowering despite their privacy. "First, strategic personnel replacements in administrative positions, governing samurai affairs, military organizations, and regional intelligence. Second, policy revisions redirecting resources toward traditional clans and military preparedness rather than merchant enterprises and civilian infrastructure. Third, constitutional adjustments, formalizing the restored hierarchy with appropriate checks to prevent future dilution of proper authority." The comprehensive nature of the plan was simultaneously impressive and disturbing. This was no vague expression of discontent, but a detailed roadmap for systematic restructuring of Japanese governance, one that would indeed restore traditional samurai dominance while potentially undermining the economic and social progress of recent years. "The first phase, personnel replacements," Masahiro prompted. "How is this to be accomplished?" "Administrative appointments typically require shogunate approval through established channels. Carefully orchestrated leverage," Kenzo replied with a thin smile. "Certain officials in key positions have vulnerabilities that make them susceptible to appropriate pressure. Others have natural term completions that provide opportunities for replacement. A few might require more direct intervention, though this would be carefully contained to avoid broader disruption. Euphemisms barely disguised the implied threats and potential violence against officials who could not be otherwise removed." Masahiro kept his expression neutral despite his internal revulsion at such methods. "I see the strategic thinking behind this approach," he acknowledged, choosing words that suggested appreciation without explicit approval. "And my specific role would involve what aspects of implementation? Initially, intelligence and assessment," Kenzo explained. "Your educational position provides unique access to information about various families, private views, and potential alignments. The School of 5 Virtues has become somewhat of a neutral ground, where sons from across factional lines speak more freely than their parents might in official settings. You want me to exploit my students' trust, Masahiro stated flatly. Kenzo's expression tightened at the blunt characterization. I would frame it differently. You would be identifying which families might support proper restoration versus those requiring more careful management during transition. This harms no one while ensuring optimal implementation. Masahiro allowed a calculated hesitation before responding. I can see the practical value in such information, though it would require careful handling to maintain educational integrity while gathering relevant insights. This qualified acceptance seemed to satisfy Kenzo. Beyond this initial contribution, your military expertise will become increasingly valuable as implementation progresses. The Nightingale Squad's approach to specialized operations provides a model for how certain adjustments might be accomplished with minimal disruption. The Nightingales were reconnaissance and strategic intervention specialists, Masahiro noted carefully, not assassins or covert elimination units. Of course, Kenzo agreed smoothly. We speak of strategic intervention, precise application of pressure at critical points to achieve maximum effect with minimum force. Your expertise in such approaches would guide similar operations in governance contexts. Conversation continued in this vein, Kenzo outlining further aspects of the conspiracy, while Masahiro offered measured engagement without enthusiastic endorsement. By maintaining this careful balance, he established himself as a thoughtful asset to their cause, rather than a potential liability, or merely a passionate supporter. Lord Matsuda will be pleased by your participation, Kenzo concluded as their discussion approached its second hour. He particularly values your combination of traditional military credibility and educational innovation, a bridge between restoration and adaptation that helps legitimize our approach across multiple constituencies. Will broader coordination begin? Masahiro inquired. I assume other participants are being similarly enlisted. General Strategy Council is scheduled 3 days hence, Kenzo confirmed. At Lord Matsuda's private estate outside Edo, key representatives from each participating faction will review implementation timelines and coordination protocols. Your presence will be particularly valuable given your analytical capabilities. I shall arrange to be available, Masahiro agreed, recognizing the opportunity this gathering will provide, both for understanding the conspiracy's full scope and for identifying all major participants. As he departed the Takeda compound, Masahiro felt the full complexity of his position. He had successfully established his apparent willingness to join the conspiracy without demonstrating suspicious enthusiasm. Yet, in doing so, he had taken the first steps on an increasingly dangerous path, one where deception and manipulation became his primary weapons in this battle without swords. Rather than returning directly to the school, he made his way to the predetermined meeting location, an innocuous tea house near the administrative district, where Lord Ishikawa maintained a private room for contemplative reflection. There he found both Ishikawa and Chiyo awaiting his report. You were successful, Chiyo observed immediately, reading subtle signs in his posture and expression that others might miss. Kenzo accepted my conditional participation, Masahiro confirmed, settling across from them. A strategy council is scheduled 3 days from now at Matsuda's estate outside the city. All key conspirators will apparently be present. Excellent, Ishikawa nodded. This provides our first significant opportunity to identify the conspiracy's full membership and detailed planning. The plan is more developed than we anticipated. Masahiro continued, describing the three-phase approach Kenzo had outlined. They've mapped specific administrative positions for replacement, identified vulnerabilities for leveraging cooperative transitions, and prepared contingencies for more direct intervention where necessary. Coercion and assassination, Chiyo translated bluntly, though carefully couched in euphemistic terms. Masahiro agreed. Kenzo specifically mentioned my Nightingale expertise as valuable for such strategic interventions, precision operations at critical points. They intend to weaponize your specialized military knowledge, Ishikawa observed. This confirms the conspiracy extends beyond political maneuvering to potential violence, which strengthens our justification for intervention, Chiyo noted, while simultaneously increasing the danger should your true alignment be discovered. The gravity of this reality settled over them as they continued discussing strategy for the upcoming council meeting. Masahiro would need to balance credible participation without actively contributing to plans that might lead to violence or destabilization. What of the School of Five Virtues? Ishikawa asked. Kenzo specifically mentioned your position, providing access to information about families across factional lines. They want me to exploit student conversations and family connections to identify potential allies and opponents. Masahiro confirmed with distaste. I'll need to provide something credible to maintain my position without actually betraying confidences. Careful selection of already known information presented as exclusive insight, Chiyo suggested, combined with strategic analysis that appears valuable while actually misdirecting their assessments. Intelligence operatives' standard approach, Ishikawa noted with slight amusement. Information that seems significant while actually reinforcing preconceptions or directing attention away from genuine vulnerabilities. He spent another hour developing specific strategies for the upcoming council. How Masahiro would position himself, what information he would provide versus withhold, how he would subtly influence discussions toward less destructive approaches without revealing his true intentions. Remember, Ishikawa cautioned as their meeting concluded, these are experienced political and military operators. They will be alert to inconsistencies or hesitations that might suggest divided loyalties. Your performance must be impeccable. Understanding the role is half the performance, Masahiro replied. I must find genuine points of alignment with their grievances while internally rejecting their methods and objectives. A psychological division few could maintain effectively, Chiyo observed. Yet, perhaps your teaching experience provides unexpected preparation. Don't instructors regularly present perspectives they don't personally endorse for educational purposes? Masahiro considered this comparison. There's truth in that observation. Effective teaching often requires presenting multiple perspectives with equal conviction, helping students evaluate competing viewpoints without imposing personal bias. Then consider this an extended teaching scenario, Ishikawa suggested. You're not betraying your principles, but educating conspirators toward less destructive expressions of their legitimate concerns. His framing, while somewhat artificial, nevertheless provided Masahiro useful psychological reinforcement for the complex deception he had undertaken. He was not simply manipulating former comrades, but attempting to guide them toward more constructive approaches to their grievances, preserving both their dignity and the peace they threatened. Following days passed in careful preparation. Masahiro maintained his teaching responsibilities at the school while privately developing his strategy for the Conspiracy Council. Yamamoto, a adjusted the school schedule to explain his upcoming absence without raising suspicions, officially designating it as a research expedition regarding historical texts related to the ancient manuscript. On the morning of his departure from Matsuda's estate, Masahiro found young Ishikawa Takashi waiting outside his quarters, formal in both posture and expression. "Sensei," the boy began with unusual hesitation, "I have received a message from my uncle. He suggests I should be particularly attentive to your teachings upon your return from your research journey." The careful phrasing clearly indicated Lord Ishikawa had informed his nephew of Masahiro's dangerous undertaking, though in terms vague enough to maintain security. The boy's expression conveyed understanding beyond his spoken words. "Your uncle is a wise man," Masahiro replied equally carefully. Attentiveness to lessons, both expressed and implied, serves a student well in complicated times. Takashi nodded, seeming relieved by this acknowledgement of their shared understanding. "Is there anything I might do in your absence to support your educational objectives, Sensei?" "Continue your studies with diligence," Masahiro answered, "and perhaps pay particular attention to the historical examples of how peace was maintained during political transitions. The manuscript contains several relevant case studies worth careful examination." "I understand," the boy replied with a bow deeper than their relative positions strictly required, a gesture of respect for the risk Masahiro was undertaking. "Safe journey, Sensei. I look forward to discussing your research findings upon your return." This brief exchange, with its layers of meaning beneath seemingly innocent words, reminded Masahiro of the broader implications of his mission. He was not merely protecting abstract political stability, but preserving the peaceful future that would allow students like Takashi to develop into thoughtful leaders rather than casualties of renewed conflict. Matsuda's estate lay some 3 hours' journey from Edo, a substantial property nestled against forested hills that provided both natural beauty and strategic privacy. As Masahiro's palanquin approached the main gate, he noted the extensive security arrangements, guards positioned discreetly throughout the grounds, servants carefully monitoring arrivals, and what appeared to be lookouts positioned at elevated vantage points. Commander Takeda, General Okada, greeted him as he arrived, using his military title rather than his educational one. "Welcome. Most participants have already assembled in the main conference room." General led him through meticulously maintained gardens to the central building, explaining security protocols with professional precision. "Servants have been restricted to peripheral areas for the duration of our discussions. Guards maintain perimeter security, but remain outside hearing range of the conference room. All documents will remain on the premises, reviewed only under supervised conditions." These precautions reinforced the conspiracy's serious nature. This was not mere political discussion, but genuine seditious planning, with potentially severe consequences for participants if discovered. The conference room, when they reached it, revealed the conspiracy's impressive scope. 12 men were already seated around a large table covered with maps and documents. Masahiro recognized several immediately: Lord Matsuda at the head position, Master Heisugawa representing traditionalist educators, Kenzo among 3 clan leaders, 2 senior military officers besides General Okada, and 4 others whose formal attire suggested administrative positions within the current government. "Ah, Commander Takeda," Lord Matsuda rose to greet him. "Your cousin has spoken highly of your strategic capabilities. We welcome your perspective as both military innovator and educational pioneer." Others nodded respectfully, studying him with expressions ranging from open curiosity to guarded assessment. These men represented significant power and influence across multiple domains of Japanese society: military, educational, administrative, and hereditary leadership. Their combined resources could indeed threaten the established order if deployed in unified opposition. Gentlemen, Matsuda began once introductions were complete. We gather at a crucial juncture in our nation's development. The administrative structures established following Sekigahara have achieved certain objectives, primarily peace and economic stabilization. Yet, increasingly, these structures divert from proper hierarchical principles and traditional Japanese values. Murmurs of agreement circled the table as Matsuda continued. Our purpose is not destruction, but restoration, returning governance to its proper foundations, while preserving stability and continued prosperity. This requires careful coordination across multiple domains of influence, which your collective presence here represents. What followed was a methodical presentation of the conspiracy's complete strategy, far more detailed than Kenzo had previously shared. Maps indicated specific regional targets for administrative replacements. Documents identified key officials slated for removal through various means. Timelines established sequential actions designed to gradually shift power without triggering organized resistance. Sophistication of their planning was undeniable. They had analyzed vulnerability points throughout the administrative structure, identified officials susceptible to various forms of pressure, and developed contingency responses for potential complications. Most concerning was their apparent confidence in success, not reckless optimism, but calculated assessment based on genuine advantages. Commander Takeda, Matsuda turned to him after the initial presentation concluded. Your cousin indicated your unique perspective might offer refinements to our approach. We would value your assessment of our current strategy. This was the moment Masahiro had been preparing for his first opportunity to influence the conspiracy's direction without revealing his true intentions. He had carefully crafted his response to establish credibility, while subtly redirecting their thinking toward less destructive approaches. Your planning demonstrates impressive thoroughness, he began, acknowledging their work while establishing his analytical perspective. I note particular attention to administrative vulnerabilities and sequential implementation, both critical for maintaining stability through transition. This initial praise visibly pleased several participants, particularly Matsuda and the administrative officials who had likely developed these aspects of the plan. If I might offer observations from my military and educational experience, Masahiro continued, I see 3 areas where refinement might enhance probability of success while reducing potential complications. Rose and approached the strategy map, indicating specific regions. First, your timeline for regional administrative replacements concentrates initially on northern provinces, presumably because traditional clan influence remains strongest there. However, this creates predictable pattern recognition opportunity for central authorities, potentially triggering systematic countermeasures before your secondary phases can be implemented. Several military officers nodded at this tactical observation, while Matsuda looked thoughtful. You suggest a different sequencing. I suggest unpredictable sequencing, Masahiro clarified. Alternating between regions without obvious pattern, complicating potential response coordination by central authorities. Appearing random, while actually following strategic prioritization, invisible to outside observers. This suggestion tactically sound, while actually serving to slow and complicate their implementation. was received with obvious appreciation. Masahiro was establishing his value while subtly undermining their efficiency. Second, he continued, your approach to official replacements relies heavily on coercive methods, leveraging personal vulnerabilities, family pressures, and in several cases, implied threats of more direct intervention. While expedient, such methods create lasting resentment that manifests as passive resistance or delayed retaliation, potentially destabilizing your new structure once established. This observation created visible discomfort among some participants, particularly the administrative officials who had likely developed these coercive approaches. Master Heisugawa, however, seemed intrigued by Masahiro's concern. What alternative would you suggest? The traditionalist educator asked. Incentive-based transitions were possible, Masahiro replied. Many officials value status over specific position, offering lateral transfers with enhanced ceremonial recognition or advisory roles with maintained stipends often achieves cooperative transitions without creating embittered opponents. Coercion becomes unnecessary when self-interest aligns with your objectives. This approach, which would significantly reduce potential violence, while also creating opportunities for Lord Ishikawa to intervene with counteroffers, was received with mixed reactions. Some participants seemed to appreciate its sophistication, while others appeared disappointed by its less aggressive nature. An interesting perspective, Matsuda commented neutrally. Though perhaps optimistic regarding certain officials' willingness to cooperate under any circumstances. Which brings me to my third observation, Masahiro continued smoothly. Your current strategy assumes relative secrecy until implementation is significantly advanced. Yet, movements of this magnitude inevitably generate information leakage, particularly when multiple domains are simultaneously affected, indicated the timeline document with its carefully sequenced actions. Rather than assuming operational security will be maintained throughout, I would suggest preparing explicit contingency protocols for various exposure scenarios, including prepared public narratives that frame your actions as administrative modernization rather than authoritarian restoration. This suggestion, which would actually focus their attention on public relations rather than implementation efficiency, generated considerable discussion. Several participants immediately began proposing potential public narratives, temporarily diverting the conversation from operational planning to message development. Reception management has indeed been somewhat neglected in our planning, Matsuda acknowledged after these discussions. Commander Takeda makes a valid point regarding inevitable information exposure. Remainder of that day's session involved incorporating Masahiro's suggestions into their strategic planning. Each modification he proposed subtly redirected their approach, slowing implementation timelines, reducing potential violence, increasing focus on public perception rather than operational efficiency, and creating opportunities for counter-intervention by Ishikawa's loyalists. And he was careful to maintain credible support for their overall objectives, contributing valuable insights that demonstrated genuine strategic capability while concealing his true intention to undermine their efforts. It was a delicate balance, providing enough value to maintain his position while subtly sabotaging their effectiveness. As evening approached, Matsuda called for a break before dinner. We've made excellent progress incorporating Commander Takeda's insights, he observed with evident satisfaction. Tomorrow, we'll address specific regional implementation planning and communications protocols. During the elaborate dinner that followed, Masahiro carefully cultivated relationships with key conspiracy members, particularly those whose functions seemed most critical to implementation. General Okada introduced him to military officers commanding regional garrisons, whose cooperation would be essential for maintaining order during administrative transitions. Takeda approaches problems differently than most commanders I've known, Okada told them, apparently genuinely impressed by Masahiro's strategic contributions. He sees vulnerabilities others miss and identifies indirect approaches that minimize resistance. His Nightingale operations during the Western campaigns were studied extensively by our strategists. His praise, while uncomfortable given Masahiro's actual intentions, nevertheless strengthened his position within the conspiracy. By morning, he had established himself as a valued strategic advisor rather than merely Kenzo's cousin or a potentially useful educational connection. Second day of council meetings focused on specific regional plans and communication systems. Again, Masahiro offered suggestions that appeared helpful while actually introducing subtle complications, redundant verification requirements that would slow implementation, communication protocols with built-in ambiguities that could create confusion, contingency plans that diverted resources from primary objectives. By the Council's conclusion that afternoon, he had successfully influenced numerous aspects of their strategy in ways that would render it less efficient, less violent, and more vulnerable to counter-intervention, all while being viewed as a valuable contributor to their cause. Your participation has been even more valuable than anticipated, Matsuda told him as the meeting adjourned. Your strategic perspective balances theoretical soundness with practical implementation considerations, precisely what our planning required. I merely apply principles developed through experience, Masahiro replied modestly. Military operations, educational administration, and political transitions share fundamental dynamics, despite their surface differences. Indeed they do, Matsuda agreed, which is why your continued involvement will be essential as we move toward implementation. The next Coordination Council will convene in 20 days, by which time initial preparatory measures should be underway. This timeline, significantly delayed from what had originally been discussed before Masahiro's involvement, represented one of his most important achievements. The additional preparation time would provide Lord Ishikawa crucial opportunities to implement countermeasures without alerting the conspirators to external awareness of their plans. As participants departed Matsuda's estate that evening, Masahiro maintained his careful performance, exchanging formal farewells with precisely calibrated respect, making arrangements for continued communication through secure channels, and generally behaving as a committed co-conspirator with particular strategic expertise. Only when his palanquin had carried him well beyond the estate's boundaries did he permit himself to relax marginally, reviewing the extensive mental notes he had maintained throughout the council. He would need to provide Ishikawa comprehensive details without written documentation, names, positions, plans, timelines, and vulnerabilities he had identified in their approach. Rather than returning directly to Edo, his palanquin took a circuitous route to a small shrine some distance from the main road. There, as arranged through Chiyo's careful coordination, he found Lord Ishikawa waiting in the simple quarters reserved for distinguished pilgrims. "You appear intact," Ishikawa observed as Masahiro joined him, "both physically and psychologically." "Relatively so," Masahiro acknowledged, accepting the cup of tea Ishikawa offered. Though maintaining the deception for 2 continuous days proved more taxing than anticipated, he had You succeeded, Ishikawa noted. My observers reported you were received with increasing respect as the council progressed. Several participants were overheard discussing your valuable contributions during their departures, contributions designed to undermine their effectiveness while appearing to enhance it, Masahiro confirmed. Their plan is sophisticated, but contains exploitable vulnerabilities, particularly regarding communications security and contingency responses. For the next several hours, he provided Ishikawa detailed information about the conspiracy, participants, objectives, methods, timelines, and the modifications he had successfully introduced. Ishikawa occasionally asked clarifying questions, but mostly listened with focused attention, mentally cataloging actionable intelligence. They intend to begin preliminary positioning within 10 days, Masahiro concluded, though I managed to delay major implementation until after their next council, meeting 20 days hence. This provides window for targeted counter-preparations. You've done remarkable work, Ishikawa acknowledged, converting potential crisis into manageable challenge through strategic intervention. A battle without swords indeed, yet no less consequential than any military campaign. The battle has only begun, Masahiro cautioned. They expect regular information from me regarding potential family alignments gathered through my educational position. I'll need to provide something sufficiently credible to maintain their confidence. Gio has prepared assessments of various families' known positions, Ishikawa assured him, carefully selected to appear valuable, while actually reinforcing misconceptions that will complicate their recruitment efforts. You'll receive these before returning to Edo. As promised, when Masahiro resumed his journey the following morning, a messenger delivered a sealed package containing Chio's prepared intelligence information that appeared significant while actually misdirecting the conspiracy's understanding of potential support among key families. Returning to the School of Five Virtues that afternoon, Masahiro found Yamamoto waiting in his quarters, concern evident despite his attempt at casual greeting. Your research expedition was productive, the old teacher inquired once they were alone. Disturbingly so, Masahiro confirmed. The conspiracy is broader and more developed than we anticipated. 12 principal leaders representing military, administrative, educational, and clan interests, with carefully developed plans for systematic replacement of key officials throughout the governance structure, and your role within their planning. Strategic advisor with particular focus on implementation methodology, Masahiro explained. I've successfully introduced modifications that appear to enhance their approach while actually creating vulnerabilities and delays that Lord Ishikawa can exploit. Yamamoto studied him with obvious concern. And the personal cost of this deception. You seem strained. Maintaining credible enthusiasm for objectives I find fundamentally misguided is indeed challenging, Masahiro admitted. Particularly when several conspirators are men I once respected as comrades or teachers. The psychological burden of divided presentation versus authentic belief. Yamamoto nodded sympathetically. Perhaps more demanding than physical battle in its own way. At least in battle, one's purpose and alignment remain clear, Masahiro agreed. This shadow warfare requires constant internal division between apparent support and actual opposition. Yet despite this psychological strain, Masahiro found himself applying his military training to this new context with unexpected effectiveness. The strategic thinking developed through decades of warfare translated surprisingly well to political maneuvering, analyzing vulnerabilities, identifying critical pressure points, developing indirect approaches that achieved objectives while minimizing resistance. The days that followed, he maintained his teaching responsibilities while simultaneously fulfilling the conspiracy's expectations, providing selected intelligence about family alignments, developing refined implementation suggestions, and generally presenting himself as a committed participant in their restoration efforts. Each communication with Kenzo or other conspirators required careful calibration, demonstrating appropriate enthusiasm without overplaying his role, offering valuable insights that nevertheless subtly undermined their effectiveness, and maintaining credible alignment with their objectives while creating opportunities for Ishikawa's countermeasures. Week after the council meeting, Kenzo visited him at the school, ostensibly to discuss family matters, but actually to deliver updated instructions from Matsuda. Initial positioning has begun in 3 regions. His cousin informed him during a private walk through the school's gardens. Administrative officials in Asumi, Awa, and Kazuk provinces have been approached regarding potential reassignments. Responses have been surprisingly positive, particularly when utilizing your suggested incentive-based transitions rather than leveraging vulnerabilities. Cooperation achieved through aligned interests creates more stable outcomes than coercion, Masahiro noted, pleased that his suggestion had reduced potential violence while simultaneously slowing implementation through more complex negotiations. Lord Matsuda was initially skeptical, Kenzo acknowledged, but results support your approach. He specifically requests your direct involvement in approaching several key officials here in Edo, where your educational reputation provides useful introduction context. This request represented both danger and opportunity, greater risk of exposure through direct participation, but also increased ability to influence implementation details away from violent methods. I would need specific briefing regarding these officials and proposed approaches, Masahiro replied carefully. Educational reputation creates initial reception opportunity, but requires appropriate substantive follow-through. Of course, Kenzo assured him. Lord Matsuda has prepared detailed briefing materials for your review before any direct engagement. Your strategic perspective is highly valued, particularly your emphasis on maintaining stability through transition. Irony of being praised for contributions designed to undermine their efforts was not lost on Masahiro. Yet this appreciation reinforced his effective positioning within the conspiracy, trusted advisor, rather than merely useful connection. That evening, after Kenzo's departure, Masahiro met with Chiyo at the Nightingale Archive to relay this development and plan appropriate responses. Direct involvement in approaching officials increases your risk considerably, she observed with professional concern, yet creates unprecedented opportunity to redirect their efforts toward non-destructive outcomes. The officials they intend me to approach, can we identify them in advance? Masahiro asked. Potentially, Chiyo confirmed. Cross-referencing administrative positions with officials known to have educational interests and appropriate rank suggests 7 likely candidates. Lord Ishikawa has already initiated subtle countermeasures with each, without revealing the broader conspiracy context, preparing ground for when I approach them officially on Matsuda's behalf. Masahiro nodded, ensuring they report the approach through appropriate channels without compromising my position. Their discussion continued, developing detailed strategies for this new phase of Masahiro's dangerous balancing act. Each official approach would require careful preparation, demonstrating credible support for the conspiracy while creating documentation that Ishikawa could use to monitor and counter its development. This battle without swords becomes increasingly complex, Masahiro observed as their planning concluded. In traditional warfare, objectives and methods remain relatively straightforward: defeat enemies through superior force or strategy. This shadow campaign requires constant recalibration between competing imperatives, yet you navigate it with remarkable effectiveness, Chiyo noted. Perhaps because your military career always emphasized strategic thinking over brute force. The Nightingale approach translated to political maneuvering more naturally than conventional battlefield tactics might have. There was truth in this observation. Throughout his military career, Masahiro had preferred indirect approaches that achieved objectives through minimal bloodshed, identifying critical vulnerabilities, applying precise pressure at key points, and redirecting opposition rather than destroying it outright. Now, he applied these same principles to undermining the conspiracy from within, not through direct opposition that would trigger defensive reactions, but through subtle redirection that gradually transformed their approach from potentially violent disruption toward more moderate expressions of legitimate grievances. As this dangerous work continued over subsequent days, Masahiro found unexpected support from his ancestral manuscript. The ancient text contained specific guidance for warriors navigating political conflicts. When battle shifts from physical to persuasive domains, the skillful warrior recognizes that minds, unlike bodies, can be transformed rather than defeated. Victory comes not through destruction of opposition, but through its redirection toward harmonious resolution. This perspective strengthened his resolve as he balanced teaching responsibilities with increasingly demanding conspiracy involvement. He was not betraying former comrades, but attempting to guide them toward less destructive expressions of their concerns, preserving both peace and their dignity through strategic intervention rather than confrontational opposition. The battle without swords continued its complex progression, with Masahiro carefully maintaining his precarious position between apparent support and actual undermining. Each day brought new challenges requiring delicate balancing between competing imperatives, demonstration of commitment to the conspiracy, while creating opportunities for its peaceful neutralization. Yet in this dangerous work, he found unexpected fulfillment of his warrior training, protecting peace through strategic wisdom rather than battlefield prowess, applying martial discipline to political maneuvering rather than physical conflict. The weapons had changed from swords to words, from direct confrontation to subtle influence, but the underlying purpose remained the same: protection of Japan and its people from unnecessary suffering. As preparations advanced toward the next conspiracy council, where implementation would accelerate unless effectively redirected, Masahiro recognized that this battle without swords was potentially more consequential than any military campaign he had commanded. The peace established through Tokugawa governance, however imperfect, had allowed Japan to flourish after generations of devastating conflict. Preserving this peace while addressing legitimate concerns about governance balance would require all his strategic skill in the critical days ahead. Warrior's path had led him not to glorious battlefield victory, but to subtle political maneuvering that few would ever recognize or appreciate. Yet this too was Bushido in its highest form: sacrifice of personal recognition for broader benefit, application of martial discipline to peaceful resolution rather than violent confrontation. Battle without swords indeed, no less demanding of courage, strategy, and unwavering commitment to protection rather than destruction. Chapter 14, The New Code. The most dangerous moment in any conflict is not its beginning, but its resolution. These words from the ancient manuscript echoed in Masahiro's mind as he prepared for the Second Conspiracy Council. 20 days had passed since the initial gathering at Matsuda's estate. 20 days of careful maneuvering, subtle sabotage, and increasingly complex deception as he worked to undermine the plot from within. During this period, he had met individually with several officials targeted for transition by the conspirators, ostensibly to assess their receptiveness to the restoration movement. Each meeting had been a dangerous balancing act, establishing credible interest on behalf of unnamed traditionalist interests, while creating opportunities for these officials to report these approaches through channels monitored by Lord Ishikawa. Meanwhile, Chiyo's network had tracked the conspiracy's preliminary activities across several provinces, providing Ishikawa crucial intelligence for implementing countermeasures without revealing external awareness of the broader plot. Military reassignments had been subtly delayed through administrative complications. Officials targeted for removal had received unexpected patronage from seemingly unconnected sources. Communications between conspiracy cells had occasionally gone astray, creating confusion and necessitating clarifications that further delayed implementation. As summer heat settled over Edo, the conspiracy leadership would reconvene to assess progress and accelerate their plans. This gathering would be the critical juncture, the moment when Masahiro's influence would either successfully redirect their efforts toward non-destructive expressions of their grievances or fail to prevent potentially violent disruption. "You seem troubled," Yamamoto observed as they shared morning tea in the school garden. "More so than before your previous meeting with these traditionalist interests." Masahiro appreciated the old teacher's careful phrasing, even in the privacy of his garden. "The complexity increases with each interaction," he acknowledged. "What began as relatively straightforward deception has evolved into something more nuanced." "How so?" Yamamoto inquired. "I find myself genuinely sympathizing with certain aspects of their position," Masahiro admitted. "Their concerns about diminishing samurai influence in governance and the erosion of traditional values have legitimate foundation. It's their methods and absolute objectives I oppose, not all elements of their perspective." Yamamoto nodded thoughtfully. "The most effective deception contains elements of truth. The most sustainable resolution acknowledges legitimate grievances while redirecting harmful expressions. You suggest I seek not merely to prevent their actions, but to transform their approach?" Masahiro asked. "I suggest that prevention without transformation merely delays inevitable conflict," Yamamoto replied. "True resolution requires addressing underlying tensions rather than merely suppressing their expression." This perspective followed Masahiro to Matsuda's estate that afternoon, where the Conspiracy Council reconvened with noticeably mixed emotions. Some participants, particularly the administrative officials, appeared frustrated by unexpected obstacles to their preliminary efforts. Others, mainly the clan leaders and military officers, seemed almost relieved by the measured pace of implementation. Our initial positioning has encountered unanticipated complications. Matsuda began once formal greetings concluded. Administrative reassignments in Asumi province have been delayed through bureaucratic entanglements. Communications between regional coordinators have experienced inconsistent reliability, and several officials approached regarding potential transitional roles have demonstrated ambiguous receptiveness. Ambiguous in what sense? Master Hisagawa inquired. They express sympathy with traditionalist perspectives on governance, Kenzo explained, while maintaining reservations about systematic restructuring. They acknowledge legitimate concerns without committing to active participation in addressing them. Masahiro recognized his own careful approach, reflected in these officials' responses, acknowledging valid grievances while avoiding endorsement of problematic solutions. Lord Ishikawa's preparatory influence was evidently effective in establishing this balanced position. Such measured response is unsurprising, Masahiro offered, positioning himself as analytical rather than disappointed. Administrative officials naturally prioritize stability and predictability. Direct transition represents uncertainty regardless of philosophical alignment. We should interpret cautious reception as procedural conservatism rather than conceptual opposition. This interpretation, casting implementation, challenges as methodological rather than fundamental, seemed to reassure several council members, particularly those who had advocated for Masahiro's incentive-based approach over more coercive methods. Commander Takeda's assessment aligns with my observations, General Okada supported. Military reassignments have similarly encountered procedural delays rather than substantive resistance. Garrison commanders express theoretical support while requesting additional preparation time before committing operational assets. Council spent several hours reviewing these implementation challenges across multiple domains. Throughout these discussions, Masahiro carefully maintained his established role, offering strategic analysis that appeared to strengthen their approach while actually introducing further complications and delays. He suggested consolidated preparation phases before major transitions, enhanced communication protocols that added layers of verification, and coordinated timing adjustments that systematically extended implementation timelines. Yet as the council progressed, Masahiro became increasingly aware of subtle tensions among the participants, divisions not previously evident during their first gathering. Clan leaders seemed increasingly hesitant about potentially destabilizing transitions. Military officers expressed growing concerns about maintaining order if administrative disruptions exceeded certain thresholds. Even Lord Matsuda appeared less certain about the absolute necessity of systematic restructuring rather than incremental reform. These emerging divisions presented unexpected opportunity rather than merely delaying implementation. Perhaps Masahiro could redirect the conspiracy's energy toward constructive reform within existing structures, addressing legitimate grievances without destructive disruption. When discussion turned to next phase planning, Masahiro saw his opening. For proceeding to specific implementation schedules, he suggested, perhaps we might benefit from reconsidering our foundational approach in light of initial experiences. Our preliminary efforts reveal something significant about current governance structures. And what might that be? Matsuda asked, attention focused. Greater adaptive capacity than anticipated, Masahiro replied. The administrative system has demonstrated flexibility in absorbing traditionalist perspectives when properly presented. Officials respond positively to substantive concerns while resisting methodological disruption. This suggests alternative pathways toward our objectives, potentially more efficient than systematic replacement. What alternative do you propose? Master Hisagawa inquired, seeming genuinely interested rather than merely polite. Reformational integration, rather than structural replacement, Masahiro explained. Instead of removing officials to install traditionalist perspectives, we introduce traditionalist frameworks that existing officials implement within established channels. The objective remains enhancing traditional values and samurai influence in governance, but through evolutionary rather than revolutionary methods. This suggestion, which would transform their conspiracy into legitimate advocacy within existing structures, created immediate division among participants. Some appeared intrigued by this less confrontational approach, while others clearly considered it insufficient to address their grievances. You suggest abandoning our restoration objective. One clan leader asked skeptically. I suggest achieving our substantive objectives without unnecessary procedural disruption. Masahiro clarified. The essence of restoration is reestablishing traditional principles in governance, not necessarily replacing specific individuals implementing those principles. Lord Matsuda studied him with calculating intensity. This represents significant departure from our established approach, Commander Takeda. What evidence suggests it would prove effective in addressing fundamental concerns? Evidence of history, Masahiro replied, drawing on his ancestral manuscript's wisdom. Japan has experienced multiple transitional periods where traditional values were successfully integrated into evolving governance structures without systematic disruption. The manuscript recovered at the School of Five Virtues documents precisely such transitions during the late Heian and early Kamakura periods. Reference to historical precedent, particularly from a document with established scholarly credibility, visibly impressed several participants, especially Master Heisugawa and the educated clan leaders. I have examined this manuscript, Heisugawa confirmed. Its analysis of peacetime warrior governance offers sophisticated frameworks beyond simple martial domination. If such approaches succeeded in previous transitional eras, they merit consideration in our current context. The discussion that followed revealed deepening divisions among the conspirators. Some, primarily military officers and certain clan leaders, remained committed to systematic replacement of key officials. Others, particularly those with administrative experience and educational backgrounds, showed increasing interest in Masahiro's reformational approach. Lord Matsuda, recognizing this emerging division, called for a brief recess before addressing Masahiro's proposal directly. As participants dispersed to the estate's gardens for refreshment, Masahiro found himself approached by General Okada. An interesting suggestion, Commander, the general observed, his tone carefully neutral. Though perhaps optimistic regarding established officials' willingness to implement traditionalist frameworks without direct pressure, experience suggests properly framed adjustments encounter less resistance than anticipated, Masahiro replied. Officials prioritize stability and coherence. They resist methodological disruption more than substantive adaptation. When traditional values are presented as enhancing stability rather than threatening it, receptiveness increases substantially. Okada studied him with the evaluating gaze that had assessed countless battlefield situations. You've always preferred indirect approaches to direct confrontation, he noted. Even during the Western campaigns, your Nightingales achieved objectives through manipulation of perception rather than overwhelming force. Different tactical approaches for different strategic contexts, Masahiro acknowledged. The objective determines the method, not philosophical preference. And what objective drives your current proposal? Okada asked pointedly. Restoration of traditional influence or mere preservation of administrative stability? question approached dangerous territory, probing Masahiro's true motivations rather than accepting his apparent alignment. He needed to respond carefully without revealing his actual purpose. Both objectives serve Japan's well-being when properly balanced, he replied. Traditional principles provide ethical foundation and hierarchical clarity. Administrative stability enables consistent implementation and public confidence. Neither functions effectively without the other. His philosophical response, true to his actual beliefs, while avoiding direct answer, seemed to satisfy Okada momentarily. Yet Masahiro sensed increased scrutiny from several participants as the council reconvened after their brief recess. Lord Matsuda addressed the gathering with renewed focus. Commander Takeda's alternative approach merits serious consideration, he began, surprising Masahiro with his apparent receptiveness. The manuscript he references provides historical precedent for evolutionary integration of traditional values within existing frameworks. Several participants nodded agreement, while others maintained skeptical expressions. Matsuda continued with diplomatic precision. However, such reformational approach requires specific mechanisms for ensuring genuine implementation rather than superficial acknowledgement. Without structural accountability, traditional principles might receive verbal endorsement without practical application. This astute observation, identifying genuine concern within the reformational approach, demonstrated Matsuda's political sophistication. He neither rejected Masahiro's suggestion outright, nor accepted it without qualification, maintaining balanced position while assessing factional alignments among participants, a legitimate concern Masahiro acknowledged, which suggests a hybrid approach combining elements of both strategies. Structural adjustments and oversight and accountability mechanisms, while maintaining operational continuity in implementation roles. This modified proposal, allowing conspiracy leaders supervision authority without disruptive replacement of operational officials, offered compromise between competing perspectives. It would redirect their energy toward legitimate influence while abandoning potentially destabilizing methods. The discussion that followed revealed growing support for this hybrid approach, particularly among moderates who had harbored reservations about more aggressive methods. Even General Okada seemed to find merit in maintaining operational continuity while establishing traditionalist accountability mechanisms. And as conversation progressed, Masahiro noticed Lord Matsuda watching him with increasingly calculating assessment, as if reconsidering earlier assumptions about his motivations and alignment. Had his redirection attempt been too transparent? Had his true purpose become suspect? These concerns intensified when Matsuda unexpectedly suggested private consultation with specific participants: Masahiro, General Okada, Master Hisakawa, and Kenzo. While others continued detailed planning discussions, certain strategic considerations require specialized perspective. Matsuda explained smoothly as he led this smaller group to a separate chamber. The hybrid approach Commander Takeda suggests presents unique implementation requirements that benefit from military and educational expertise. Once secluded in this private setting, Matsuda's demeanor shifted subtly, his diplomatic precision giving way to more direct assessment. Your suggestion represents significant departure from our original restoration strategy, Commander, he began without preamble. A departure that coincidentally aligns with Lord Ishikawa's recent governance proposals before the Council. The implicit connection, suggesting coordination between Masahiro and Ishikawa, rather than independent development, created immediate tension. Had his deception been discovered? Was this confrontation prelude to more dangerous accusations? I'm unfamiliar with Lord Ishikawa's specific proposals, Masahiro replied carefully. Though similar conclusions often emerge when analyzing the same historical patterns, regardless of individual perspective. Indeed, Matsuda agreed with dangerous pleasantness, particularly when individuals share certain historical associations beyond their current official roles. Reference to Ishikawa's concealed military past was unmistakable. Matsuda somehow knew that Lord Ishikawa had once been General Heihachi, Masahiro's battlefield opponent during the Western campaigns. Kenzo looked confused by this oblique exchange, while General Okada and Master Hisakawa maintained careful neutrality, watching the verbal maneuvering with professional assessment. Historical associations create interesting networks of influence, Masahiro acknowledged, neither confirming nor denying the implied connection. Though present objectives determine current alignments more than past interactions, what objectives truly motivate your participation in our efforts, Commander? Matsuda asked directly, abandoning diplomatic indirection. Restoration of traditional authority or preservation of existing power structures. The directness of this challenge required equally direct response. Evasion would only confirm suspicion. Yet, complete honesty remained impossible without endangering both himself and Ishikawa's counter-conspiracy operations. My objectives align with Japan's well-being, Masahiro answered with measured intensity. Traditional values and hierarchical clarity provide essential foundation for social stability. Yet, disruptive implementation that threatens peaceful governance undermines the very principles it claims to restore. True restoration strengthens rather than destabilizes. This response, passionately delivered with genuine conviction, seemed to affect both General Okada and Master Hisakawa, who exchanged thoughtful glances. Even Kenzo appeared to reconsider earlier assumptions about factional alignments. Matsuda remained coolly analytical. An eloquent perspective, certainly, yet one that conveniently redirects our restoration efforts away from structural adjustments that might threaten certain established interests. Interests potentially represented by your former opponent, now serving as senior advisor to the shogunate. The accusation hung in the air, not explicit treason, but clearly implied divided loyalty. Masahiro recognized the danger of this moment. Direct denial would appear defensive. Acknowledgement would confirm betrayal. He needed a different approach entirely. You suggest my strategic recommendation derives from personal loyalty rather than objective assessment, he observed, shifting from defensive response to analytical evaluation. An interesting hypothesis that merits examination through factual analysis rather than speculative implication. This redirection, treating accusation as intellectual proposition rather than personal challenge, seemed to surprise Matsuda momentarily. My strategic recommendation, Masahiro continued before Matsuda could respond, emerges from three objective factors. Historical precedent documented in the ancient manuscript, preliminary implementation experiences revealing administrative flexibility, and recognition that traditional values function most effectively when enhancing rather than disrupting social stability. He turned to Master Hisakawa, the most scholarly among them, and therefore most likely to appreciate evidence-based argument. Manuscript details precisely such integration during previous transitional periods, not abandonment of traditional principles. but their application through existing structures rather than despite them. Success came through alignment rather than opposition, with traditional hierarchical values strengthening administrative effectiveness rather than replacing it. Iskawa nodded thoughtfully. The historical parallels are indeed compelling. The manuscript describes how warrior governance evolved most effectively when building upon existing frameworks rather than imposing entirely new structures. And our preliminary approaches to officials, Masahiro continued, turning to General Okada, reveal greater receptiveness to substantive traditional values than to methodological disruption. They resist not the principles themselves, but implementation methods that threaten established order. The general's expression remained carefully neutral, though his eyes reflected thoughtful consideration rather than suspicion. Military experience demonstrates that occupation succeeds through co-option of existing authorities rather than their complete replacement, Masahiro pressed. When local leaders implement new directives, communities accept change with minimal resistance. When outside authorities impose identical policies, resistance intensifies regardless of substantive merit. This appeal to practical military wisdom, directly relevant to Okada's extensive command experience, visibly affected the general's assessment. He nodded almost imperceptibly, acknowledging the tactical validity regardless of strategic context. Finally, Masahiro turned to his cousin Kenzo, appealing to clan interests rather than abstract principles. Take clan, like many others, suffered diminished influence following Sekigahara, he acknowledged. Our objective is restoring appropriate recognition and authority, not merely replacing individuals in governance positions. If traditional values can be integrated through existing structures, our clan's influence increases through contribution rather than confrontation. The path of integration offers more sustainable restoration than disruptive replacement. This familial appeal, focusing on clan benefit rather than personal motivation, seemed to resonate with Kenzo, whose ambition had always prioritized family status above ideological purity. Throughout this methodical response to Matsuda's implied accusation, Masahiro had systematically built reasoned justification for his strategic recommendation, anchored in historical precedent, practical implementation experience, and legitimate clan interests rather than hidden loyalties or defensive deflection. Lord Matsuda, recognizing this effective neutralization of his suspicion without direct denial, reassessed with calculating pragmatism. Your reasoning has characteristic thoroughness, Commander, he acknowledged. Though alignment between your recommendation and certain external interests remains notable coincidence, strategic analysis frequently produces convergent conclusions when examining identical circumstances, Masahiro replied. Particularly when grounded in historical precedent and practical experience rather than ideological preference. This philosophical observation, suggesting Ishikawa's similar position, resulted from objective assessment rather than coordinated deception, offered Matsuda face-saving explanation for the alignment he had identified. Tension in the private chamber gradually dissipated as conversation shifted toward practical implementation of the hybrid approach. While suspicion had not entirely disappeared, direct confrontation had been successfully deflected through reasoned justification rather than defensive denial. When they eventually rejoined the broader council, Matsuda presented a modified restoration strategy incorporating key elements of Masahiro's approach, emphasizing accountability mechanisms and oversight structures while maintaining operational continuity where existing officials demonstrated receptiveness to traditional values. We seek not disruption, but rebalancing, Matsuda explained to the reconvened council. Establishing traditional influence through enhanced supervisory roles and policy guidance, rather than wholesale replacement of administrative positions. Commander Takeda's historical reference provides compelling precedent for such strategic integration. Significant redirection, transforming potential conspiracy into legitimate reform movement, represented major victory for Masahiro's subtle intervention. While the group would continue seeking greater traditionalist influence in governance, their methods had shifted from potentially destabilizing conspiracy toward legitimate advocacy within existing structures. As the council concluded its second gathering with detailed planning for this modified approach, Masahiro recognized that danger had not entirely passed. Matsuda's suspicion, though temporarily deflected, might resurface with additional evidence. The conspiracy had been redirected, but not eliminated, transformed rather than defeated. Transformation, rather than destruction, had been his objective from the beginning, guiding legitimate grievances toward constructive expression, rather than merely suppressing them. This battle without swords was progressing toward resolution that might genuinely address underlying tensions, rather than merely preventing their immediate manifestation. When Masahiro returned to Edo that evening, he found both Lord Ishikawa and Chiyo awaiting him at the Nightingale Archive, their expressions revealing anxious anticipation rather than confident expectation. The conspiracy has been significantly redirected, he reported, once secure privacy was established. Though not without concerning developments regarding potential suspicion of our counter-efforts, detailed the Council's proceedings, the initial implementation challenges, his strategic redirection toward reformational integration rather than structural replacement. Matsuda's private confrontation regarding suspected coordination with Ishikawa, and the eventual adoption of modified approach, emphasizing oversight mechanisms rather than administrative disruption. An impressive strategic redirection, Ishikawa acknowledged when Masahiro had completed his report. Converting potentially destabilizing conspiracy into legitimate reform movement represents optimal outcome given the circumstances. Matsuda's suspicion creates ongoing vulnerability, Chiyo noted with professional concern. If he discovers concrete evidence of coordination rather than coincidental alignment, both your position and Lord Ishikawa's counter-efforts could be compromised. Risk remains, Masahiro agreed. Yet their modified approach creates opportunity for legitimate resolution that addresses underlying grievances while maintaining governance stability. True conflict resolution rather than mere suppression. His philosophical perspective, prioritizing sustainable transformation over tactical victory, reflected Masahiro's evolving understanding of conflict resolution in peacetime contexts. Military command had emphasized defeat of opposition. Educational leadership emphasized integration of competing perspectives toward balanced synthesis. This transformation suggests an interesting possibility, Ishikawa observed thoughtfully. Perhaps their legitimate concerns about traditional values in governance could be formally addressed through institutional innovation rather than factional advocacy. What type of innovation? Masahiro inquired. An official framework for integrating traditional perspectives into administrative training and oversight, Ishikawa explained. Essentially formalizing the accountability mechanisms they seek while maintaining operational continuity within existing structures. You suggest transforming their grievances into official policy? Chiyo asked skeptically. I suggest addressing legitimate concerns through systemic adaptation rather than factional conflict, Ishikawa clarified. The shogunate has demonstrated willingness to incorporate traditional perspectives when properly presented through established channels. A formal educational and oversight framework could satisfy legitimate traditionalist interests while preventing potentially destructive manifestations. This possibility, converting conspiracy into innovation, aligned with Masahiro's deepest aspirations since discovering his ancestral manuscript. The ancient text had detailed precisely such integration of traditional warrior values within evolving governance structures during previous transitional eras. The manuscript provides historical precedent for such frameworks, he noted. Ancient systems for incorporating warrior values into civilian governance without undermining administrative stability. Updating those approaches for current circumstances could address core grievances while enhancing rather than threatening peaceful development. The conversation that followed explored this possibility in detail. How traditionalist concerns about diminishing warrior influence could be addressed through formal educational requirements for administrators, oversight roles for established clans, and hierarchical accountability mechanisms within existing governance structures. This approach would require significant development, Ishikawa acknowledged. Translating historical precedent into contemporary application, balancing traditional values with administrative efficiency, establishing appropriate boundaries between oversight and operational authority, essentially creating a new code, Masahiro observed. Not merely philosophical Bushido, but practical governance, framework, integrating warrior values into peaceful administration. A code you're uniquely qualified to develop, Ishikawa suggested. Given your military experience, educational position, and connection to the historical manuscript, providing foundational precedent, the implication was clear. Masahiro might transform his defensive counter-conspiracy into proactive development of governance innovation that addressed the underlying tensions rather than merely preventing their destructive expression. Such development would require official sanction, he noted. Not merely academic exploration, but authorized framework with potential implementation pathway, which could be arranged through appropriate administrative channels, Ishikawa assured him. The Educational Reform Commission, recently established by the shogunate, provides suitable vehicle for introducing such innovation with official recognition. Possibility energized Masahiro in ways he hadn't anticipated. Beyond merely preventing conspiracy, he might help develop constructive alternative that genuinely addressed legitimate concerns while strengthening rather than threatening peaceful governance. His military experience, educational position, and ancestral manuscript provided unique combination of perspectives for developing such balanced framework. For the following weeks, while maintaining his apparent participation in Matsuda's modified restoration movement, Masahiro devoted increasing attention to developing this alternative approach. Working with Yamamoto, Mori, and selected colleagues from other educational institutions, he systematically translated historical precedents from the ancient manuscript into contemporary applications appropriate for current governance challenges. A framework that gradually emerged combined traditional warrior values with administrative practicality, specifying oversight roles for established clans, educational requirements, incorporating Bushido principles for administrative trainees, and accountability mechanisms that maintained hierarchical clarity without disrupting operational efficiency. This is considerably more than educational philosophy, Yamamoto observed as they reviewed the developing framework. It constitutes comprehensive governance adaptation, addressing the transitional challenges between warrior society and administrative peace, yet framed as educational innovation rather than governance reform, Masahiro noted, making it accessible through established channels without threatening existing power structures. When the framework reached sufficient development, Lord Ishikawa arranged formal presentation opportunity before the Educational Reform Commission, an advisory body recently established to recommend improvements to official training programs for administrative officials. The presentation, scheduled for late summer, would provide legitimate platform for introducing the framework with official recognition and potential implementation pathway. If successful, this innovation might satisfy legitimate traditionalist concerns through institutional adaptation rather than factional conflict. Masahiro devoted meticulous attention to preparing this presentation, balancing traditional principles with practical application, historical precedent with contemporary relevance, philosophical depth with administrative functionality. The framework needed to appeal simultaneously to traditionalists concerned about diminishing warrior influence and progressives focused on administrative efficiency. You're developing a bridge between competing worldviews, Yamamoto observed as they refined the presentation materials. Not compromise that weakens both perspectives, but integration that strengthens both through complementary application. This integration reflected Masahiro's evolving understanding of his own transitional journey from military commander to educational leader, from battlefield strategist to peacetime philosopher. He wasn't abandoning warrior identity, but transforming its application for peaceful contexts, maintaining core principles while adapting methodologies for changed circumstances. On the morning of the commission presentation, as summer heat gave way to early autumn crispness, Masahiro found young Ishikawa Takashi waiting outside his quarters, formal in both appearance and demeanor despite the early hour. "Sensei," the boy began with unusual gravity, "my uncle requested I deliver this message personally rather than through official channels." He presented a sealed letter bearing Lord Ishikawa's personal emblem rather than his official seal, indicating private communication outside formal protocols. The letter contained brief but significant warning. Matsuda suspects coordinated intervention. Proceed with presentation, but prepare for possible confrontation. Supporters positioned for contingency response, if necessary. This warning, confirming Masahiro's concerns about lingering suspicion, despite successful redirection of the conspiracy, created complicated challenge for the day's presentation. If Matsuda had indeed discovered evidence of coordination between Masahiro and Ishikawa, he might use the public forum to reveal this deception, potentially undermining both the educational framework and broader counter-conspiracy efforts. Cancellation would sacrifice crucial opportunity to establish legitimate alternative addressing the underlying tensions driving the conspiracy. The presentation represented potential transformation of conflict rather than mere prevention, sustainable resolution rather than temporary suppression. "Please convey my appreciation to your uncle," Masahiro told Takashi after considering the warning. The presentation will proceed as scheduled, with appropriate awareness of potential complications. The commission gathering that afternoon brought together influential figures from across Japan's educational and administrative spectrum, scholars from major institutions, officials from key governance departments, representatives from prominent clans, and observers from various interest groups. Among these diverse participants, Masahiro noted both Master Heisugawa, representing traditionalist educators, and Lord Matsuda himself, ostensibly attending in his capacity as council member with oversight responsibilities for regional administration. The presence of both conspiracy leaders in this public forum created dangerous potential for confrontation, particularly if Matsuda had indeed discovered evidence of Masahiro's counter-conspiracy involvement. Yet, it also provided opportunity for transforming their legitimate concerns into constructive innovation rather than destructive opposition. Masahiro's presentation opportunity arrived. He approached the elevated platform with outward confidence, masking internal tension. The framework he would present represented months of careful development, integrating historical precedent with contemporary application, traditional values with administrative practicality. Yet, its reception remained uncertain, particularly given Matsuda's suspicious presence. Honorable commissioners and distinguished guests, he began formally. The transitional era we currently navigate presents unique challenges, requiring innovative responses. As warrior society evolves toward administrative peace, traditional values and hierarchical principles risk diminishment without appropriate frameworks for their continued expression and application. This opening, acknowledging legitimate traditionalist concerns while framing them within transitional context, immediately captured attention from both conservative and progressive participants. Matsuda's expression remained calculatingly neutral, while Master Heisugawa leaned forward with evident interest. The School of Five Virtues has developed a comprehensive framework addressing these transitional challenges. Masahiro continued, drawing upon historical precedent documented in recently recovered ancient manuscript, while incorporating contemporary administrative requirements. This framework, which we have designated the New Code for Peaceful Governance, provides integrated approach balancing traditional warrior values with administrative efficiency. For the next hour, Masahiro methodically presented the framework's core elements, educational requirements, incorporating Bushido principles for administrative trainees, oversight roles for established clans within specified domains, accountability mechanisms, maintaining hierarchical clarity without disrupting operational effectiveness, and philosophical foundations, uniting these practical applications within coherent value system. Throughout this presentation, he carefully acknowledged both traditionalist concerns about diminishing warrior influence and progressive priorities regarding administrative efficiency, positioning the framework as integration, strengthening both perspectives rather than compromise weakening either. This approach, he explained, illustrating with specific examples, maintains traditional hierarchical clarity while enhancing administrative functionality. Warrior values provide ethical foundation and decisiveness. Administrative systems provide consistency and specialized expertise. Neither replaces the other. Each strengthens the other through complementary application. Reception appeared increasingly positive as the presentation progressed. Progressive administrators nodded appreciation for the practical functionality that maintained operational efficiency while incorporating ethical guidance. Traditionalist representatives, including Master Heisugawa, seemed genuinely impressed by the systematic integration of warrior values within governance structures, rather than mere philosophical platitudes. Even Lord Matsuda's expression gradually shifted from suspicious neutrality toward thoughtful assessment, though whether this indicated receptiveness or merely calculated reassessment remained unclear. The formal presentation concluded. The commission chairman invited questions and observations from participants. These responses revealed surprisingly broad support across traditional factional divisions, scholarly representatives acknowledging the framework's philosophical coherence, administrative officials appreciating its practical functionality, clan representatives recognizing meaningful roles within specified domains. Master Heisugawa's response proved particularly significant given his leadership role within the traditionalist education community. This framework represents remarkable integration of historical precedent with contemporary application, the traditionalist leader observed. Rather than merely lamenting diminished warrior influence or idealizing past arrangements, it provides practical pathway for meaningful expression of traditional values within current governance structures. The balance achieved between hierarchical clarity and administrative functionality deserves serious consideration for official implementation. This endorsement from prominent traditionalist representative, particularly one involved in Matsuda's conspiracy, significantly strengthened the framework's legitimacy across factional divisions. It suggested potential transformation of conspiracy grievances into constructive innovation, rather than merely suppressing their expression. Lord Matsuda finally requested recognition. Masahiro prepared for potential confrontation regarding suspected counter-conspiracy involvement. Yet, Matsuda's actual response proved unexpectedly nuanced. Commander Takeda's framework demonstrates sophisticated understanding of transitional challenges facing warrior values in administrative contexts, he acknowledged. The incorporation of oversight roles for established clans addresses legitimate concerns about diminished traditional influence without disrupting governance stability. While certain aspects merit further refinement, the fundamental approach offers promising direction for institutional evolution rather than factional conflict. This qualified endorsement from the conspiracy's principal architect represented remarkable transformation. Whether motivated by genuine appreciation for the framework's substantive merit or tactical adaptation to changing circumstances remained unclear. Yet, the practical effect was significant redirection of potentially destabilizing opposition toward constructive engagement within established channels, as the Commission discussion concluded with formal recommendation for continued development toward potential implementation. Masahiro recognized that something remarkable had occurred, not merely successful prevention of conspiracy, but genuine transformation of legitimate grievances into constructive innovation. The battle without swords had been resolved not through destruction of opposition, but through its redirection toward harmonious resolution. Participants dispersed following the Commission's formal adjournment. Masahiro found himself approached by both Lord Matsuda and Master Heisugawa, the conspiracy's principal leaders, now seemingly interested in legitimate collaboration rather than secretive opposition. Your framework contains numerous elements remarkably aligned with concerns we've discussed in other contexts, Matsuda observed with diplomatic precision, acknowledging the connection to conspiracy discussions without explicitly confirming them in this public setting. Transitional challenges tend to produce similar responses when analyzed objectively. Masahiro replied with matching care. Historical patterns reveal consistent tensions requiring balanced resolution rather than factional victory. Indeed, Master Heisugawa agreed. Perhaps continued refinement of this framework might benefit from broader consultation, incorporating various perspectives on traditional governance principles and their contemporary application. The implied suggestion that conspiracy members might redirect their efforts toward legitimate contribution to of the framework's development represented optimal outcome from Masahiro's counter-conspiracy intervention. Rather than merely preventing potentially destructive opposition, he had helped transform it into constructive participation within established channels. As these pivotal figures departed, Lord Ishikawa approached with carefully neutral expression masking what appeared to be genuine admiration. Most impressive performance, he observed quietly, not merely presenting educational innovation, but transforming potentially dangerous opposition into constructive engagement. The battle without swords appears won through integration rather than domination, though certain suspicions likely remain, Masahiro noted. Matsuda's cooperation may reflect tactical adaptation rather than genuine conversion. Motivation matters less than behavior in practical governance, Ishikawa replied pragmatically. Whether transformed by philosophical appreciation or strategic necessity, their redirection toward legitimate channels represents successful resolution regardless. The days following the commission presentation, this resolution manifested through increasingly formalized development of the framework Masahiro had introduced. The Educational Reform Commission established official working group specifically focused on traditional values integration in administrative training, with Masahiro appointed as principal coordinator and representatives from various constituencies, including both Master Hisakawa and Lord Matsuda, designated as contributing consultants. What had begun as defensive counter-conspiracy had evolved into proactive governance innovation, addressing the underlying tensions that had driven the original conspiracy. The new code for peaceful governance represented not merely philosophical bushido, but practical framework for integrating warrior values into administrative peace, bridging transitional challenges through balanced synthesis rather than factional conflict. As autumn leaves began their colorful transformation across Edo, Masahiro found unexpected personal resolution through this professional development. His journey from military commander to educational leader had initially appeared as disjointed transition between incompatible identities. Yet, through developing this integrated governance framework, he had discovered deeper continuity connecting these seemingly disparate roles. Warrior's purpose remained protection regardless of context, in warfare through battlefield command, in peace through educational guidance and governance frameworks that maintained stability while addressing legitimate concerns. The methods changed, but the underlying commitment to protection and service remained constant. One evening, as Masahiro reviewed framework refinements in his school quarters, Yamamoto joined him with warm sake and reflective perspective. "You've accomplished something remarkable," the old teacher observed. "Not merely preventing conspiracy, but transforming legitimate grievances into constructive innovation." The framework itself represents significant contribution to governance theory and practice. The transformation remains incomplete, Masahiro noted. Implementation requires official adoption beyond commission recommendation, and certain participants may maintain private reservations despite public cooperation. Perfection remains elusive in human affairs, Yamamoto acknowledged with characteristic wisdom. Yet direction matters more than completion. You've redirected potentially destructive energy toward constructive engagement, a victory more meaningful than mere suppression could ever achieve. As they shared sake beneath the autumn moon, Masahiro reflected on the unexpected path that had led him from battlefield commander to developer of governance innovation, integrating warrior values into peaceful administration. The new code represented not merely practical framework, but personal resolution, coherent integration, his military experience, educational leadership, and ancestral heritage into unified contribution, addressing Japan's transitional challenges. Battle without swords had indeed been won, not through destruction of opposition, but through its transformation. The peace established through Tokugawa governance had been preserved, while legitimate concerns about traditional values found constructive expression through institutional innovation rather than factional conflict. As Masahiro contemplated this resolution, he recalled final passage from his ancestral manuscript. The warrior's highest achievement comes not through battlefield victory, but through establishment of peace so profound that warfare becomes unnecessary. In this ultimate accomplishment, the sword remains sheathed, while its spirit continues protecting all it once defended. New Code embodied precisely this understanding: warrior values, protecting peace through governance frameworks, rather than battlefield prowess. Traditional principles strengthening administration, rather than disrupting it. Hierarchical clarity, enhancing, rather than opposing functional efficiency. New Code indeed, not merely for governance, but for his own understanding of Bushido in this era of complex peace. Chapter 15, Cherry Blossoms. 3 years had passed since the presentation of the new code. Masahiro stood beneath flowering cherry trees in the School of Five Virtues main courtyard, watching pink petals dance on the spring breeze before settling gently on the shoulders of assembled students and their families. The graduation ceremony would begin shortly. The first complete class of students who had studied under his guidance from their initial enrollment to final completion. Among them stood young men who had entered as uncertain boys and would depart as thoughtful leaders. Ishikawa Takashi, now a poised young man preparing for service in the diplomatic corps. Kuroda Shinichi, who would join his father in regional administration with innovative ideas about agricultural development. And 24 others whose growth Masahiro had watched with quiet pride through seasons of challenge and transformation. They carry more than knowledge, Yamamoto observed, joining him beneath the cherry trees. They carry perspective that will shape Japan's future long after we are gone. A sobering responsibility, Masahiro acknowledged, yet one you've borne with remarkable effectiveness, Yamamoto countered. Look at them, educated in traditional values while prepared for contemporary challenges. The balance you've helped them achieve reflects precisely what your ancestral manuscript advocated centuries ago. New Code for Peaceful Governance had evolved beyond its origins as counter to conspiracy, becoming influential framework formally adopted by the Educational Reform Commission, now being implemented throughout administrative training programs across Japan. It systematically integrated traditional warrior values within civilian governance structures, creating a balanced approach that preserved hierarchical clarity while enhancing administrative efficiency. What had begun as defensive response to potential instability had transformed into constructive innovation, addressing deeper transitional challenges facing Japanese society. The conspiracy that had threatened peaceful governance had been redirected rather than merely suppressed, its legitimate concerns finding constructive expression through institutional adaptation rather than factional disruption. Lord Ishikawa's palanquin has arrived, Yamamoto noted, gesturing toward the main gate where distinguished guests were gathering for the graduation ceremony. Along with several other notable officials, the ceremony had attracted unprecedented attention from government administrators, clan leaders, and educational institutions, all curious about the graduates emerging from this innovative program that had influenced governance training throughout Japan. Lord Ishikawa, as education minister following his promotion the previous autumn, deliver formal address acknowledging the school's contributions to administrative development. Among the arriving dignitaries, Masahiro spotted his cousin Kenzo, accompanied by his son Hiroshi, now senior administrator in the taxation department, after 3 years of distinguished service. Their presence represented significant reconciliation within the Takeda clan, following the conspiracy's redirection toward legitimate reform rather than destabilizing opposition. Your cousin appears more comfortable in these surroundings than during his previous visits, Yamamoto observed wryly. Success reconciles many philosophical differences, Masahiro replied with equal dry humor. The Takeda clan's enhanced standing under the reformed administrative structure has made educational innovation considerably more appealing than when it seemed merely theoretical distraction. Indeed, the new code had created formal roles for traditional clans within administrative oversight, allowing families like the Takeda to regain significant influence without disrupting governance stability. This practical benefit had transformed former conspirators like Kenzo into supporters of institutional reform rather than revolutionary restoration. As graduating students took their positions and families settled onto arranged cushions, Masahiro found himself approached by Master Hisakawa, the traditionalist educator, whose support had proven critical during the framework's development and implementation. A momentous occasion, Assistant Master Takeda Hisakawa greeted him with formal bow that conveyed genuine respect. The first graduation since your framework's official adoption throughout administrative training programs. These young men represent not merely your school's philosophy, but nascent transformation of governance approaches across Japan. Their individual growth matters more than systemic influence, Masahiro replied, though he appreciated the framework's broader impact. Each has found personal balance between traditional values and contemporary application, the true measure of educational success, regardless of official recognition. Yet official recognition creates pathway for individual growth to influence collective development, Hisakawa noted with scholarly precision. Your ancestral manuscript provided historical foundation. You've created contemporary implementation that makes ancient wisdom newly relevant. Ancient manuscript had indeed become cornerstone of the new code's philosophical foundation. Its insights about warrior values in peaceful contexts, providing historical legitimacy for innovative governance approaches. Yamamoto had overseen scholarly edition published for educational institutions throughout Japan, ensuring its wisdom reached beyond the school of 5 virtues to influence broader pedagogical development. Lord Matsuda arrived among the final distinguished guests, his measured nod toward Masahiro, conveying complex acknowledgement of their shared history, though never explicitly confirming his suspicions about Masahiro's counter-conspiracy involvement. The senior counselor had gradually shifted from potential adversary to cautious collaborator, as the new code demonstrated practical benefits for traditional interests he represented. Matsuda appears relatively reconciled to peaceful cooperation, Yamamoto murmured as they took their positions for the ceremony. Though one suspects, he maintains private reservations about certain aspects of administrative authority. Reconciliation requires neither complete conversion nor absolute agreement, Masahiro observed philosophically. Merely sufficient accommodation to maintain constructive engagement rather than destructive opposition. Perfect harmony remains aspirational rather than achievable in human affairs. This perspective, prioritizing practical cooperation over ideological purity, reflected Masahiro's evolved understanding of of conflict resolution in peacetime contexts. Military command had emphasized defeating opposition. Educational leadership emphasized integrating competing perspectives toward workable synthesis rather than perfect consensus. Graduation ceremony began with traditional formality, ritual expressions of gratitude to ancestors, acknowledgement of family contributions, and formal demonstrations of acquired knowledge and skill. Yet, it incorporated innovations reflecting the school's integrated approach, philosophical discourse, alongside martial demonstrations, administrative problem solving alongside traditional poetry, practical governance proposals alongside historical analysis. When the students' presentations concluded, Lord Ishikawa rose to deliver the honored guest address. His formal robes and official insignia represented administrative authority, yet the sword at his side acknowledged warrior heritage, visual embodiment of the integrated identity. The new code sought to cultivate. His graduates enter service during transformative era. He began, surveying the assembled students with evaluating gaze that had once assessed battlefield deployments. Neither purely martial like their grandfathers, nor merely administrative like some contemporaries. They represent integrated development, acknowledging both traditions, the warrior's decisive clarity and the administrator's systematic thoroughness. As Ishikawa continued his address, emphasizing the graduates' unique preparation for leadership roles, bridging traditional values and contemporary challenges, Masahiro found his attention drawn to individual students whose personal journeys reflected the school's broader mission. Ishikawa Takashi had entered as proud young samurai disdainful of merchant influence, viewing traditional hierarchy as absolute rather than evolutionary. He departed as thoughtful diplomat, prepared to represent Japanese traditions while engaging constructively with foreign perspectives, maintaining core principles while adapting methodological approaches to changing circumstances. Hiroda Shinichi had arrived seeking primarily technical knowledge for administrative advancement, viewing traditional values as historical curiosities rather than practical guidance. He graduated understanding how Bushido principles provided ethical foundation for administrative decisions, integrity, courage, and benevolence, functioning as essential complements to technical expertise. Each student represented individual manifestation of the school's integrated approach, unique combination of traditional values with contemporary application, personal adaptation of collective wisdom to specific circumstances and talents. Their diverse paths forward would carry this integration into various domains of Japanese society, influencing governance approaches beyond any single framework or institution. Lord Ishikawa concluded his formal address. Yamamoto rose to deliver final guidance to the graduates, his advanced age limiting his physical movement, but enhancing his philosophical perspective through decades of observation and experience. You depart today carrying dual legacy, the old teacher told them, his voice strong despite his frail appearance. The warrior tradition's clarity of purpose and the scholar's breadth of understanding. Neither alone suffices for the challenges awaiting you. Together, they provide balanced foundation for meaningful service. He gestured toward the cherry blossoms swirling around them in delicate pink patterns. Observe nature's wisdom in these blossoms. They exemplify both transience and continuity, each flower brief in individual existence, yet part of perpetual cycle renewed through changing seasons. Your service similarly balances immediate action with enduring principles, present circumstances with historical continuity. As individual students were called forward to receive formal graduation scrolls, Masahiro reflected on his own journey during these transformative years. What had begun as reluctant adaptation to peacetime circumstances had evolved into purposeful integration of warrior heritage with educational innovation, not abandoning military identity, but transforming its application for changed contexts. The conspiracy that had threatened this peaceful development had been resolved not through destruction, but transformation. Legitimate grievances finding constructive expression through institutional adaptation rather than factional disruption. The battle without swords had been won through integration rather than domination, through addressing underlying tensions rather than merely suppressing their manifestation. The ceremony concluded and formal celebrations began. Families congratulating graduates, officials discussing appointments, teachers reflecting on individual journeys. Masahiro found a quiet moment alone beneath a particularly magnificent cherry tree, whose blossoms fell in continuous, gentle cascade despite absence of perceptible breeze. A fitting metaphor came Chiyo's voice as she approached with 2 cups of sake. Beautiful transition, requiring neither storm nor stillness, natural evolution rather than forced change, poetic observation from a practical intelligence operative. Masahiro noted with amused appreciation, accepting the offered cup. Even pragmatists recognize symbolic resonance. Occasionally, she replied, settling beside him with characteristic fluid grace, particularly when celebrating successful conclusion to extended covert operation, conspiracy's redirection, and the new code's development had marked end of their official coordination. Though Chiyo maintained discreet contact through her evolving network, now primarily focused on foreign intelligence rather than domestic monitoring, as Japan's internal stability strengthened under reformed governance approaches. Not conclusion, but transformation, Masahiro corrected. The operation evolved beyond its original defensive purpose toward constructive innovation, much like my own transition from military command to educational leadership. Which transformation proves more personally meaningful? She asked with uncharacteristic directness. The framework's evolution from counter-conspiracy to governance innovation, or your own journey from warrior to teacher? The question penetrated beyond diplomatic formality to essential personal truth. Masahiro considered it thoughtfully while watching cherry blossoms settle on stone pathways around them. They're inseparable, he finally answered. The framework's evolution paralleled and enabled my own. Understanding how warrior values could meaningfully contribute to peaceful governance allowed me to reconcile seemingly contradictory aspects of my identity and experience. Integration rather than selection, Chiyo observed. Maintaining both identities within coherent whole rather than choosing between them, as Japan itself must do during this transition, Masahiro agreed. Neither abandoning traditional values nor rejecting administrative evolution, but integrating both within balanced approach appropriate to current challenges. Their philosophical exchange was interrupted by approaching footsteps, Kenzo and his son Hiroshi making their way toward this quiet corner away from the celebration's main activities. Cousin Kenzo greeted him with formal bow that acknowledged both family connection and professional respect. A most impressive ceremony. Your students demonstrate remarkable integration of traditional principles with contemporary application. Education merely cultivates potential already present, Masahiro replied modestly. These young men brought considerable capabilities, requiring only structured development rather than fundamental transformation. Yet structure significantly influences development's direction, Hiroshi observed with with administrative precision. The framework you've established guides individual growth toward balanced perspective rather than factional alignment. As taxation administrator, I've observed how graduates from your program navigate competing interests with unusual effectiveness. His practical endorsement from his cousin's son, once designated for the taxation position, originally offered to Masahiro, represented meaningful validation from unexpected source. Despite beginning their respective journeys from seemingly opposed positions, they had arrived at complementary understanding about governance requirements in this transitional era. Take to Clan has benefited significantly from recent governance adaptations, Kenzo acknowledged, referencing the clan's enhanced influence under the reformed administrative structure. The oversight role established through your framework provides meaningful contribution opportunity without disruptive confrontation. Precisely the balanced approach our ancestors' manuscript advocated. Reference to their shared ancestral heritage, once source of competitive tension between them, now represented reconciliation point through mutual appreciation of its wisdom. The manuscript provided historical foundation, connecting their divergent paths through common heritage, transcending factional alignments. Speaking of clan matters, Kenzo continued with uncharacteristic hesitancy. The Council of Elders has reached decision regarding succession planning. Given your contributions to both educational innovation and clan restoration, they've designated you secondary heir should anything prevent Hiroshi's eventual assumption of leadership responsibilities. This unexpected announcement, essentially recognizing Masahiro as backup successor, despite his educational role rather than administrative position, represented significant shift from earlier dismissal of his teaching career as undignified distraction from proper samurai service, an unanticipated honor, Masahiro replied carefully. Though Hiroshi's demonstrated capabilities suggest such contingency planning remains merely theoretical rather than practical consideration, nonetheless symbolic of your restored standing within clan hierarchy, Kenzo pressed. Recognition that educational leadership constitutes legitimate expression of samurai service rather than abandonment of traditional responsibilities. This acknowledgement from cousin who had once viewed his teaching position as embarrassing compromise reflected broader transformation in how warrior identity was understood within peaceful contexts. The new code had helped legitimize educational and administrative roles as honorable expressions of samurai service rather than regrettable accommodations to changed circumstances. As Kenzo and Hiroshi departed to rejoin the main celebration, Chiyo gave Masahiro a praising look, conveying both amusement and approval. From conspiracy suspect to designated clan heir, she observed. Remarkable trajectory for someone who once feared becoming irrelevant in peacetime. Evolution rather than reversal, Masahiro clarified. Not returning to traditional role, but transforming understanding of what tradition properly entails in changed circumstances. This distinction between regressive restoration and progressive integration defined the new code's fundamental innovation. It didn't merely preserve traditional values as historical artifacts, but made them newly relevant through practical application within contemporary contexts, maintaining core principles while adapting methodological approaches to changed circumstances. As afternoon progressed toward evening, the celebration gradually transitioned from formal ceremony to relaxed gathering. Students bid farewell to teachers who had guided their development. Families exchanged contact information for maintaining connections beyond institutional boundaries. Officials discussed implementation details for various governance innovations, developing from the framework's core principles. Amid these overlapping conversations, Masahiro found himself approached by Lord Ishikawa, who had exchanged his formal ministerial robes for more comfortable attire, appropriate to informal celebration. A moment of private conversation, if convenient, the education minister requested, gesturing towards secluded garden area away from the main gathering. Once assured of privacy, Ishikawa's demeanor shifted from official formality to candid directness. The shogun has authorized establishment of specialized administrative academy incorporating your framework's core principles. It would require founding director with appropriate background, balancing military experience, educational innovation, and governance understanding. The implied offer hung in the air, prestigious appointment, representing significant advancement beyond Masahiro's current position as assistant master at the School of Five Virtues. An honor to be considered, Masahiro acknowledged. Though such responsibility would require careful consideration regarding personal suitability and potential contributions, consider practical impact rather than personal advancement, Ishikawa suggested with characteristic strategic focus. The academy would train senior administrators for key governance positions throughout Japan. Its founding director would influence governance approaches for generations through institutional structure and educational philosophy established during formative development. Potential significance was indeed substantial opportunity to implement the new code's principles at national scale through institution, specifically designed for training high-level administrators, with balanced perspective integrating traditional values with contemporary application. Yamamoto Sensei's health prevents his consideration despite superior qualifications, Ishikawa continued. And certain political sensitivities make your designation preferable to alternative candidates with more pronounced factional associations. The shogun specifically appreciates your demonstrated ability to integrate competing perspectives rather than advocating absolute position. His last observation, connecting Masahiro's educational approach with broader governance priorities, suggested his influence had extended beyond specific framework to philosophical approach, transcending particular innovations. Integration rather than selection, balance rather than dominance, transformation rather than mere opposition, principles applicable across domains, from classroom to council chamber. When would such appointment become effective? Masahiro inquired, still processing the unexpected proposal. Formal announcement following autumn administrative reorganization, Ishikawa explained, allowing appropriate transition period for the School of Five Virtues, while preliminary preparations develop for academy establishment early next year, as they discussed additional details regarding the proposed academy structure, curriculum, and relationship with existing institutions. Masahiro found himself experiencing unexpected internal clarity rather than conflicted hesitation. The appointment represented natural evolution of his educational leadership rather than fundamental departure, expanding influence while maintaining core principles, reaching broader audience while preserving essential approach. I am honored by the shogun's confidence, he said once practical considerations had been sufficiently addressed, and would accept such appointment with appropriate commitment to establishing foundation for meaningful institutional development. Ishikawa nodded with evident satisfaction. Your acceptance will be conveyed through appropriate channels. Preliminary planning may proceed informally while maintaining discretion regarding official announcement timing. They rejoined the celebration. Masahiro found his perception subtly altered by this unexpected development. The graduating students, already significant for their individual growth and potential influence, now represented preliminary phase in educational approach that would soon extend to national scale through specialized academy training senior administrators throughout Japan. New code already influential through commission adoption and institutional implementation would gain additional significance through academy, specifically designed to embody its core principles and methodologies. What had begun as counter to conspiracy would achieve comprehensive expression through institution dedicated to preparing governance leaders with balanced perspective integrating traditional values with administrative expertise. As evening approached and celebration gradually concluded, students departed with their families for new positions and responsibilities. Officials returned to administrative duties with fresh perspectives from educational observation. Teachers began preparing for incoming students who would fill positions vacated by graduating seniors. Masahiro remained in the courtyard long after most participants had departed, watching final cherry blossoms release from branches in delicate conclusion to their brief but magnificent display. Yamamoto joined him in this contemplative moment, both men silently appreciating nature's elegant demonstration of transience and continuity. "I understand congratulations are appropriate," the old teacher finally observed, though discretion remains necessary pending formal announcement. News travels efficiently despite official protocols, Masahiro noted with resigned amusement. "Though I would have informed you directly once preliminary discussions concluded. Academy represents natural extension of what we've established here," Yamamoto assured him. "Not abandonment, but evolution, seeds planted in this garden, flourishing in expanded terrain beyond our walls." This botanical metaphor, connecting their current educational work with future institutional development, provided reassuring continuity amid transitional change. The academy wouldn't replace the school of 5 virtues, but extend its approach to additional contexts and applications, maintaining core principles while expanding methodological reach. "Change remains our only constant companion," Yamamoto observed philosophically. "Cherry blossoms remind us annually brief individual magnificence, contributing to eternal cycle through consistent renewal. Your new position continues pattern already established through multiple transitions from warrior to teacher to governance innovator. Darkness gradually enveloped the garden, stars emerging in night sky above increasingly bare cherry branches. Masahiro reflected on his journey since reluctantly accepting teaching position years earlier. What had initially appeared as regrettable compromise following military career had evolved into purposeful contribution, matching his capabilities to contemporary needs, not abandoning warrior identity, but transforming its application for peaceful contexts. Conspiracy that had threatened this development had been resolved through integration rather than destruction. Legitimate grievances finding constructive expression through institutional adaptation rather than factional disruption. The new code had emerged from this resolution, providing systematic framework for balancing traditional values with administrative requirements in ways that strengthened both through complementary application. Now, the Academy would institutionalize this approach at national scale, preparing governance leaders with integrated perspective transcending factional divisions through balanced appreciation of multiple traditions and capabilities. The warrior code that had guided battlefield decisions would find renewed relevance in administrative contexts, maintaining core principles adapting methodological applications to changed circumstances. Students asked me to convey their appreciation for your guidance, Yamamoto mentioned as they finally turned toward their respective quarters, particularly for demonstrating integrated identity rather than merely describing it theoretically. You've shown them how warrior discipline and scholarly reflection can coexist within coherent character, practical demonstration, transcending philosophical abstraction. Simple acknowledgement, focusing on personal example rather than institutional innovation or framework development, touched Masahiro more deeply than formal recognitions or prestigious appointments. His most meaningful contribution had been helping these young men navigate their own transitions from inherited traditions to contemporary applications, from ancient values to modern contexts, from historical identity to future responsibility. In his private quarters, surrounded by memories of campaigns commanded and students guided, scrolls documenting battlefield victories and educational innovations, swords representing martial prowess, and manuscripts embodying scholarly wisdom, Masahiro experienced a profound sense of integration rather than division. These seemingly contradictory elements formed a coherent whole rather than competing fragments, complementary aspects of a single journey, serving consistent purpose through evolving methods. Ancient manuscript lay open on his desk, its final passage illuminated by single candle. Cherry blossom and the sword embody complementary wisdom. The blossom teaches beauty's impermanence. The sword demonstrates protective vigilance. The complete warrior honors both, appreciating transient beauty while maintaining protective readiness, celebrating life's magnificent moments while preparing for its inevitable challenges. Neither perspective alone suffices. Together they form complete wisdom, transcending apparent contradiction. As he prepared for sleep, Masahiro gazed through open window at moonlight illuminating garden, where final cherry petals rested on dark earth, completing their brief cycle while preparing ground for future renewal. The beauty of their transient display neither negated nor was diminished by the protective vigilance that secure peaceful society enabled. Cherry blossoms and protective sword, his seemingly contradictory identities formed a coherent whole, serving consistent purpose through changing seasons. The warrior who had commanded troops and the teacher who guided students represented complementary expressions of single commitment to protection and service, maintaining core purpose while adapting methods to changed circumstances. Peaceful slumber beneath spring stars, Masahiro Takeda, commander and teacher, warrior and scholar, guardian and guide, found complete integration of all he had been and all he was becoming. The shadows of wartime had not been forgotten, but transformed into wisdom serving peace. The glory of battle had not been abandoned, but channeled into educational victory. The warrior's discipline had not been lost, but applied to society's peaceful protection through balanced governance and thoughtful leadership. Cherry blossoms had completed their magnificent display, falling gently to nourish ground from which future beauty would emerge in endless cycle of renewal and transformation. So too had the warrior found his place in peace, not through regrettable compromise, but through purposeful transformation, serving eternal principles through methods appropriate to changing seasons, protecting through wisdom what had once been defended through weapons. The shadows of Tishna, peaceful silence, had revealed not emptiness, but possibility, not absence, but opportunity, not ending, but evolution. The warrior's path continued through changed landscape toward unchanging purpose, protection, service, honor, and harmony, maintained through methods appropriate to each era's unique challenges and possibilities. Cherry blossoms would return next spring. The warrior's protection would continue through peaceful means. The cycle remained unbroken through its constant transformation. Eternal principles, finding renewed expression through methods adapted to changing circumstances. Ancient wisdom becoming newly relevant through contemporary application. The way of the samurai in peacetime had been discovered, not through ancient texts alone, but through lived experience, transforming inherited wisdom into practical innovation. The new code provided systematic expression, but Masahiro's personal journey embodied its essential truth. Protection transcends methods, service outlasts circumstances, and purpose maintains continuity through evolving expressions adapted to changing seasons. With this integrated understanding, Masahiro Takeda, once feared commander, now respected teacher, soon founding director, slept peacefully beneath cherry trees, whose momentary blossoms had completed their brief but magnificent cycle, preparing ground for future renewal in endless pattern of transience and continuity, beauty and protection, individual expression and eternal